Chapter 1058. The wind howled. There was no sun or moon. There was no distinction between day and night. This was the chaos territory. It was a special, isolated zone between different continents and different worlds. A black mass of figures was shuttling through the chaos territory. It was a large group of beast soldiers. They were disciplined and flew at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that they were an elite troop that had undergone strict training. The person in the lead was tall and burly. When he flew in the air, he was like a lone eagle soaring in the night sky. He exuded a domineering aura that seemed to be looking down on the heavens. "Chief, there's bad news from the front. We've lost contact with the 5th priest and the 100 bull beast soldiers that he brought with him." A sentry hurriedly rushed over. The 8 Baron tribe had been preparing for this invasion of the boundless land for many years. Among the 8 Baron tribe, other than the Black Qilin tribe led by He Yao himself, the other tribes had also sent powerful descendants of the 8 Baron tribe to lead the troops. Originally, the beast god Altar was led by the 3rd priest and 5th priest, and they had agreed to attack together. However, the 5th priest ignored the obstruction of others and led the vanguard alone to the boundless land using magic scrolls. Who knew that they would lose contact with the 5th priest in just half a day? The 5th priest has the corpse controlling technique. "You should be fine," He Yao said nonchalantly. The 8 Baron tribes' invasion was stealthy. The forces of the boundless land should not have made any preparations. "Father, do you really plan to not kill Yi Baiming and bring him back?" He Linlin appeared beside He Yao. 3 years had passed. He Linlin no longer had the youthfulness of a young girl, but the charm of an adult woman. After cultivating in seclusion for a few years, she had broken through to the martial god realm as she wished. He Yao had learned from Duguxiu that Yi Baiming was now a golden Qilin. He Yao was very surprised by this news. He was determined to bring Yi Baiming back to the 8 Baron tribe no matter what. The Bakra orcs were originally demonic beasts. Even He Linlin and He Yao, who could already transform into human form, were still Black Qilins. There was a legend in the Black Qilin tribe that a golden Qilin was the strongest Qilin. If the golden Qilin really was a golden Qilin, then it was undoubtedly the strongest Qilin. "As long as he agrees to marry you, I won't kill him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the one who can fuse with the Qilin King's relic." An imperceptible trace of worry flashed across He Yao's brows. Several years ago, He Linlin had managed to bring the Black Qilin King's relic back to the Black Qilin clan as she wished. However, in the final fusion process, He Linlin failed. He Yao also tried to let the other young experts of the Black Qilin tribe and even Duguxiu try, but everyone failed. Only a few people in the clan knew about this. After all, He Linlin had once said that when she first entered the Black Qilin royal tomb, the one who had awakened the Black Qilin King's relic was Yi Baiming. In other words, the Black Qilin King relic had already recognized him as its master. According to what He Yao knew, apart from the Celestial Fox people who failed to find the Celestial Fox relic, the other 6 clans had all found their own Beast King's relic. The chosen descendants of the 8 Desolation tribes had also successfully fused with the relic. The strength of the few great descendants had greatly increased. Who would have thought that the Black Qilin tribe, which had always been regarded as the strongest tribe in the 8 Desolation tribes, would also be unable to fuse with the relic this time? If this matter were to spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Especially the Celestial Fox people, who Qinxiu, that old fellow, would definitely seize this opportunity to ridicule them. At this time, He Yao happened to know that Yi Baiming's true form was a golden Qilin. Thus, He Yao had no choice but to personally head to the boundless land and bring Yi Baiming back to the tribe. "Father, I heard that bastard Celestial Fox mixed blood is also in the Duqian blood world. This time, I plead father to let me kill her personally." He Linlin's strength had improved a lot in the past few years. She recalled how she had been defeated by Yun Sheng previously. This time, she had to kill that bastard with her own hands. Only by killing Yun Sheng would Yi Baiming be willing to follow them back to the 8 Desolation continents. Near the Duqian blood print, the battle between the 3-tailed phoenix and the nine-headed snakelet was still ongoing. The nine-headed snakelet, which had 2 severed heads, was bleeding profusely from its wounds. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. I thought it would be more powerful. A divine beast is only SOSO. Feng Tian was extremely presumptuous. The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A divine beast was naturally not that weak. The nine-headed snakelet's strength was greatly reduced, mainly because it had been severely injured by the sun and moon shine when it fought with Ji-Rumo earlier. This allowed the three-tailed phoenix to take advantage of it. Pong! Another heavy blow. The nine-headed snakelet fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Haha, so what if it is a divine beast? After meeting me, Feng Tian, only death awaits it. Feng Tian was extremely arrogant. He laughed loudly in the air. Ji-Rumo, who had been watching the battle coldly from the side, also felt it. Weak? It was indeed very weak. Could it be that the nine-headed snakelet only had this much strength? Although Ji-Rumo had never really fought with the Emperor Zhao in red, he knew that the Emperor Zhao in red's strength was definitely not just limited to this. Just as Ji-Rumo and Feng Tian were having their own thoughts, a red and blue light appeared in the crater that the nine-headed snakelet had smashed into the ground. Inhuman brat, the nine-headed snakelet is angry. This is the true power of a divine beast. The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes shone with a strange light. He began to chant. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly changed. The lead-colored clouds in the sky seemed to have pressed down a lot all of a sudden, making people feel suffocated. The nine-headed snakelet appeared in the sky again. This time, its eyes had turned blood red. It looked at Feng Tian angrily. The remaining 7 heads raised their heads at the same time. They raised their necks and let out a deafening roar at the dark sky. After the roar, the nine-headed snakelet was completely enraged. Ripples of gray magic patterns appeared beside the nine-headed snakelet. Those patterns seemed to have eyes as they spread out continuously. In an instant, a domain that covered an area of nearly 5 miles was formed in the sky. When Feng Tian realized that something was wrong, he was already in the middle of the gray magic patterns. It was already too late for him to escape. At first, Feng Tian did not know the function of these gray magic patterns. However, after a while, Feng Tian felt that something was wrong. Oh no, the arrogant smile on Feng Tian's face seemed to have frozen in an instant. His body suddenly became heavy under the effect of these gray magic patterns. Chapter 1059. His hands and feet seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and even moving a step was difficult. His spine seemed to have been pressed down by a heavy object, and even stopping was difficult. Feng Tian's originally nimble movements became extremely sluggish. Was this a god's domain? Cold sweat suddenly forced out from Feng Tian's forehead. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake, and that was to never underestimate a divine beast. Although the Nine Neonate was not a high-ranking divine beast, it was a genuine divine beast. As long as it was a divine beast, it would have a god's domain. There are all kinds of domains. There was a frost domain that could freeze thousands of miles, a devour domain that could devour something, and an earth domain that could make the entire domain feel like it was in a sea of lava. The Nine Neonates domain was not considered top-notch among divine beasts. It was only a very ordinary gravity domain. Everyone and all living things that entered the Nine Neonates domain would carry a force of more than 5,000 kilograms. This kind of ordinary domain in the godly realm was enough to do whatever it wanted in the human realm. Previously, the Emperor Zhao in red had relied on the power of this domain to become the leader of the summoners in the boundless land. If Feng Tian had not used a large amount of beast blood and beast meat, just the force of 5,000 kilograms would have been enough to shatter him into pieces with his body as a magician. In the domain, the 7 heads of the Nine Neonate shot out waves of ice and fire magic attacks at the same time. Feng Tian moved slowly. Originally, it was very easy for him to dodge, but at this moment, it was already messy and disorderly. There were several times when he was almost killed by ice blades and fire clusters. In just 15 minutes, Feng Tian's entire body seemed to have crawled out of blood. His skin was already stained with blood. Who? Feng Tian panted anxiously as he stared at the 9 neonates sinisterly. Behind Feng Tian, the tail of speed among the 3 tails stood up. The originally sluggish figure barely returned to normal, and Feng Tian flashed in front of the 9 neonate. The 9 neonate flew into a rage. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed Feng Tian. Seeing that Feng Tian was swallowed by the 9 neonate, the Empress in red was overjoyed. Jirumo, on the other hand, frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Jiuying, well done. Jirumo, you've seen the power of Emperor Zaoing, right? Do you still want to fight me? The Emperor Zao, in red, called Jiuying back with an arrogant look on his face. Emperor Zao, it's too early for you to be happy. He's not dead yet. Jirumo snorted coldly. At that moment, Jiuying and the Emperor Zao, in red, both felt that something was amiss. Jiuying's body exploded with a loud boom. A crimson shadow rushed out from Jiuying's body. A few sharp claw shadows tore the Emperor Zao, in red, into 2 halves from head to toe. The blood turned into a snowy mist and filled the air. The Emperor Zao, in red, died in Feng Tian's hands just like that. He's quite troublesome to deal with. He actually caused me to lose a foxtail. However, after devouring his body, I should be able to make up for it quite a bit. Feng Tian, who had broken out from Jiuying's body, was still holding the Emperor Zao in red's torn body. The body of a divine beast was extremely tough. Furthermore, with the divine beast territory, it was almost impossible for Feng Tian to kill the Emperor Zao in red and the divine beast Jiuying. Feng Tian was also a cunning person. Therefore, he took the risk and entered Jiuying's body. Regardless of whether it was a divine beast or a demonic beast, the toughness of the internal body was greatly reduced compared to the external body. As expected, Feng Tian's attack succeeded. He licked the fresh flesh and felt a strong force entering his body. Only 2 foxtails were left behind Feng Tian's body. The celestial fox people were different from the other Bakar orcs. Celestial foxes' foxtails were a symbol of strength. However, generally speaking, celestial fox wouldn't easily show their foxtails to others. Only someone like Feng Tian, who was competitive and liked to be in the limelight, would completely expose his strength in front of his enemies. Speaking of these 3 foxtails, Feng Tian had obtained them after eating a celestial fox in the celestial fox people's tomb. That celestial fox people wasn't an ordinary celestial fox. Before he entered the celestial fox's tomb, he was an elder of the celestial fox people and had 3 tails. After going through countless difficulties and obstacles, he entered the celestial fox's tomb to find the celestial fox Sarira. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not find the celestial fox Sarira, but he also paid with his life. Just now, when Feng Tian was forced to the end of his strength, he suddenly detonated his lightning tail and blasted Jiuying into smithereens. The 2 foxtails he left behind were the Wind Tail, Acceleration Tail, and Evil Tail, Massacre Tail. Although he had eliminated Jiuying and the Emperor Zao in red, he had lost at least 1/3 of his strength. Put him down. A cold voice made Feng Tian stop his swallowing. TSK, I forgot that there's still one more. Feng Tian had previously focused all his attention on the Emperor Zao in red and the divine beast Jiuying. In comparison, Jirumo, who didn't have a demonic beast and didn't have a strong aura, was almost overlooked by him. Feng Tian turned around and caught sight of the person who spoke. It was actually a young man wearing a mask and had an elegant temperament. Who are you? I don't fight with nameless people. Feng Tian scanned Jirumo critically. He raised me, hand over his corpse. Although he didn't have any kinship with the Emperor Zao in red, Jirumo still couldn't sit back and watch as the Emperor Zao in red's corpse was devoured by Feng Tian. Jirumo felt that he had a certain degree of responsibility for the Emperor Zao in red being defeated by Feng Tian. If he hadn't used sun and moon shine together to save Yun Sheng, the Emperor Zhao in Red's divine beast Jiao wouldn't have been severely injured, and Feng Tian wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Could it be that your Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo? Feng Tian's interest was immediately piqued. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was also a famous person on the continent. If he could kill the Emperor Zhao in Red and Ji Rumo in succession, Feng Tian would undoubtedly become the top existence among the mages on the continent. Feng Tian was an extremely utilitarian person. When he was in the continent's magic elite camp, he was bent on becoming the first on the magic power list. However, he was thwarted by Yi Baiming and Yunsheng later on. All these years in Celestial Fox's tomb, his competitiveness and desire for revenge had also increased day by day. Especially after he obtained the evil tail, his methods of killing became even more ruthless. TSK. Since you're Peng Lai of Gojoseon, then you must die today. Feng Tian casually threw the Emperor Zhao in Red's corpse to the side and rubbed his fists, preparing to fight with Feng Tian. In Feng Tian's opinion, Ji Rumo's strength was still a far cry from the Emperor Zhao in Red's strength. Killing Ji Rumo was just a piece of cake. Ji Rumo's amber eyes darkened, and his sharp gaze landed on Feng Tian's two foxtails. If he didn't guess wrongly, the key to killing Feng Tian was his remaining two foxtails. There was a bug in the previous chapter. Hey Lin's level was the martial god. Thank you for your reminder. Chapter 1060. While Ji Rumo was still deep in thought, Feng Tian had already launched his attack. Peng Lai of Gojoseon died. Behind Feng Tian, the Tail of Speed stood up. Under the effect of the Tail of Speed, Feng Tian's speed, which was already very fast, suddenly increased by several times. Like an exploding arrow, he flew towards Ji Rumo. As he moved forward, the sharp beast claws on his left and right forelimbs were like two sharp knives that were aimed at Ji Rumo's chest and stabbed fiercely. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, one of the Wuji 5 annulus. If Peng Lai of Gojoseon died in his hands, did that mean that he could also enjoy the reputation of being one of the Wuji 5 annulus? In the future, he must obtain all the things that he, Feng Tian, did not obtain back then. Power, strength, reputation, and rights. He even began to imagine the wonderful feeling of the beast claws piercing through his flesh and gouging out Ji Rumo's heart. However, in the next moment, Feng Tian's expression changed drastically. Not only did he not manage to kill Ji Rumo as he wished, but he also missed. Ji Rumo appeared behind him. You're too slow. Ji Rumo's voice was still as calm as an ancient well, but there was a flicker in his eyes. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and there was already a small handful of beast fur in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the beast fur flew up like snowflakes. Only then did Feng Tian realize that a strand of hair was missing from the back of his head. When did that happen? Just when had he managed to dodge his attack, and even this seemingly harmless Peng Lai of Gojoseon was actually so terrifying. Could it be that his strength was even more terrifying than the Emperor Zhao in Red, who had been killed earlier? How could it be? How could a mage be stronger than a summoner? In the Boundless world, it was generally believed that summoners were stronger than mages. There was no other reason for this. In a situation where both parties were Saint Law emperors of similar strength, a summoner with a summoned beast would obviously be stronger than a magician without a magical beast. Ji Rumo had already understood this when he was still a child. Back then, when the Emperor Zhao in Red forced him to kill the mother beast that was feeding him, a fuse was planted in the young Ji Rumo's heart. He had told himself that he would not allow something like this to happen a second time. Therefore, he had to be strong, very strong. Only then could he protect the people or things that were important to him. He had indeed done it. His astounding talent in magic, which he could pick up immediately, had allowed him to grow rapidly over the years. It was just that he liked to keep a low profile, so he never revealed his true strength in front of others. Today, Feng Tian's provocation was the first time he revealed his strength without holding back. Ji Rumo died. Feng Tian was furious as he stared at Jiromo. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged forward once more. Fast, huh? Then he was faster than him. What made Feng Tian angry was that Jiromo had also dodged. Moreover, the movement technique that he used to dodge was actually the movement technique that Feng Tian used to attack him. Moreover, compared to Feng Tian, he used it more skillfully. How can this be? I actually can't catch up. Feng Tian couldn't figure out why he couldn't catch up to Jiromo's speed. He began to become irritable, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. But every time, Feng Tian couldn't succeed. He couldn't even touch the corner of Jiromo's clothes. Feng Tian's situation was 1,000 times worse than when he faced the divine beast earlier. Are you done? Then, try my counterattack. Under Jiromo's mask, there was an unexpected smile on his face. What's going on? Who is that person? When Yun Sheng and the others arrived, Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Jiromo were forcing Feng Tian to retreat. Feng Tian. That person is Feng Tian. Gufeng recognized Feng Tian. Ever since the Dutian Bloodstain crisis, Feng Tian's whereabouts were unknown. Some of the people in the mainland's magic elite camp mistakenly thought that Feng Tian had died, and some of them thought that Feng Tian had been kidnapped by the Bakr orcs. How could he suddenly appear near the Dutian Bloodstain? Moreover, it had only been 3 years. How did he become like this? The two foxtails behind Feng Tian looked particularly eye-catching. Senior brother, Chang Ximing cried out sorrowfully. Yun Sheng, Dong Wangling, and the others only just realized that the Emperor Zhao in red was actually dead. When they saw the red-clothed Summoner King's miserable death, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It looked like he was split into two by a heavy weapon, like a heavy axe. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't even have a complete corpse when he died. Only Yun Sheng was able to see that the Emperor Zhao in red wasn't killed by a sharp weapon. He was torn into two by the claws of a demonic beast. Feng Tian's hands were like the claws of a demonic beast. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao in red was killed by Feng Tian? Feng Tian could even kill the Emperor Zhao in red, who possessed a divine beast. Could it be that his strength had already reached such a level? Thinking back to the Celestial Fox's relic in her body, it seemed that the monster that came out from the Celestial Fox's tomb was Feng Tian. If she were to meet Feng Tian head-on, she didn't know what her chances of winning would be. TSK, the Emperor Zhao in red really died at the wrong time. Once he died, Yinsheng wouldn't be able to find a way to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing, from her amnesia. Yinsheng, it's so strange. Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Why is Xia Si Ming using the magic of our continent's magic elite camp? Dong Wanglinger looked at Jiromo, who was familiar with the various magic of the continent's magic elite camp, and was puzzled. Yinsheng took a few glances and was also slightly surprised. Although they were fighting, why did she have a feeling that Peng Lai of Gojoseon? Xia Si Ming was clearly toying with Feng Tian. Compared to Dong Wanglinger, Yinsheng's understanding and deciphering of magic was much higher. The few magic that Xia Si Ming used to deal with Feng Tian were the unique magic that Feng Tian was most proud of. The magic of the continent's magic elite camp was somewhat different from the magic of the temple. As a former Star Beacon student, many of Feng Tian's magic were unique. This feeling was very similar to displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, when Xia Si Ming used it, it was much more ingenious than Feng Tian's. This was undoubtedly an insult to the proud and arrogant Feng Tian. As Yinsheng looked at the two fighting, she thought to herself, Xia Si Ming, who looked like a modest and gentle gentleman, also has such a wicked hobby. It's like a cat toying with a mouse. After Yinsheng found out that Jiromo was Xiao Wenxiu, her impression of Peng Lai of Gojoseon also changed. However, this was the first time she saw Xiao Wenxiu like this. Bastard! Jiromo, you're insulting me. If Yinsheng could discover all kinds of tricks, how could Feng Tian not? Romo, is this person the one who killed Emperor Zhao? After witnessing the Emperor Zhao in red's death, Elder Si Ming was already filled with righteous indignation. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Tian with his own hands. Feng Tian also noticed that there were a few more people present. His gaze suddenly stopped on Yin Sheng. "It's you, Yin Sheng." Feng Tian revealed an ecstatic expression. Chapter 1061. The reason why Feng Tian was ecstatic was because he thought that since Yin Sheng was here, Yi Baiming must be nearby. "Feng Tian, I remember that we don't have much of a relationship. You don't have to speak as if we're very familiar with each other." Yin Sheng frowned. Yin Sheng didn't like Feng Tian when they were in the mainland's magic elite camp. Feng Tian boasted that he was #1 on the rookie potential list and had always been insufferably arrogant. However, after disappearing for 3 years and reappearing in front of the world, Yin Sheng felt that Feng Tian was even worse than before. His entire body was exuding a disgusting aura. When Yin Sheng saw him, she felt a chill seeping out of her bones. He wasn't a celestial fox, so why did he have the tail of a celestial fox? Things were a little strange. Looking at his body, he seemed to have undergone some mutation. However, Feng Tian completely ignored this. The way he looked at Yin Sheng was as if he was looking at glowing gold. "Where is Yi Baiming?" Feng Tian even ignored Peng Lai of Gojoseon. His eyes flashed with a strange thirst. If Yin Sheng didn't know that her Yi Baiming was a 100% straight man, she would have thought that Yi Baiming and Feng Tian were having an affair just by looking at Feng Tian's gaze. It was fine if he didn't mention Yi Baiming, but the moment he mentioned Yi Baiming, Yin Sheng recalled the roar of that stinky fox Yi Baiming earlier. Women shouldn't interfere in men's matters, right? Then she would ignore him and let him fend for himself. She didn't know how the fight between Yi Baiming and Duga Xiu ended. Yin Sheng snorted in her heart. Why should she care so much? Those two idiots who only knew how to fight. How would I know where he is? Yin Sheng snapped. Feng Tian had been sealed in Celestial Fox's tomb for 3 years. He didn't know anything that happened in the outside world. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as I catch you, Yi Baiming will definitely come looking for me." Feng Tian chuckled. He arched his body, leaped into the air, and grabbed Yin Sheng's neck without warning. Yin Sheng was already prepared. Her figure swayed strangely, and she actually slid a few meters away, trying to dodge the claw attack. Feng Tian didn't expect that as a mage, Yin Sheng would be so sharp. However, Feng Tian's reaction wasn't slow either. He watched as Yin Sheng dodged, and the 2 foxtails behind him strangely grew longer. From the original tens of centimeters, they suddenly became tens of meters long. Although the foxtails had grown a lot longer, it didn't seem clumsy at all. They were like 2 arms that suddenly grew out of Feng Tian, wrapping around Yin Sheng's neck and waist respectively. The strings of Yin Sheng's 1,000-year-old ice harp were made from Hu Jiuxing's hair. Celestial Fox's hair was also an excellent material for refining weapons. The higher the cultivation level of a Celestial Fox, the tougher the hair would be. Feng Tian's 2 foxtails were from a 3-tailed Celestial Fox. If he used force to whip them, they would be able to break gold and crush stones. The 2 foxtails were like 2 spiritual snakes baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were about to attack. He was really showing off in front of Guan Yu. A Celestial Fox that mutated by eating Celestial Fox's flesh actually uses foxtails in front of her, a genuine Celestial Fox. "You're courting death." In a fit of anger, Yin Sheng suddenly opened her eyes. Her pitch-black eyes were like burning angry suns that pierced into Feng Tian's eyes. Feng Tian's eyeballs hurt violently, as if they were burned by fire. His vision turned black, and he reflexively used his forelimbs to cover his eyes. At this moment, Feng Tian's movement technique was also affected, and he obviously slowed down. Just as Feng Tian blocked her eyes, Yin Sheng's long black hair fluttered in the wind. "Celestial Fox Coil, tempered," Yin Sheng shouted, and the first Celestial Fox inheritance was activated. Her long hair, which was originally as soft as black silk, was injected with the power of the Jade Marrow technique. Her hair suddenly straightened, and like countless steel needles, they flew toward Feng Tian. Although Feng Tian, who was half human and half beast, could not see clearly. His hearing was not affected. When he heard the unusual sound of the wind, Feng Tian knew that something was wrong. He and Yunsheng were originally from the same sect. He knew that although this woman looked harmless, she was actually cunning and was not inferior to Yi Baiming. He thought that Yunsheng would use a hidden weapon to attack him. His body sank suddenly as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. Feng Tian's feet forcefully created a hole in the ground that was enough to accommodate half of a person's body. He lowered his body and barely dodged the Celestial Fox's attack. The Celestial Fox's coil brushed past Feng Tian's scalp. It was like an extremely fierce flying knife. Feng Tian only felt that his head was lighter and half of his hair had been cut off by the Celestial Fox's coil. "Come back." Yinsheng's eyes moved slightly. The Celestial Fox's coil seemed to have eyes as it turned back. It was as if he had been pierced by thousands of needles, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Feng Tian staggered and covered his shoulder in a sorry state. There were many wounds on his left shoulder. Blood kept flowing out from the gaps between his beast claws. "If you want to use me to threaten Yi Baiming, you should consider your own weight first. With just this little ability, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." The corners of Yun Sheng's mouth curled up as she wiped the blood at the end of her hair. You're a celestial fox?" Feng Tian felt the origin power of his race from Yun Sheng's body. However, compared to him, the power of the celestial fox in Yun Sheng's body was purer. Therefore, the power of the celestial fox inheritance she released was also more astonishing. So what if I am? Yunsheng didn't seem to like the celestial fox bloodline in her body. It was also this bloodline that caused her and Yi Baiming to go through so many twists and turns. However, since it was the truth, she wouldn't hide it or deny it. Yunsheng's body indeed had half of the celestial fox bloodline in it. Haha, even the heavens want to help me. You actually have a celestial fox bloodline that I've been dreaming of. I want your body. Feng Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yun Sheng greedily. That frightening and almost paranoid appearance caused Dongwang Linger to involuntarily shiver. Feng Tian was a human. He forcefully swallowed the body of the three-tailed celestial fox, which resulted in his current appearance that was neither a human nor a fox. Different from the attitude of ordinary humans towards Bakra orcs, not only did Feng Tian not hate the bloodline of the celestial fox, but he also enjoyed the benefits that the bloodline of the Bakra orcs brought to him. A portion of the celestial fox bloodline allowed his understanding of magic and the strength of his body to greatly increase. Bakra orcs also had a longer lifespan than humans. Feng Tian wanted to become a Bakra orcs, but he couldn't truly become a celestial fox. He found a celestial fox secret record on the body of the three-tailed celestial fox. It was written that if a human wanted to become a celestial fox, they only needed to swallow the heart of a living celestial fox, then head to the 8 wilderness beast god altar to receive baptism. After that, they would be able to become a true celestial fox. It was just that Feng Tian was unable to find a celestial fox. He didn't expect that Yunsheng was a celestial fox. It was truly effortless. Chapter 1062. Your heart, I want it. Why did Feng Tian's words sound so weird? Was this a confession of love, a provocation, or a declaration of war? At first glance, everyone thought that Feng Tian was confessing his love to Yunsheng. Feng Tian wanted Yunsheng's heart because he wanted to become the real celestial fox. Only he knew about this matter. It was inevitable that others would misunderstand. Bah. You're a dead beast that hasn't even grown hair yet. Little Master is Yi Baiming, in the past, present, and future. As for other people, not only can they not touch her, they can't even think about it. Ba Sheep was so agitated that it jumped in front of Yunsheng with a whoosh, trying its best to stop Feng Tian from coveting its master. These words were taught several times by the gold coin. Only then did Ba Sheep remember them. Ba Sheep thought in its heart, since it was so attentive, it should at least get another king-tier soul stone for the Chilin Brat. Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Abandon, who were at the side, felt sour in their hearts when they heard this. Yun Sheng's demonic beast was very picky, but it was very protective of Yi Baiming. It must have been taught by Yun Sheng. Kiss Sheep's words instantly eased the situation that was on the verge of eruption. Dong Wangling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Feng Tian, don't have any ideas about Yun Sheng. She's not easy to bully. Dong Wanglinger's words had a hidden meaning. Feng Tian might not know, but Dong Wanglinger knew very well that Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, and Abandon, who had a crush on Yun Sheng. Even if Yi Baiming wasn't here, Feng Tian would still have a hard time if the two of them joined forces. Feng Tian belatedly realized that something was wrong. Oh no, did these people think that he liked that woman, Yun Sheng? Feng Tian was most interested in cultivation. He had never looked at women in the eye before, not to mention that the other party was Yun Sheng, a woman who had made him suffer several times. He admitted that Yun Sheng's appearance was not bad, but this woman's temperament was not something that everyone could tolerate. Beneath the jade mask, Peng Lai of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Abandonment gripped his magic scepter tightly. Feng Tian felt a chill. Before he could turn around, a golden light shot out from behind him. That golden light came suddenly, and Feng Tian was not on guard yet. Suddenly, he felt his foxtail being pulled by something. In the next second, Feng Tian's body suddenly flew into the air like a kite with a string. Then, a beautiful arc appeared. Bang! There was a series of earth-shaking collisions. Behind Feng Tian, the speed tail that represented speed and reaction was actually uprooted. His body was thrown to the ground fiercely, and a big hole was smashed in the ground. Cough, cough. Feng Tian crawled out of the big hole with difficulty. His appearance could no longer be described as simply ugly. Dust curled up, and what he saw was a golden demonic beast. It was a demonic beast that looked like a golden eagle. Its entire body was covered with fine golden scales, and its golden eyes were burning with the flames of battle. This demonic beast, just standing there, already gave people an invisible pressure. My speedtail, bastard, give me back my foxtail. Feng Tian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Feng Tian had already lost a lightning tail, and now he had lost another speed tail. He had lost 2 of his 3 tails, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Roar! Gold Coin roared at Yun Sheng. It turned out that after he and Yun Sheng parted on bad terms in Peng Lai, Gold Coin had found the Blood Dutian realm by relying on the secret signals he had left behind along the way. As soon as he entered the Blood Realm, he found that there was something wrong with the Blood Realm. The Dutian blood seal had collapsed, and countless evil auras were escaping in all directions. Yi Baiming knew that something was wrong, and he rushed all the way to the Dutian blood seal. When he arrived, he happened to hear Feng Tian insulting Yun Sheng. He didn't even dislike his woman. This inhumane thing actually dared to pick on Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming also recognized the Golden Shilin. This person was Feng Tian. Feng Tian was different from before. His strength had improved a lot. But so what if he had improved? He could defeat Feng Tian in the past, and today he could still defeat him in every second. Baba, are you scared now? My dear master is a married man. How dare you covet her heart? Dollar, bite him. Rip off his last tail, Baby Sheep said excitedly. Only then did Feng Tian understand that the beast kept attacking him because it misunderstood that he liked Yun Sheng. Feng Tian had never encountered such a troublesome magical beast. This guy was so cunning, as if he had stolen his wife. Feng Tian naturally didn't know that Gold Coin was Yi Baiming. He thought that Gold Coin was just a magical beast sent by Yi Baiming to protect Yun Sheng. What covet? I want to eat her heart. Who would like such a sinister and cunning woman? Only a fool would like such a woman. Before Feng Tian could finish speaking, Gold Coin suddenly jumped forward, and a claw wind fell. Feng Tian could feel that the wind created by Dollar's claws was almost touching his skin as it slid past him. It would have been better if Feng Tian didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that there were 2 more eyes staring at him. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, Abandon, and Gold Coin all stared at Feng Tian. This guy didn't know that he had offended all 3 of them with his words. The two men and the beast scolded in their hearts at the same time. You're the fool. Your whole family are fools. Daring to belittle Yun Sheng was equivalent to belittling them. Feng Tian, your competition with this king isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going? Peng Lai of Gojoseon, who had planned to watch from the sidelines, raised the magic scepter in his hand. Crackle, 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 several light magic were unceremoniously parried. Feng Tian, I wanted to learn a few moves from you when we were in the magic elite camp. Let's do it now. A green shadow flashed, and Abandon also joined the battle. For a moment, 4 shadows intertwined. A golden shadow, that was Gold Coin. A green shadow, that was Abandon. A purple shadow, that was Peng Lai of Gojoseon. And the one who was surrounded in the middle and treated as a human sandbag was Feng Tian. Goofing, aren't they being too much a bully? Dongwang Linger actually sympathized with Feng Tian a little. A little. But who asked that bastard to say bad things about Yin Sheng? Goofing snorted. Then, in the future, if someone also says that about me, will you fight for me like them? Dongwang Linger waited for Goofing's answer with anticipation. I want to, but you know my strength. Goofing's face turned red. Dongwang Linger snorted and turned her head away, unwilling to pay attention to Goofing. Bang! Feng Tian was hit by Gold Coin's claw again. When he dodged, he accidentally inhaled Abandon's poisonous fog again. Peng Lai of Gojoseon cast another light magic. He was hit by 3 moves in a row, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 1063. Gold Coin, Peng Lai of Gojoseon, and Abandon. Any one of these 3 would be extremely unlucky. Feng Tian was entangled by these 3 people, and his end could be imagined. Those who dare to speak ill of Yin Sheng could only be described as courting death. Bo, my dear master, you should be happy. The 3 of them are fighting for you. Bo Sheep saw that Feng Tian was beaten and was very happy. Bo, tell me, what benefits did you get from Night Fox? Yin Sheng felt that something was wrong. How did he Biming find her whereabouts so quickly? Coupled with the fact that the kissing sheep had sneakily disappeared from time to time on the way here, Yin Sheng knew that her natal magical beast had been bribed by someone. Yin Sheng pressed Bo Sheep with one hand, and the other hand pulled Bo Sheep's wings. Bo, my dear master, please don't kill me. Please forgive me. Bo Sheep howled, but was frightened by Yin Sheng's gaze. Bo Sheep was so scared that its howl was stuck in its throat. Bo, to be honest, Bo received a little benefit from the Chillin' Boy. It's just a few king-level beast soul stones. Bo didn't do it on purpose. Bo just wanted to quickly take up the post and recover my strength as a world god so that I can help master. Bo painfully handed over a few soul stones. It had a sullen look, and that pair of wings drooped listlessly. It had a miserable look that had nothing to live for. Yin Sheng's hand paused in midair, and her heart was moved. Bo Sheep wanted to help her. Yin Sheng had many magical beasts, and all of them had decent strength. Although Bo Sheep was her natal beast, its strength seemed to be the weakest. Bo was arrogant on the surface, but it was very dissatisfied in its heart. It thought that as long as it could find enough king-level beast soul stones, it could become a real world god one day. Silly Bo, if you want anything in the future, just ask me. Even if your master is not strong enough now, one day, I won't be worse than Night Fox. Yin Sheng let go of Bo's wings and rubbed its soft fur. It felt good to the touch. Bo loves master the most. However, that Chillin' brat already said that you shouldn't bicker with him. He said that all of his things belong to you, master. Bo, you can take anyone you want. Bo's eyes lit up, and he put on a fawning expression. Yin Sheng's face was burning. She glanced at Dollar, who was still besieging Feng Tian with Jirumo and Abandon. He had no idea that he had been betrayed by a heartless universe god. Night Fox actually said that. Cough. I have to clarify something first. Night Fox's things are mine. Your master's things are still his. Regardless of whether you are a woman or a mother beast, you must remember that property is independent. Only then can there be happiness. Yinsheng brainwashed Bobo. When a certain world god heard this, it was as if he had been enlightened. Many years later, when Bobo became a world god in the mortal world, the first thing he did was to plunder all of a certain world god's property. The fact that the master was not right and the beast was not right started from Yinsheng and Bobo, this pair of heartless summoner and beast. On Yinsheng's side, she was chatting with Bobo and relaxed. On the other side, Feng Tian was already in danger. You're going too far. Do you think that I, Feng Tian, am easy to bully? I'll let you know how powerful my evil tail is. Feng Tian was forced to retreat. His throat rolled, and the last foxtail behind him emitted a dark light. Feng Tian let out a long roar, and a black light pillar suddenly burst out from his mouth. Wherever the light pillar went, the evil aura in the blood world seemed to be attracted and rushed into the light pillar. He inhaled like a whale and swallowed all the evil aura into his stomach. As the evil aura increased, Feng Tian's body also changed. Rip! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Feng Tian's slender magician figure suddenly changed. The muscles on his limbs swelled up as if they were inflated. His muscles tore his clothes, and his entire person actually grew several times taller. In an instant, he became a mutated celestial fox that was 10 meters tall. With every step he took, the ground would shake violently. His fists also became like 2 stone millstones. He shook towards the sky, and the powerful force of his fist actually shattered the air. After transforming, the 3-tailed celestial fox was still somewhat difficult to deal with. Ji Rumo just arrived. Murderous fist. Feng Tian was actually not afraid at all as he punched out. The murderous fist was a celestial fox inheritance that Feng Tian comprehended after he mutated. It was between a combat skill and magic. As it was not a celestial fox, the murderous fist also had a huge flaw. The advantage of the murderous fist was that its power was astonishing. The disadvantage was that once he absorbed too much evil aura, Feng Tian would lose control. If he used it too many times, Feng Tian would completely become a killing machine. Feng Tian, who was well aware of this, originally only wanted to use the murderous fist when he fought with Yi Baiming, who knew that before he met Yi Baiming, he would encounter this beast and 2 people first. He had no choice but to use the murderous fist. What made Feng Tian even more depressed was that he didn't even know why he was being beaten up. These people completely disregarded the rules and attacked him together. Feng Tian couldn't figure out how he had offended them. As soon as the fist wind arrived, Ji Rumo paused slightly. A light shield that was as tall as a person appeared in front of him. Clang! It was like 2 rocks colliding. An obvious dent appeared in the light shield. However, it still managed to block Feng Tian's punch. As soon as the dent appeared, the light elements quickly repaired it. How could this be? Feng Tian didn't expect that even his most powerful killing move would fail. However, Feng Tian didn't even have time to hesitate. Magic poison rope. Abandoned also saw the opportunity and released a magic poison fog. The poison fog suddenly turned into a rope and trapped Feng Tian. Jindu bent his forelimbs, and divine light flashed on his right forelimb. On his right forelimb, the divine pattern of the halberd of the divine battle god flashed, and in an instant, it broke through the phoenix fist. Like a spiral, it suddenly broke through Feng Tian's chest. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A soul stone broke out of his body. Before anyone could react, a pink shadow flew over with a whoosh. Bobo, Chilin boy, Bobo wants this soul stone. Bobo was quick to react and snatched the 3-tailed celestial fox's soul stone. The reason why Feng Tian could become a mutated celestial fox was because of the celestial fox soul stone in his body. As soon as the soul stone left his body, Feng Tian became that weak mage again. His tyrannical body shrank and quickly withered. You? Feng Tian stared at Jindu, who had already fallen to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. He saw a sense of familiarity in Jindu's eyes. Similarly arrogant, similarly disdainful, this golden demonic beast was actually Chapter 1064. Could this demonic beast in front of him be Yi Biming? However, before Feng Tian could voice out his suspicions, his already damaged body fell to the ground, forever losing the chance to compete with Yi Biming. Phew, he's finally dead. It's just a three-tailed celestial fox, and it's already so powerful. Then, wouldn't a real celestial fox be invincible? Dong Linger heaved a sigh of relief, but then she realized that she had misspoken. Elder Si Ming's expression instantly became serious, and his gaze towards Yun Sheng also became filled with hostility. Feng Tian killed the Emperor Zhao in red. In Elder Si Ming's eyes, Yun Sheng, who was also a celestial fox, was also an accomplice. After Gold Coin killed Feng Tian, he walked to Yun Sheng's side with a fawning expression. However, Yun Sheng snorted and pulled back the sheep, leaving Gold Coin behind. Yi Biming, the Golden Qilin, was suspicious. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the little wildcat? Could it be that she found out something? Feng Tian had completely destroyed the Dutian blood seal. After a round of inspection, Elder Si Ming concluded that the Dutian blood seal couldn't be repaired. This made Ji Rumo heave a sigh of relief. Elder Si Ming finally wouldn't yell at Yun Sheng anymore. Since the Dutian blood seal couldn't be repaired, the only way left was to redraw the magic array. Although the fifth priest was dead, the sky of the Dutian blood seal was already corroded by a large amount of evil aura. It was like a sieve with countless holes. The space barrier between the boundless continent and the 8 desolate continent was unprecedentedly weak. The army of the Bakra orcs could launch the next round of attack at any time. Although I don't have a way to rebuild the Dutian blood seal, I believe that as long as Rumo and I have some time, we will definitely be able to find a way. Elder Si Ming was still very confident about this. He and Ji Rumo had a lot of magic books on hand, plus he had already informed the continent's magic elite camp. He believed that if they searched the ancient books together, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Time was of the essence. The more time passed, the more likely the next wave of Bakra orcs would arrive. No one knew who would come after the fifth priest. Therefore, he had to find a new magic array to replace the Dutian blood seal as soon as possible. If a new spell was discovered, it would be impossible to solve it in a short period of time. After some discussion, they decided to set up camp near the Dutian relay station. Although Feng Tian's death was his own fault, he was still a student of the mainland's magic elite camp. Sister Lan collected his body and cremated it. After a few days, she would send his ashes back to his teacher. Feng Tian was an orphan, and the only place that could bury him was the continent's magic elite camp. After the collapse of the Dutian blood seal, the people from the various major powers arrived one after another. With so many people, other than the injured who were placed in the better guest rooms of the relay station, the majority of the people could only sleep in the empty space outside the relay station. Yun Sheng, Ling and Sister Lan stayed in a certain tent. Because she was still in a cold war with Yi Biming, Yun Sheng unceremoniously kicked Yi Biming out of the tent. The pitiful dollar could only stay outside the tent and roar in dissatisfaction from time to time. Because they were worried that the blood cloud beast would appear at night, they arranged for people to take turns to be on duty at night. In the middle of the night, Yun Sheng woke up and discovered that Ling was gone. Yun Sheng teleported and left the tent. Outside the tent, Dollar was no longer there. Yun Sheng was slightly disappointed. She looked around outside and discovered that Dongwang Ling was sitting beside an illumination magic array. She seemed to be in a daze. Linger, what's wrong? Yun Sheng walked toward Linger. Under the illumination magic array, Dongwang Ling's eyebrows were knitted together. Clearly visible tear stains could be seen at the corner of her eyes. Nothing. Hearing Yun Sheng's voice, Dongwang Ling hurriedly covered up her tears. Is it because of Gufeng? Yun Sheng also noticed that Dongwang Ling seemed to have fallen out with Gufeng. The two of them were quarrelsome lovers. However, every time Dongwang Ling had a conflict with Gufeng, she never shed a tear. This time, it was because of Dongwang Ling. I've thought it through. Gufeng and I can't be together anymore. Dongwang Ling, I have been thinking about this problem for an entire night already. It was true that she liked Gufeng very much. However, Gufeng's cowardly character had disappointed her time and time again. Especially today, Dong Ling had completely given up on Yi Shiwen. Gufeng is a light magician. Unlike other magicians, he can't go into battle and kill the enemy. However, he can save people. You also know that this is a different way of fighting. Ling, you can't be blinded by hatred. I know that you want to find a man who can help you take revenge. However, you can't give up on Gufeng, who is truly good to you, just because of hatred. Yin Sheng persuaded Ling Yin Sheng, you are not me. You won't be able to understand how much responsibility I have on my shoulders. I am going to inherit the throne of the Eastern Empress. My brother has already become like that. He is no longer able to inherit the throne. Mother hopes that I can find a husband who can help me in both literature and martial arts. Gufeng is not suitable for me. Dong Ling had already made up her mind. No matter how Yin Sheng tried to persuade her, it was useless. Yin Sheng still wanted to say something. However, Dong Ling wasn't willing to say anything anymore. Yin Sheng, I have already made up my mind. It's my turn to keep watch. You should also rest early. Dong Ling stood up and left without turning her head back. Yin Sheng didn't leave immediately. She sighed and said, Gufeng, come out. From a moment Yin Sheng found Dong Ling, she had already noticed Gufeng, who was hiding in a corner not too far away. This brat most probably found Dong Ling before her. It's just that he saw that Ling was still angry and didn't dare to show himself. Gufeng should have heard every single word that Dong Ling said to him. This brat, right now, his eyes are red and his nose is red. That look of his is both pitiful and infuriating. Yin Sheng, Ling really doesn't want me anymore. After night fell, Gufeng didn't sleep well. He also knew that his answer in the day had made Ling sad. However, he didn't expect that Ling would actually want to separate from him. Gufeng, you have already heard Ling words clearly. Don't be too sad. Ling is just angry for a moment. Perhaps she will be fine after a while. Yin Sheng didn't know what to say. She wasn't good at dealing with emotional matters. Otherwise, the matter between her and Night Fox wouldn't have caused such a huge mess. Gufeng and Ling were both her good friends. She didn't want to see either of them get hurt. However, if Ling really became the Empress of the Eastern Emperor, Gufeng would indeed not be a suitable candidate for her husband. Yin Sheng, thank you for comforting me. I know what to do now. Gufeng smiled bitterly. He understood that Yin Sheng was comforting him. Ling was going to find a new husband. She wouldn't turn back anymore. Empress Dowager Situ didn't like him. This was something that Gufeng already knew long ago. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. Gufeng hung his head dejectedly and walked away step by step. Yin Sheng looked at Gufeng's back view and then looked up at the Dutian blood realm that was filled with hostility. There was a heavy feeling in her heart that was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if something was about to happen. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes. Chapter 1065. After separating from Yin Sheng, Gufeng didn't feel sleepy at all. He had no choice but to walk around the vicinity of the magic tent. The cold night wind made his thoughts even more chaotic. He only felt that his legs were filled with lead, and every step he took was incomparably difficult. Dong Ling's words kept echoing in his mind. He's not suitable for me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Because he's a trash magician who doesn't know anything, Ling can't accept him. The bad things that happened to Gufeng in the past, from being bullied when he was young, to going to the temple, to going to the magic academy. Gufeng buried the worst memories in the depths of his memory, reminded him again and again like mosquitoes that couldn't be chased away. Why? Because he's a light magician, unable to protect Ling, unable to protect his friends. Every time when Ling and his friends were in danger, the only thing he could do was to hide in the back. Gufeng didn't hate Ling. He understood Ling. Dong Ling loved him. This was something that Gufeng firmly believed. However, as the future empress of the Eastern continent, love wasn't everything. Since Ling has already made her choice, I should also make my own choice. Goofing took a deep breath. His footsteps stopped in front of tent. The tent was still lit. Goofing stopped outside the tent. You're here. That was the voice of Ji Rumo of Peng Lai of Gojoseon. No matter when, Ji Rumo's voice was always like this. It was 30% polite and 70% respectful. Even if it was someone who was meeting him for the first time, he wouldn't receive any invitation from the owner of this voice. That voice seemed to be waiting for a friend who came from afar. Goofing was no exception. After hearing that voice, he walked into the tent. Ji Rumo was Xiao Wenshu. Inside the tent, the light from the illuminating magic array was like a firefly, making Xiao Wenshu's eyes shine like stars. Goofing was momentarily dazed by Xiao Wenshu's jade-like face. Although he had long heard of Xiao Wenshu's great name, this was the first time Goofing had personally met Xiao Wenshu. As one of the rare light mages on the continent, the treatment Xiao Wenshu and Gu Feng received was as different as heaven and earth. Goofing came from a poor family, but Xiao Wenshu came from the Dharma Temple. Goofing's aptitude was mediocre, and the light magic he knew could only be used for healing or defense. However, Xiao Wenshu was adept at both offense and defense, and his medical skills were unparalleled in the world. In front of Xiao Wenshu, Goofing felt like he couldn't raise his head. However, Goofing still mustered up his courage and came to find Xiao Wenshu. Xia Siming, you should have noticed that I am a light mage. I will learn powerful light magic from you. As long as he was as powerful as Xiao Wenshu, Empress Dowager Sidu wouldn't dislike him, and Ling wouldn't be separated from him. What you need isn't powerful light magic. What you need is a heart of self-respect. Xiao Wenshu's words made Gu Feng stare blankly. Xia Siming, are you saying that you will teach me offensive light magic? Gu Feng had already placed his last shred of hope on Xiao Wenshu. Everyone's magic talent is predestined. If it's fated, it will be there. If it's not fated, don't force it. Goofing, I can give you a heart of self-respect and let you win everyone's respect. However, in return, you will have to pay the price. Xiao Wenshu looked at Goofing with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Win everyone's respect? Goofing had the urge to laugh out loud. Apart from healing magic, what else did he, Goofing, have that was worthy of other people's respect? However, when he thought of Dongwang Ling disappointed expression, Goofing felt a surge of hot blood in his body. Xia Siming, I beg of you, let me win everyone's respect. Goofing was practically begging Xiao Wenshu. Use your life in exchange. One life in exchange for the lives of the people of the boundless world. Xiao Wenshu looked straight at Goofing. Life? Goofing shivered. Xiao Wenshu, who was standing in front of him, was still so modest and polite. However, his gaze was so cold that Goofing couldn't help but shiver. Xia Siming, don't joke around. I'm afraid of death the most. I can't take this kind of joke. Goofing didn't know what Xia Siming's intentions were. I'm not joking. Goofing, do you still remember what Elder Siming said during the day when everyone was discussing the matter of the Dutian blood seal? We are all looking for a way to create a new magic array. In order to find a way to replace the Dutian blood seal, Xiao Wenshu spent the entire night searching ancient magic books. However, after searching through all the ancient books, he didn't find any magic array that could be comparable to the Dutian blood seal. It was only when he was looking at the handwritten letter of one of the experts of the 8 Desolaces, the first Dharma god of the Dharma Temple, who was also the owner of the Dharma bracelet, that he saw a very inconspicuous sentence. Blood seal collapse, radiance descends. The weakest is the strongest. The radiance descends here refers to light magicians. In the entire camp, only you and I can be considered as true light magicians. The weakest is the strongest, and it's referring to you. Xiao Wenshu's words left Goofing speechless. The first Dharma god of the Dharma Temple was no stranger to any magician on the mainland. The first Dharma god not only created the Dharma bracelet, one of the artifacts of the 8 Desolaces, but he also had another identity as the first arbiter of the Dharma Temple. His ability to predict the future was second to none in the Boundless Continent at that time. But, Xia Siming, I don't know anything. The only thing I can use is my heavenly sphere of light, Goofing mumbled. He had no idea how to repair or create a magic array that could be comparable to the Dutian Blood Seal and stabilize the Dutian Blood Seal again. Heavenly sphere of light? This is also light magic? Xiao Wenchu's eyes lit up. It's my personal esoteric magic. Goofing smiled for the first time. He was a failure as a person, and the only thing he could use was the heavenly sphere of light. Even Xiao Wenchu had never heard of this magic that Yun Sheng and the others called the strongest defense magic. Oh, show it to me. Goofing couldn't wait to release the heavenly sphere of light as soon as Xiao Wenchu spoke. A magic heavenly sphere that was shaped like a sphere and contained rich magic power enveloped Goofing. As Goofing moved, the heavenly sphere also moved. Not only that, but Goofing could also expand and shrink the sphere according to his personal preferences. Do you use a lot of magic power when you use this magic? Quite a lot at first, but after I broke through to become a sky magician, it decreased by a lot. Using it like this, as long as I don't get attacked, it doesn't use any magic power. Goofing's face was indeed very calm. Xiao Wenchu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even with his many years of experience in magic, he couldn't imitate Goofing's magic in such a short time. There was actually magic in this world that he couldn't imitate. Was this all fate? Xiao Wenchu sighed. Chapter 1066. Xiao Wenchu had clairvoyance. The moment he saw Gu Feng, Xiao Wenchu knew that there was something unusual about this seemingly honest and weak light sorcerer. After returning to the Dutian relay station, Xiao Wenchu asked Yunsheng about Gu Feng's fate. After learning about it, Xiao Wenchu made a deduction and came to the conclusion. Gu Feng was Yunsheng's good friend. According to Yunsheng, Gu Feng was only a sky sorcerer. How could a sorcerer with such a cultivation level be able to draw a new magic array? The Dutian Blood Seal was the strongest magic array drawn by the 8 masters using the blood of the 8 leaders of the Bakar Orcs. It had existed for almost 10,000 years and had always been the natural barrier between the Boundless and the Banglands. How could a mere sky sorcerer be comparable to the 8 masters and the leaders of the Banglands? Xiao Wenchu couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He had originally planned to discuss it with Gu Feng after the Heavenly Mandate, but he never expected that Gu Feng would come knocking on his door at night. Xiao Wenchu took advantage of the situation and asked about Gu Feng's cultivation level. What surprised Xiao Wenchu even more was that even he could not imitate the light sorcery that Gu Feng was most proficient in. Xiao Wenchu's silence made Gu Feng feel strange. I already understand what Lord Fazan meant. I'm afraid the key to the magic array that we have been looking for is on you. You are the savior of the Boundless. Xiao Wenchu's words made Gu Feng dumbfounded. Savior? Oh my God. He was the savior of the Boundless? If these words did not come from Xiao Wenchu's mouth, Gu Feng would have laughed out loud. But in front of Xiao Wenchu, Gu Feng did not dare to do so. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had just entered the Magic Academy. His stuttering problem had actually resurfaced. Xia Siming, don't scare me. Such a big hat will crush me to death. Xiao Wenchu did not say anything and only stared at Gu Feng. Gu Feng felt guilty under his stare and stammered. Xia Siming, are you telling the truth? Although he asked this question, Gu Feng could guess that Xia Siming was not joking. Perhaps a lot of people don't know that the Dutian Blood Seal is actually a light magic array. Its origin is very similar to the origin of your ball of light of heaven. Xiao Wenchu and Chang Ximing had only discovered it after the Blood Seal had collapsed. The evil energy in the Dutian Blood Beast world was the most evil and filthy power in the world. If he wanted to seal the evil aura, he could only use a special light magic array of the opposite attribute. This kind of special light magical array had to meet 2 conditions. First, it had to have an extremely strong defensive power. It had to be able to withstand the attack of a large amount of evil energy from both inside and outside the seal. The other condition was that the magic array had to consume very little energy. In the absence of the Octotera divine artifact, the fewer magic arrays there were, the longer they could last. Gufeng's heavenly ball of light just so happened to fulfill these two conditions. The more Gu Feng listened, the less confident he became. Xia Ximing, there's still something I don't understand. Magic arrays are dead, but I'm a human. I could try to maintain the heavenly ball of light, but I can't stay in the blood world forever, right? As a light magician, Gu Feng naturally disliked a place like the blood world that was full of killing and evil energy. Every time he went on an adventure, he would try to hide as much as he could. From what Xiao Wenshu said, if the heavenly ball of light could really stabilize the Dutian blood world, wouldn't he have to stay in the blood world forever? That's right. Once you draw a new magic array, you'll have to stay in the blood realm for the rest of your life until the moment your life comes to an end. Xiao Wenshu's last sentence made Gu Feng's mind explode. Stay here forever? Then wouldn't he be able to see Ling, Yin Sheng, and abandon them? Would he also become a monster like Feng Tian? I am sorry, Xia Ximing. I can't promise you that. Gu Feng subconsciously refused. He was worried that Xiao Wenshu would make things difficult for him again, so he hurriedly ran out. Xiao Wenshu didn't chase after him. A strange light flashed in his amber eyes. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be lamenting. If it could be changed so easily, then it wouldn't be fate. Outside the tent, footsteps could be heard. Elder Si Ming walked in. Wenshu, did you find anything new? Seeing Elder Si Ming's anxious expression, Xiao Wenshu thought for a while and shook his head. Elder Si Ming, who was originally full of hope, sighed. The night was as cold as water. After Gu Feng left Xia Ximing's tent, his thoughts were even more chaotic. He returned to the camp and went to sleep in his clothes. That night, he had a lot of messy dreams. One moment, Xiao Wenshu turned into an evil spirit and forced him to use his blood as a sacrifice to draw a new magic array. Another moment, Xiao Wenshu turned into Linger. Her face was cold. Gu Feng, it's impossible between us. You're a coward. What I want is a great hero who can save the entire boundless world. After a while, Gu Feng returned to the small mountain village in his hometown. The originally verdant mountain village was now littered with corpses. The blood cloud beast was wreaking havoc everywhere. He watched as his youngest sister was swallowed alive by a blood cloud beast. Gu Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He sat up stiffly. The sky was already bright, and Qi was looking at him worriedly. Gu Feng, I've heard about Ling. She got up early in the morning and met Yin Sheng, who had just returned from meditating. He learned about the conflict between Gu Feng and Ling, from Yin Sheng. All this time, Qi had been envious of Gu Feng. Although he was ugly, he had parents in Ling whom he admired. Qi couldn't ask for more. However, only Qi knew how deep Gu Feng's love for Ling was. Gu Feng's love for Ling was even more intense than his love for Yin Sheng. If he really separated from Ling, Gu Feng wouldn't be able to accept anyone else for the rest of his life. Gee, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. By the way, did they come up with a new magic array? Gu Feng was worried that Xia Ximing had already told the others about him. Fortunately, Qi Ming's answer made him feel relieved. There's no progress. It's not easy to fix a new magic array. If you're fine, get up quickly. There are some injured people outside who need your help. Xia Ximing is busy looking for a new magic array, and Yun Sheng is the only healer. She's too busy outside. Qi Ming came to find Gu Feng because he needed his help. Injured people? Didn't they already get treated yesterday? Why are there so many injured people all of a sudden? Gu Feng got up and left the camp for the relay station. Chapter 1067. Gu Feng and Abandon arrived at the relay station. They realized that a large number of temporary sheds had been built outside the relay station overnight. There were many injured people lying inside, and they were groaning in pain. Their injuries varied, but most of them were innocent civilians who didn't know magic or Do Qi. There were also some elderly, women, and children. Ordinary people who were affected by the evil aura would have a high fever that wouldn't subside, and in serious cases, they would fall into a coma. Once the evil aura entered their organs, it would be like being poisoned. Their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, and they would die within a few days. All of this reminded Goofing of his dream in the morning. These are the villagers from the villages near the Blood World. Although Elder Si Ming had already sent out a large number of magicians from the temple and the corpses of the bee soldiers to eliminate the evil aura is everywhere. Some of it has already seeped out of the Blood World and spread towards the Boundless World. Abandon also received the latest news early in the morning. To the people of the Boundless World, the Duqian Blood Seal didn't only prevent the invasion of the 8 Desolates continent. It also had another function, which was to trap the evil aura left behind by the Bakra orcs in the Duqian Blood World. Once the Blood Seal collapsed, the evil aura lost its restraint. The elderly, women, and children who didn't know magic or Do Qi were the first to be affected. Ling, and Yunsheng were busy in the crowd. Seeing that Goofing had arrived, Linger acted as if she didn't see him and continued to comfort a young girl. Goofing didn't say anything and just used magic to treat the girl. Although there was only one healer and one light magician, Yunsheng and Goofing had developed a tacit understanding over the years, and the treatment went smoothly. Yunsheng was in charge of reducing the fever, and Goofing was in charge of purifying the evil aura. After a day, most of the villagers had already recovered. Only a small number of people who had inhaled too much evil aura needed to rest at the relay station. Dong Wangling didn't know anything about medicine, so she could only help Yunsheng by the side. However, her attention still slipped towards Goofing from time to time. Goofing was quite pleasing to the eye when he was administering magic treatment. Unfortunately, Dong Wangling's heart ached as she retracted her gaze. Who is that person? He actually dared to perform magical treatment on behalf of someone who's infected with evil energy. When Elder Si Ming and Xiao Wenshu walked over, they happened to see Goofing treating an old man in his 50s. Just as Elder Si Ming was about to step forward to stop them, Xiao Wenshu stopped him. Elder Si Ming was busy looking for clues about the new magic circle. It was not until dusk that she heard that the civilians around the Blood Realm were contaminated by the evil aura. After being contaminated by the evil aura, light treatment was undoubtedly the best. That was why Elder Si Ming had come with Xiao Wenshu. Before Goofing started the treatment, he first asked about the old man's history. That old man had encountered a strand of hostility early in the morning when he went out to do farm work. After the evil energy entered his body, it had been entrenched in his head. His head felt like it was being pricked by needles, and it would throb with pain from time to time. After Goofing listened to the old man's family members explain the situation, a meteor-like light magic flashed on the unicorn scepter. The light magic circled around the old man's head. After about 2 breaths, a small lump of black, mud-like evil energy appeared on the old man's forehead. Under the effect of the gentle light magic, the black aura disappeared without a trace, like a haze that had seen the morning sun. Not even a trace of it could be found. Master, it seems like our worries were unnecessary. Even Xiao Wenshu couldn't find any fault with Goofing's treatment method. If it were him, this was probably the best he could do. I didn't expect that other than the temple, there would be someone else in the continent who knows such outstanding light healing magic. However, his magical talent is too ordinary. I'm afraid he can only learn the most basic light magic. No wonder he wasn't chosen by the temple. Elder Si Ming was very sharp. He could tell at a glance that although Goofing's healing magic was very strong, his talent was very ordinary. The influence of the temple on the Boundless Continent was not to be underestimated. Other than Penglai and Immortal Abode, the temple had branches in the other 3 countries. In this aspect, compared to the elite magic camp of the continent, the temple was much more commoner. Any magician with talent would be chosen to enter the temple at a young age. Goofing was not chosen, so his talent must not be very good. Master, you're wrong. Judging a person's talent shouldn't only be based on the level of magic he can reach. Xiao Wenshu didn't agree with Elder Si Ming's point of view. If a magician doesn't look at the level of magic, then what does he look at? Elder Si Ming rarely saw Xiao Wenshu praise someone, and this person was actually someone like Goofing. Master, Did you notice that although his cultivation is not good, his Dharma soul was not affected by the evil aura during the treatment? He must have a pure heart. He has the cleanest Dharma soul in the world. He looked at Gufeng with sincere admiration. Magical talent is innate. A true magician's heart is the most important thing for a magician. Elder Ming was speechless. Light and darkness were like two sides of a coin. Many light magicians fell and became dark magicians in the end. This was also because their Dharma souls were not pure and their hearts were not right. Elder Ming, young Ming. Yin Sheng went forward and bowed. She wanted to talk to Xiao Wenshu privately about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, every time, Dollar would sneak out from some unknown corner and stare at Xiao Wenshu. She didn't know if he was a fox or a dog that watched over his wife. Fortunately, Dollar did not appear this time. Elder Ming looked at Xiao Wenshu, then looked at Yin Sheng. Although he still had some grudges in his heart, he still tactfully went to the side and asked Gufeng about the treatment. Xiao Wenshu nodded at Yin Sheng in a friendly manner. If it wasn't for the ripple in his eyes, it would be hard to tell that he had a good impression of Yin Sheng. Xiao Ming, thank you for saving my life several times. I want to ask about my mother, Hu Jiuxing, recovering her memory. The Emperor Zhao, in red, Ji Feng, died, and the clues to saving Hu Jiuxing were cut off. As one of the Emperor Zhao in red's adopted sons, Yin Sheng believed that Xiao Wenshu must know something. However, to Yin Sheng's dismay, Xiao Wenshu's answer was that he didn't know anything. I'm sorry, Miss Yin. Back then, it was the Emperor Zhao, in red, who placed the restriction on the Ninth Lord. I can't do anything about it. Xiao Wenshu saw Yin Sheng's disappointed expression. Only after she had walked far away did Xiao Wenshu take out the Netherworld Ghost Key that he had been carrying with him all this time. His expression was complicated. He didn't know if what he did was right. Chapter 1068. In the Duqian Beast Blood World, after the Bloodmark collapsed, the entire world became unstable. Hey, Kieran boy, what are you doing here? Hey, Kieran boy, what are you doing here? Hey, Baby Sheep didn't like seeing a tent full of injured people, so he snuck out to get some fresh air. He happened to see Dollar walking towards the Duqian Bloodmark. Out of curiosity, Bobo followed. Dollar found the Kieran King's tomb. When the Bloodmark collapsed, it created a scary power that was like an earthquake. The Beast King's tomb, which had lost the support of the Beast King's relics, was destroyed. In the middle of a broken wall, Dollar found a stone tablet. That stone tablet was the one Yi Baiming saw when he entered the Kieran King's tomb. It recorded the curse of the Kierans and the Celestial Fox people. Unfortunately, the last stone tablet was missing. Maybe it was because it had been broken for a long time, or maybe it was for some other reason. It was also because of the lack of this most important part that the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, almost devoured his most beloved person, Yin Sheng, on his wedding night. Although Burning Demon allowed Dollar to suppress his anger and live with Yin Sheng, it also kept him in his Kieran form. Especially in the past few days, people like Shen Feng, Xiao Wenshu, and Qi would covet his woman from time to time right under his nose. Yi Baiming was furious just looking at them. Yi Baiming came to the Kieran King's tomb alone, hoping to find a way to break the curse of the Kieran King. Unfortunately, after searching the entire Kieran King's tomb, Dollar still couldn't find the missing stone. Baby Sheep watched from behind. He wanted to tell Dollar that the Little Master knew the identity of the Kieran boy. Seeing the Little Master's reaction, she didn't care whether the Kieran boy was a man or a beast. But if the Kieran boy was always like this, when could he expect the Little Master to have a Little Master with the Kieran boy? At this time, Dollar's throat moved, and he let out a low roar. Oof. Animals are animals. Their senses are still so sharp. His red hair was like fire. Under the dim sky, Dugu Xiao appeared in front of Dollar. Mubwa, red-haired monster, why are you here again? When Mubwa Sheep saw Dugu Xiao, he immediately thought of a violent stalker. Yi Baiming, I didn't think you would become like this. Just from the arrogance and coldness in Dollar's eyes, Dugu Xiao was 100% sure that this golden magical beast was Yi Baiming. Roar! Dollar was ready for a fight. His back was arched, and the combat aura around him was as bright as the sun. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to persuade you. Do you want to find a way to return to human form without harming Yin Sheng? Duguxiu was from the Black Qilin race, so he wasn't surprised that Yi Baiming's true form was a Qilin. He just didn't expect Yi Baiming to be a golden Qilin. A way to return to human form without harming Yin Sheng? Yi Baiming didn't just want to know. He was willing to pay any price to obtain this method. However, Duguxiu was his mortal enemy, and he liked Yin Sheng. How could he be so kind as to tell him, "You don't believe me? Humph, I know you don't believe me. I can tell you that if He Yao hadn't ordered me to come, I wouldn't have come back. I want you to be like this for the rest of your life. Guarding your woman, but not being able to obtain her must feel terrible," Duguxiu said unhappily. "Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy told me to tell you that guarding her is better than not being able to see her. Dollar can sleep on the same bed as Master every day. Can you?" Mubwa Sheep rolled his eyes. Duguxiu's anger was stuck in his throat. He was almost choked to death by Mubwa Sheep's words. Endure it. Why was he venting his anger on these two animals? Duguxiu's self-control was much better than before. He had been ordered by He Yao to find Yi Baiming. In half a day, He Yao and the others would be able to pass through the chaos area and enter the weak area of the Duqian blood boundary. Before that, Duguxiu, who was in charge of the 8 Desolates continent, had been asked to bring a message to Yi Baiming. Roar! Dollar growled again, turned around, and left. Come back, Yi Baiming. Don't you want to know the method? Duguxiu didn't expect Yi Baiming to leave without even asking. This kid, whether he was a human or a beast, was so arrogant that it made people clench their teeth. Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy said that you are ugly and evil at heart. Your dog mouth can't spit out ivory. Your stomach is full of bad intestines. He can't be bothered to talk to you. Mubwa Sheep translated. After scolding, Mubwa Sheep hurriedly chased after Dollar. When Duguxiu heard this, his eagle eyes glared, and he almost rushed up to strangle Mubwa Sheep. This damned beast seemed to be born with the ability to anger people to death. Yi Baiming, as long as you fuse with the Qilin King's relic, you will be able to regain your human form. In half a day, He Yao, He Linlin, and the others will arrive with the second batch of 8 Desolates tribe invaders. He Yao said that as long as you return with him and marry He Linlin, you will be able to fuse with the Black Qilin relic. I have already brought the message. What to do is up to you. Duguxiu's words echoed in the empty blood boundary wasteland. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming didn't turn back. Fisk stubborn. Duguxiu frowned. Compared to Yi Baiming, he was more worried about Yin Sheng. He Yao would definitely not kill Duguxiu in order to find the person who could fuse with the Qilin King's relic. But He Linlin was narrow-minded. Once she met Yin Sheng, she would definitely kill her. He was He Yao's son, and half of the Black Qilin tribe's blood flowed in his body. Fate didn't allow him to stand on the opposite side of the Bakra works. After struggling for a while, Duguxiu looked in the direction of the Duqian relay station. His figure flashed, and he also disappeared. When Yun Sheng and Gufeng finished their respective tasks, the moon was already high in the sky. Yun Sheng realized that Gufeng seemed to be unhappy the whole day. When she returned to the tent, there was no one inside. It was Blue's turn to patrol tonight. As for Ling she had a conflict with Gufeng, and she didn't eat or drink these 2 days. Yin Sheng was also extremely tired today. Just as she was about to change her clothes and sleep, suddenly, the summoning demon hand and immortal holy grail in her beast language ring made a pleasant sound at the same time. This feeling, Yin Sheng raised her eyebrows. She subconsciously lifted the bed. Because it was a tent, she, Ling and Sister Lan all slept on the same bed. Under Yun Sheng's bed, a black object fell out. It was really it that made the 8 barren divine artifacts in Yun Sheng's beast language ring react. Yin Sheng was almost excited as she picked up the object. The simple bracelet had almost no magical waves, but Yin Sheng still recognized it at a glance. It was the magic bracelet. To be exact, it was an incomplete magic bracelet that was missing a soul stone. Yin Sheng had only seen it in Chun Lien-er's hands before. It was just that during the fierce battle in the Taiyuan castle, Chun Lien-er accidentally lost this magic bracelet when she died. She didn't expect it to suddenly appear here. Yin Sheng naturally knew that the magic bracelet wouldn't appear for no reason. Someone must have left it behind. Chapter 1069. Who placed the magic deity bracelet here? Yin Sheng's mind went back and forth, but she still could not figure it out. She checked the magic deity bracelet again and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Forget it. No matter who placed the bracelet here, it will be beneficial to me. Now that the Bakra orcs are about to invade, as long as the magic deity bracelet is repaired, I believe it will be of great help in the upcoming battle. Yin Sheng did not have time to think about who sent the magic deity bracelet. She decided to start repairing the magic deity bracelet immediately. Without further ado, Yin Sheng entered the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. She held the magic deity bracelet in one hand and the Enigma Stone in the other. She activated the Hellfire of the Fairies in both hands. The Hellfire of the Fairies was one of the purest fire seeds in the world. Under the burning of the Hellfire of the Fairies, the filth on the old and simple magic deity bracelet gradually faded away, revealing its true appearance. The Enigma Stone seemed to have been summoned and merged into the bracelet bit by bit. Ding! There was a beautiful and melodious sound that sounded like heavenly music, and a colorful light illuminated the entire Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda all exclaimed in admiration. After so many years, the damaged magic deity bracelet was finally repaired under the effect of Yin Sheng's Hellfire of the Fairies. The Hellfire of the Fairies faded away, and the magic deity bracelet descended gracefully. Yin Sheng just raised her hand, and the magic deity bracelet automatically slipped onto Yin Sheng's wrist as if it had spiritual consciousness. Unlike the usual bracelets, the magic deity bracelet's body was not made of gold, silver, or purple gold ores that were commonly used in the continent. The magic deity bracelet's body emitted a dazzling light that was as warm as jade. In the bracelet, if one looked carefully, one could see the magical power flowing inside like a gurgling stream. Once the bracelet was on her wrist, Yin Sheng felt a strong magical power entering her body. Almost without thinking, Yin Sheng summoned the Darkness Heavenly Thorn. Inside the exquisite beast tower, black-purple lightning flashed, and dozens of dark heavenly thorns that looked like the roots of an old tree fell from the sky. The momentum was so great that it was like a thunderstorm. Yin Sheng estimated that the power of these dark heavenly thorns was comparable to a super magic spell. Even a treasure like the exquisite Beast Pagoda was shaken several times by the dark heavenly thorns with astonishing momentum. Inside, there was a foul atmosphere. The magical beasts in the exquisite Beast Tower couldn't help but shrink their necks and complain, "Master, if you want to test the Divine Law bracelet, why did you have to do it in the exquisite Beast Tower? You scared us to death." Sorry, I also didn't know that after wearing the Divine Law bracelet, my magical power would suddenly increase by so much. Yin Sheng stuck out her tongue. Yin Sheng couldn't be blamed. When the Divine Law bracelet was in Chun Lien-er's hands, it wasn't that powerful. At that time, it was only missing a riddle stone. If Yin Sheng's words were heard by the mixed-blood master blacksmith brothers of the elf clan, Imo-in or Master Imo-ku, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. On the continent, all of the master refiners knew that the higher the grade of a magic tool, especially a magic tool like the Divine Magic Bracelet, not to mention the lack of a core soul stone, even if a corner of the bracelet was damaged, the power of the Divine Magic Bracelet would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the Divine Law Bracelet was different from other magic tools. It was a magic tool that boosted all attributes. In other words, the stronger the magic soul, the more attributes the magic soul had, and the more the magic soul could display the true power of the Divine Law Bracelet. Comparing Chun Lien-er and Yin Sheng, the difference between the two was even greater. Yin Sheng was shocked. After she used the Dark Empyrean Thorn, she discovered that the Divine Law bracelet had changed. Inside the Divine Law bracelet, magic flowed like starlight. But in the center of the bracelet, Yin Sheng saw something like a magic array that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Yin Sheng's black eyes turned gold. She focused on the magic array with her Shenong eye. The magic runes on the magic array were clearly visible, but they were written in ancient script. Yin Sheng couldn't read a single word. Bobo, my dear master, no wonder I couldn't find you. Yeah, Bobo, I only left for a while, and you already found something good. This is a magic bracelet with a seal. Bobo Sheep and Dollar entered the exquisite beast tower. Bobo Sheep jumped forward and looked at the bracelet in Yin Sheng's hand. Bobo Sheep was a world god. As he broke out of his shell and was reborn, he inherited some of the memories and inheritances from the previous world god. He knew much more than Yin Sheng. With a glance, Bobo determined that this bracelet wasn't ordinary. Bobo, you came just in time. Yin Sheng wasn't in the mood to ask where Bobo and Dollar had run off to after disappearing for a day. At this time, her mind was attracted by the small magic array in the Divine Law bracelet. Yin Sheng had never seen such a small magic array. Moreover, the magic array was engraved in the bracelet. Yin Sheng drew the magic array and showed it to Bobo Sheep. Bobo, can you undo the seal on the bracelet? Yin Sheng asked. Bobo Sheep could ignore almost all magic arrays. Logically speaking, the seal on the bracelet should be no exception. My dear master, this isn't an ordinary seal. It requires the holder of the bracelet to reach the magic realm required by the bracelet before it will be undone. Bobo isn't a human magician, so he can't undo the seal. As long as Master reaches the Divine Law realm, the seal on the bracelet will be undone automatically. There should be a powerful magic hidden inside, Bobo Sheep explained. Yin Sheng's current strength seemed very strong, but in terms of true strength, excluding her magical beasts, she had yet to reach the Divine Law realm. Even if she had the Divine Law bracelet now, and the magic she used was comparable to the magic of an ordinary Divine Law, she still couldn't hide it from the Divine Law bracelet. Yin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Now, the Bakra Orcs' invasion was imminent. If she could obtain another powerful magic, it would be very beneficial to the boundless world and her personally. However, she immediately figured it out. There must be something unusual about a spell that could only be practiced by an archmage at the level of an archmage. It either required an astonishing amount of magic power, or it had powerful side effects. If she rashly cultivated it without enough cultivation, not only would it not help her, it might even damage her magic soul. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Well, it seems like I can only wait until I have a breakthrough in strength in the future to see if I can check the magic array. After Yin Sheng said that, she found that Dollar was staring at the Divine Law bracelet on her hand. Dollar frowned. Yin Sheng might not have noticed, but Dollar found a trace of scent that he hated on the Divine Law bracelet. It was Dugu Xiu's scent. Chapter 1070. In most cases, men were thick-skinned creatures, and their intuition was duller than women's. But in some cases, a man's intuition was more accurate than a woman's, especially when a man was in a state of jealousy. This magical bracelet was given to Yun Sheng by Dugu Xiu. Yves Baiming didn't know how Dugu Xiu got the magical bracelet, but at the last moment, he still gave it to Yun Sheng. Perhaps because he also knew that Yun Sheng's situation was the most dangerous when Obsidian and the others invaded. Dugu Xiu couldn't get rid of his identity as a descendant of the Bakra Orcs, so he used another way to protect Yin Sheng. That man still refused to give up on Yin Sheng. Humph! This king will protect this king's woman. Yi Baiming was inexplicably unhappy. If he didn't know that this magical bracelet was of great significance to Yun Sheng's cultivation, he would have thrown it as far away as possible. As if she felt the displeasure of the gold coin, Yun Sheng also felt conflicted. This smelly fox, why is he making such a face for no reason? Bobo, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Bobo, oh no, dear master, Bobo almost forgot the most important thing. Not good. The group of beast men from the 8 desolate continent is about to attack. Bobo Sheep was reminded by Yun Sheng and suddenly remembered. The red-haired monster said that the leader of the Black Kirin clan and the other beastmen would arrive in the Duqian Blood Realm in the next few days. What? Where did this news come from? Yin Sheng was shocked. She was only focused on repairing the magical bracelet, and in just half a day, such a big thing happened outside. The red-haired monster Dugu Xiao told us. Bobo Sheep secretly glanced at Yi Baiming, and the latter gave him a look. Yi Baiming had heard Dugu Xiao's last sentence. It had to be said that Yi Baiming was still a little hesitant at the time. However, even though he knew that Yi Baiming would be able to regain his human form after fusing with the Qilin King's soul stone, he was still unwilling to leave Yun Sheng at this moment. Putting aside the fact that the Boundless Continent was in danger, Yun Sheng and the others were risking their lives to fend off the invasion of the Eight Desolates continent. Yi Baiming did not really care much about the Boundless World, but he cared about Yun Sheng's feelings. On their wedding night, Yi Baiming abruptly left, which was a huge blow to Yun Sheng. This was why Yi Baiming did not dare to reveal his identity. This time, if he left again, with the little wildcat's temper, she would probably never forgive him in this lifetime. Therefore, Yi Baiming decided that he would never obey He Yao's orders and return to the Eight Desolates continent. On the way back, Bobo Sheep and Dollar had agreed that they would only tell Yun Sheng about the invasion of the Bakra orcs. As for Yi Baiming's method of regaining his human form, Bobo Sheep did not mention a word. Bobo Sheep, who had taken advantage of others, had once again betrayed his master without any integrity. It was not that Yun Sheng did not expect the Bakra orcs to invade again, but she did not expect it to come so soon. Now, there was no clue about the redrawing of the magic array, but He Yao and the others had already arrived. The news of the second invasion of the Bakra orcs was too shocking, and Yun Sheng did not notice the unusual relationship between Bobo Sheep and Dollar. Without saying anything, she left the exquisite beast tower and went to look for Jirumo, Sister Lan, and the others to discuss this matter. Just as Yun Sheng was repairing the magic bracelet, Gu Feng finished a day of treatment and dragged his tired body back to his tent. Halfway there, he unknowingly went to Dong Wang Linger's tent. In the tent, under the dim light, a familiar figure could be seen. Gu Feng recognized at a glance that it was Linger's figure. Yun Sheng and Sister Lan were not there. "Linger, I want to talk to you." Gu Feng mustered up his courage and asked softly outside the tent. Hearing Gu Feng's voice, Dong Wang Linger couldn't help but become nervous. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked out of the tent. The two of them walked towards the empty wilderness. "Gu Feng, I believe that Yun Sheng has already told you about the matter between you and me." Dong Wang Linger had been looking for an opportunity to tell Gu Feng about her decision. Dong Wang Linger was a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate. Once she decided on something, she would not turn back. Even if she still liked Gu Feng, she would feel very sad when she thought that Gu Feng might have children with her after they separated. However, after knowing that there was no possibility for the two of them to develop, she still chose to let go. She would not tell Gu Feng her true thoughts. She hoped that Gu Feng would be able to live happily. After Gu Feng left her, he would definitely find a woman who was more suitable for him. "Linger, I understand. I won't continue to pester you. I only want to ask you, have I ever been in your heart?" Gu Feng wanted to use a smile to hide his sadness. However, the corners of his mouth were extremely heavy. That smile was even uglier than crying. "Yes, Gu Feng, I have you in my heart. However, there are many other things in my heart. My mother, brother, and the citizens of the Dongwang dynasty, they need me more than you." Dongwang Linger held back her tears. So it turned out that she had him in her heart. However, she had someone more important to protect. Gu Feng had already made his decision. He said gloomily, "Linger, I hope that you can become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Dongwang dynasty." Gu Feng walked away step by step. When he turned around, he saw Dongwang Linger raising her head and looking at the sky. She could hear Gu Feng's footsteps getting further and further away. In order to prevent her tears from falling, Dongwang Linger, who was pretending to look at the stars in the sky, lowered her head. "Gu Feng, you idiot. Don't you know that there are no stars in the sky of the Dutian blood realm? After you left, I became the Empress. However, there are no stars in my sky. Dongwang Linger sobbed for a while. When she raised her head again, she discovered that there was something wrong with the sky. What is that? Dongwang Linger rubbed her red and swollen eyes. In the sky that was less than 1 li away from the Dutian relay station, a huge whirlpool was forming in the originally cloudy sky. Dongwang Linger recalled that the previous time when the fifth priest of the beast god Altar appeared in outer space with the beast soldiers, a similar whirlpool also appeared. However, the whirlpool this time around was much bigger than the whirlpool that appeared when the fifth priest appeared. Not good. The Bakra orcs are here again. Dongwang Linger anxiously ran back to the campsite without caring about her sadness. When Dongwang Linger returned to the campsite, Yunsheng had also arrived at the main tent. The two of them found their sister Lan almost at the same time. Senior sister. Not good. A whirlpool has appeared in the sky. Sister Lan, the Bakra orcs are about to invade. We have to quickly prepare. Sister Lan saw Yunsheng and Ling. The two of you have finally returned. Good news. We have already found a way to rebuild the magic formation. Only now did the three of them hear each other's words clearly. Chapter 1071. Yin Shanglinger, what did you say? The Bakra orcs have already invaded? Sister Lan had also just received the news. Xiaoxi Ming had already found a new magic array to replace the Dutian blood seal. However, it would take some time to draw the magic array. During this time, they needed someone to help guard the periphery of the Dutian blood seal to prevent any magical beasts or enemies from entering. Sister Lan immediately went to look for Yunsheng and Ling to tell them the good news. However, she couldn't find them even after searching the entire campsite. She didn't expect that after they appeared, they would bring the news of the Bakra orcs' invasion. Sister Lan hurriedly brought her people out of the tent and looked in the direction that Dongwang Ling was pointing at. Indeed, in the sky, it was like the sea before a storm. The originally calm sky was now filled with turbulent clouds. Within the clouds, there were faint black flashes of lightning. With such a strong wave, it could be seen that someone was forcefully breaking through the barrier between the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent. The other party's strength must be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to open the barrier with such brute force. The fifth priest had only used space-time magic to bring a small group of people into the Dutian blood realm. It could be predicted that once the barrier was successfully opened, it would likely form a permanent flaw in the barrier. By then, the people from the 8 wastelands would be able to invade the boundless continent. The boundless continent would be facing a disaster. Sister Lan had already passed the news to Elder Si Ming, Xiao Wenxiu, Divine Wind, and the others. When everyone arrived, there was another black flash of lightning rolling across the sky. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a possibility that it could be broken through at any time. The situation is urgent. The original plan must be changed. We have to make 3 preparations now. Xiao Wenxiu frowned as he looked at Elder Si Ming and Yunsheng. Xiao Wenxiu's suggestion was to divide the manpower in the Dutian relay station into 3 groups. One group would escort the civilians who were still being treated in the relay station and some injured magicians and warriors out of the blood realm. Xiao Wenxiu hoped that this group of people would be escorted by Divine Wind and his elven warriors. This was because the elven warriors were the fastest and had the strongest discipline among all of them. Divine Wind pondered for a moment and looked at Yunsheng. The latter nodded. Only then did Divine Wind agree with Xiao Wenxiu. The other group was in charge of ambushing the Bakra orcs that could invade at any time. Sister Lan, abandon, and I can fight. I have bee soldiers and I can summon demonic beasts to fight. More importantly, I have fought with the Bakra orcs before. I have more experience, Yunsheng said firmly. Xiao Wenxiu wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly fell on Yunsheng's arm. He was slightly startled. He remembered that Yunsheng originally only had 1 bracelet on her arm, but today there was another bracelet. That bracelet? Then I'll leave it to you. We will hand over most of our forces to you. As for me, Gu Feng, and Elder Ming. We will be in charge of entering the Dutian bloodstains. Xiao Wenxu was touched by Yun Sheng's resolute gaze and agreed to Yun Sheng's request. Gu Feng, why does Gu Feng have to enter the Dutian bloodstains with you? Yun Sheng was surprised. She originally wanted to suggest that Gu Feng and Divine Wind evacuate together. After all, he was a light magician. It would be easier for him to take care of the injured if he evacuated with the civilians. Although the Dutian bloodstains had collapsed, it was still the Beast King tomb of the 8 great beast clans. It was possible that the Bakra orcs would be the first to invade. Therefore, the location of the Dutian bloodstains was still very dangerous. Blue should have already told you that we have found a new magic array to replace the original Dutian bloodstains. The most important part of this new magic array is Gu Feng. He has to enter the Dutian bloodstains with us, Xiao Wenxu explained. Just now, the situation was urgent. Sister Lan only said that she had found a way, but she didn't say that Gu Feng was also involved. Gu Feng, you still hid such a big thing from us. Yin Sheng teased Gu Feng. Dong Wangling also looked at Gu Feng. Normally, if Gu Feng received such praise, he would definitely grin foolishly. But today, it was unknown whether it was because the task of drawing the new magic array was too difficult or because he just had a conflict with Linger. Gu Feng's expression didn't change much as he forced a smile on his face. Since everyone's tasks have been assigned, let's start the deployment. Gu Feng, you can go with Elder Ming and Xia Ming to draw the new magic array. We will wait for your return. Yun Sheng patted Gu Feng's shoulder. She also stepped forward and gave Gu Feng a firm hug. Gu Feng, this time, you will be representing the continent's magic elite camp. If this is successful, I will recommend you to the magic elite camp to become a substitute elder, Sister Lan encouraged Gu Feng. After all, this was the first time Gu Feng took on such an important task alone. Moreover, his partner was a top-tier expert from the Dharma Temple. Looking at his expression, one could see that he was nervous. Everyone had been warned one by one. Only Dong Wangling stood to the side, not saying a word. Gu Feng resisted the urge to take the initiative to say goodbye to Dong Wangling, and walked towards the entrance of the tent with Xiao Wenxu and Elder Ming. Just as he was about to step out, Dong Wangling couldn't help but shout, "Gu Feng, you be careful." Gu Feng's footsteps paused. In the end, he didn't turn around. He only nodded heavily and walked out of the tent. You really don't want to tell her why you are doing this? You should know that after you leave this time, you might have to stay in the Dutian bloodstains forever. Xiao Wenxu didn't want Gu Feng to have any regrets. When Xiao Wenxu told Gu Feng about his mission, Xiao Wenxu already knew that Gu Feng would definitely turn back. However, he didn't expect Gu Feng to agree so quickly. Some things were destined. The first Dharma god's magic bracelet fell into Yun Sheng's hands. The weakest person in his prophecy was also the strongest person. No need. I've already got my answer. I want my friends and the people I love to be able to live a peaceful life. I will just stay in the Dutian bloodstains. In the future, if there's a chance, they can still come and visit me. Let's go. After Gu Feng left the tent, he felt relieved. He raised his head and looked at the barrier whirlpool in the sky. The determination in his eyes became stronger. After Gu Feng and the others left for the Dutian bloodstains, Yun Sheng and the others didn't stop. Under the command of Divine Wind, the elf warriors successfully escorted the civilians and the injured out of the Blood Realm. Sister Lan, abandoned, there is one thing that I didn't mention in front of others. I have received reliable news that the one leading the 8 Desolation Bee soldiers this time is the patriarch of the Qilin clan, He Yao. Yin Sheng didn't tell Divine Wind and Xiao Wenxu. Chapter 1072. Before Yun Sheng told everyone, a few of them had secretly guessed who the 8 Wastelands Beast clan would send this time after the failure of the first attack. Logically speaking, the opponent's strength should not be inferior to the 5th priests. But no one would have guessed that the 8 Wastelands would send He Yao, the leader of the tribe. The people present were all core members of the largest factions in the continent. Ever since the Dutian Blood Seal appeared, They had used various channels to obtain information about the 8 wastelands. Among them, there were some clues about the leaders of the Bakr orcs. It was said that the strongest faction in the 8 wastelands was the beast god Altar. The 5th priest was from the beast god Altar. But the beast god Altar did not move around the 8 wastelands often. Below them were the Bakr orcs. Although they were called the Bakr orcs, there were more than 8 tribes in the 8 wastelands. But most of the beast tribes were attached to the 8 wastelands. The 8 beast tribes were divided into upper beast tribes, middle beast tribes, and lower beast tribes according to their strength and territory. Among them, the Black Chelan tribe, which worshipped martial arts, had the largest population and the most fertile land. The leader of the Black Chelan tribe was the second strongest in the history of the Black Chelan tribe, the current Black Chelan king, He Yao. He Yao's strength was second only to the Black Chelan king, Yi Xiu, who had died in the Dutian blood realm. Who would have thought that He Yao would be the one leading the invading army? The news caused the expressions of Lan, Qi, and the others to turn serious. In fact, if not for Yi Baiming, He Yao would not have led the army himself. His main goal was to capture Yi Baiming. In He Yao's opinion, the 5th priest and her corpse soldiers should have conquered the Dutian blood realm by now. Yun Sheng, how is He Yao's strength? Azure was very cautious. Although she had heard of the strength of the Bakr orcs, she wasn't sure how strong the Obsidian Patriarch was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win every battle. Blue's question was also the same as Qi, Ling and the others. I've fought with He Yao before. He's very strong. He's several times stronger than any opponent we've encountered so far. I'm guessing he's at least a peak martial god. Yun Sheng smiled bitterly. The peak of the martial god realm? Everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao, in red, Ji Fong, and the Grand Emperor City Lord had fallen. In the Boundless Continent, there were only a handful of god-level existences left. Besides, He Yao was a peak martial god. With his cultivation, even the 2 elders of the elite camp might not be a match for him. Not to mention, He Yao might have come with the other priests of the beast god Altar. Just the 5th priest alone was enough to make people anxious. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Although He Yao's strength is very strong, we're not too weak either. I've already obtained the Divine Law Bracelet. In terms of magic, I should be able to compete with He Yao. In order to raise the morale, Yun Sheng confessed the secret of the Divine Law Bracelet in her hands. The people in front of her were all companions who had been through life and death with her. They were confidants who she could trust with her back to the other party. Yun Sheng was not afraid that they would betray her. Divine Law Bracelet? When they heard this name, they felt their spirits rise. Their gazes focused on Yun Sheng's arm. Indeed, there was a crystal-clear bracelet on her arm that contained rich magic elements. It was rumored that after obtaining the Divine Law Bracelet, one would possess strength close to that of a martial god. If that was true, then they might still have a chance to fight against the Black Chelan clan. Actually, I also have something that I'm hiding from everyone. Seeing that Yun Sheng had confessed, Dongwang Linger felt embarrassed to continue hiding it. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Dongwang Qing, has always been hidden in the Dongwang Imperial Tomb. It can absorb the opponent's magic power and turn it into its own. Using it, I can use super magic. She also took out the Dongwang Qing. The 2 of you hit it really well. Both of you actually have an 8 barren divine artifact. You make it seem like divine artifacts are as common as cabbages. To think that we were searching for divine artifacts all over the continent. Sister Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 junior sisters of hers were really impressive. The 8 barren divine artifacts that hadn't been seen in the continent for thousands of years were actually in their hands. Although Sister Lan was angry, she wasn't jealous of Yun Sheng and Linger. She was originally a simple person. Although she was a little envious of divine artifacts, to be able to gain the recognition of a divine artifact was a kind of opportunity. It couldn't be forced. Thinking up to here, Sister Lan also felt relieved. However, once the 2 divine artifacts appeared, it undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Boundless Continent's side. Yin Sheng secretly said in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't take out the other divine artifacts on her. Otherwise, Sister Lan would definitely be so agitated that she would strangle her to death. Among the few of them, Sister Lan was the oldest and had the most battle experience. Thus, everyone elected her as the overall commander. Just as Sister Lan was assigning the deployment, there was good news. Yun Songlong brought a group of hunters with him. They even brought Tycoon Jin. Yuan Shanshan and Yuan Bupo from the Grand Emperor City also came. In addition, people from the continent's Hunters Guild also came one after another. The collapse of the Dutian Blood Seal only happened 2 days ago. In order to prevent unnecessary panic in the continent, the news had already been sealed. Therefore, everyone's arrival surprised Yun Sheng and the rest. Second uncle and everyone, why are you all here? Sheng, how long are you planning to hide this from second uncle? The invasion of the Bakra orcs is such a big news. As a member of the continent, all of us have the responsibility to participate. Yun Songlong complained to Yun Sheng. If he didn't coincidentally contact a hunter who was on a mission near the Dutian relay station recently, he might not have known that such a big thing had happened in the Dutian blood realm. Bupo, why are you all here too? There were hunters in every corner of the continent. Therefore, it wasn't strange that second Uncle Yun Songlong came. However, why were the people from the Grand Emperor's city here too? Yun Sheng, have you forgotten about the divine totem beasts? The 4 divine totem beasts are connected. The Black Tortoise was the one who told us about the Dutian Blood Seal. The Grand Emperor's city has the responsibility of protecting the continent. Although we can't help much, the Dihong song can boost the morale of the troops. When we encounter the Bakra orcs, it can also be used to a certain extent. Yuan Bupo looked at Yun Sheng with adoration in his eyes. Yuan Shanshan saw this and couldn't help but have a headache. This silly little brother. He was the one who pestered their father and said that he must come and help Yun Sheng. At this juncture, one more person means one more contribution. Leader Yun, Lan Bucai has just been appointed as the overall commander of this ambush. Since you're here, please help us with the deployment. Lan Bucai and Yun Songlong worked together and quickly came up with a plan. Chapter 1073. Around midnight, somewhere in the Dutian blood realm, a terrifying beast like roar came from the barrier whirlpool in the sky. Boom! An enormous pillar of light that lit up the sky broke through the vicious clouds in the sky like a meteor and landed at a certain place in Bloody Sky, Metropolis Jia. It was a powerful battle energy that tore apart the barrier of the continent. Under the lead of Patriarch He Yao, almost 1,000 black Chilan warriors broke through the barrier of the blood realm that had blocked the Bakra orcs for thousands of years and entered the boundless continent. After more than 20 years, He Yao, have finally returned. He Yao, the patriarch of the Black Chilan clan, had hair as black as night. His wild eyes flashed with the unruliness of a wolf king. The boundless continent carried He Yao's most bitter memories. At that time, he had just become the young patriarch of the Black Chilan tribe and thought that he was the most powerful person in the world. It wasn't until he passed through the barrier of the Dutian blood realm that he realized that both the beast race and the human race were so insignificant in front of such a powerful barrier. It was also from then on that He Yao realized that he wasn't strong enough. He met Li Qingsheng and Qing Chong in the boundless continent and remembered the former for dozens of years. It was a pity that when he returned to the boundless continent, she had already turned into a soul. When He Yao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Baiming's mother, Empress Li, was the first woman he met when he was heavily injured. Empress Li was different from any woman he had ever met. Empress Li was only 14 years old that year, the best years of a young girl. She was innocent and didn't know the dangers of the world. At that time, she hadn't met her nemesis, Yi Qingtian. It was undeniable that Empress Li was beautiful, but He Yao didn't like her because of her beauty. She was very special. He Yao still remembered that when he was in danger, that woman dressed in men's clothing called out to him softly. Her slender fingers brushed against the blood on his body, and she fed him the clear water. He opened his eyes and saw that the woman was as quiet as the moon in the sky. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, so beautiful that it made people think that she was an illusion. The moment He Yao saw her, he decided that he had to get his hands on this woman. Unfortunately, when He Yao woke up, Empress Li had already settled him down in a village. She and the merchant group had already left. At that time, He Yao did not even know her name. When he saw Empress Li again, she was already married. She was the Empress of Zhou State. However, her man had found He Yao. At that time, He Yao was overjoyed. He forced Yi Changtian to use Empress Li in exchange for the support of the Black Qilin tribe. He got what he wanted and got Empress Li's body, but he couldn't get her heart. After that, he suddenly received news that his father had passed away and that the Black Qilin tribe had fallen into chaos. In a hurry, he returned to the 8 Desolates continent. He had been gone for more than 20 years. Empress Li was dead, but she and her son, Yi Baiming, had inherited Li Qingqing's personality. He Yao heard that Yi Baiming had inherited his mother's outstanding looks. Perhaps bringing Yi Baiming back to the 8 Desolate continent was a kind of compensation for He Yao. He just wanted to prove to Empress Li that their son would eventually return to the 8 Desolates continent. Breathing in the familiar yet foreign air of the boundless continent, He Yao couldn't help but roar at the sky. Behind him, the 1,000 bee soldiers and He Linlin all half knelt. The Black Qilin tribe swears loyalty to the tribe leader. The tribe leader's divine might shakes the boundless continent. The major tribes of the Bakra orcs had received orders from the beast god Altar at almost the same time to attack the boundless continent. Other than the Black Qilin tribe leader, the other tribe leaders did not personally lead their troops. However, each tribe had sent their elites. However, these elites were still not as disciplined as the Black Qilin warriors. They only used half the time of the other tribes to arrive at the boundless continent. I wonder if Duguxiu passed on father's orders to Yi Baiming, He Linlin said from the side. They had invaded the Duqian blood realm overnight. When the Qilin tribe's elites had arrived, they had caused a huge commotion. However, such a huge commotion had not attracted the humans. It seemed that the 5th priest had already occupied the Dutian blood realm. It seems that Yi Baiming is still stubborn. Otherwise, he would have come with Xiao to welcome us. He Yao was displeased. Yi Baiming was really stubborn. 3 years ago, due to the urgent situation, he had only used the Phantom Hand to come to the boundless continent. The Phantom Hand could only unleash a portion of his strength. This time, he had personally come to the boundless continent. Other than Yi Baiming, he wanted to take down the boundless continent. Linlin, what was the name of the woman who shot my Phantom Hand with an arrow last time? He Yao still had an arrow wound on his hand. Last time, he had been paying attention to Yi Baiming and did not notice who the woman who had attacked him was. This woman was said to be a remnant of the celestial fox. She had a foxy face and caused the 2 brothers, Yi Baiming and Duguxiu, to turn against each other. This time, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that woman. Yun Sheng. She is from the Zhou state. After Yi Baiming transformed into his beast form, that woman used the identity of the Prince Regent to take charge of the Zhou state. This woman is not only good at seduction, she is also very ambitious. He Linlin added fuel to the fire. The Celestial Fox clan is dissolute by nature. This kind of bitch deserves to be killed. He Yao frowned, and his killing intent towards Yun Sheng intensified. Father, we have already arrived at the boundless continent. What should we do next? He Linlin looked at the vast blood boundary plains. After the blood seal collapsed, the evil aura here became much stronger. The roars of the blood cloud beasts could be heard everywhere. In the distant Dutian relay station, a dim light flickered. Everything looked very peaceful. It was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that it felt like a storm was coming. Father, should we go to the Dutian relay station and meet up with the 5th priest first? He Linlin asked. No, just send a small group of people to the Dutian relay station. We will go to the Qilin King's tomb first. The Qilin King's tomb is the sacred ground of the Black Qilin clan. Before a big battle in the past, The Qilin clan must have paid respects to their ancestors. He Yao's dark eyes were deep. The collapse of the Dutian blood seal meant that the Black Qilin King's tomb must have been severely damaged. That woman, the fifth priest, had always thought highly of herself. Moreover, the beast god altar that she was in had always been above the 8 major beast tribes. He Yao had long been dissatisfied with her. However, the beast god altar's high priest was so powerful that even He Yao had to be wary of her. He Yao would never agree to listen to that woman, the fifth priest. Thus, He Linlin picked out 100 Black Qilin warriors and went to the Dutian relay station first. The father and daughter pair then led the rest of the people to the Dutian blood seal. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and tips. Chapter 1074. The 100 Black Qilin warriors that He Yao had sent to the Dutian relay station flew in unison towards the Dutian relay station. In the night sky, they were like countless black-winged bats, only letting out rustling sounds in the night wind. Outside the Dutian relay station, a few magic illumination arrays emitted soft light, driving away the blood cloud mosquitoes that were wandering nearby. Many Beast Corps soldiers were either patrolling or standing at the entrance of the relay station. Everything seemed to be in order. When the 100 Black Qilin warriors landed, they cautiously looked at the relay station. Seeing the corpses of the Beast soldiers, the leader of the Qilin team sighed in relief. Just as Patriarch He Yao expected, everything went well with the fifth priest. Let's go forward together. The leader waved his hand, and the Qilin warriors filed forward. The Black Qilin warriors didn't notice that near where they landed, several heads suddenly popped out from beside a few protruding rocks. Yin Sheng, they really fell for it. Linger whispered, because they didn't know how many people the Black Qilin tribe would send, and whether Patriarch He Yao was among them. Yin Sheng and the others didn't plan to meet force with force. The fifth priest had died, but at that time, she did not have the opportunity to use the soul explosion technique like the first summoner. Therefore, Yin Sheng predicted that at this time, whether it was the beast god altar or the people of the other 8 desolate tribes, none of them knew that the fifth priest had died. This was a good opportunity worth taking advantage of. Yin Sheng used the corpses of the beast soldiers that were already under her control to order them to wander around the Dutian relay station, creating the illusion that the fifth priest had successfully taken over the Dutian relay station. The hunters, warriors, and magicians in the Dutian courier station were already scattered around the courier station. They were only waiting for the Black Qilin clan to barge in before launching a surprise attack. The number of people seems wrong. There are only about 100 of them. Among those Qilin warriors, there are no experts whose strength surpasses the martial emperor realm. With the help of Shenong's eye, Yin Sheng could see clearly even in the dark night. The Black Qilin warriors heading to the Dutian relay station were all wearing heavy Qilin helmets. Their eyes were bright, and most of them were the martial sage level. As expected of the Black Qilin clan, their elite warriors were all martial sages. Everyone could not help but think to themselves that it was fortunate that they were the ones who discovered this group of people. It should be known that on the Boundless Continent, even if a few great countries were gathered, they might not have as many martial saints as the Black Qilin tribe. One could imagine how big the gap between the Boundless Continent and the 8 Desolate Continent was in these 10,000 years. The more this was the case, the more determined everyone was to eliminate these Black Qilin warriors and revive the Dutian blood realm. Yin Sheng's gaze passed through the 100 over people and quickly discovered something. He Yao was not among them. Although he had never seen He Yao before, He Yao's strength was clear at a glance. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a heavy sword at his waist. However, in terms of strength, he was at most a martial Grand Emperor. He was far from the legendary peak martial god Patriarch He Yao. There are only 2 possibilities. Either He Yao has not arrived and sent this group of people to scout ahead. The other possibility is that He Yao has split into 2 groups and gone to other places. Sister Lan voiced her concern. Everyone's heart sank. If it was only the first possibility, it would be fine. However, if it was the second possibility, then it was not good. He Yao was a cunning old fox. If he had split into two groups, where else could he go? It could only be the Dutian Blood Realm or other places in the Boundless Continent. We have to end this quickly. If He Yao really goes to the Dutian Blood Realm, I'm afraid Gufeng and the rest will be in danger. Yin Sheng wiped off cold sweat. Ji Rumo and Chang Si Ming were very strong. However, if they were to go against He Yao, it would not be so optimistic. Just as Yin Sheng and the rest were talking, the Kirin warriors walked towards the Dutian relay station. Isn't Gufeng in danger? No, Yin Sheng, we have to save them. Dong Wang Ling was shocked. How about this? Yin Sheng, you Ling and abandon go to the Dutian Blood Realm first. Leader Yin and I will be responsible for eliminating the Kirin warriors in this area. Lan was also very worried. Gufeng and the other two were responsible for drawing the new Dutian Blood Realm. Their safety was more important than anyone else's. Yin Sheng had a large number of demonic beasts under her command. She also had the magic bracelet, dollar, and tyrant gold. Dong Wang Ling also had Dong Wang Qing, abandon, and little green. If they went together, even if they couldn't kill He Yao, they could delay him for a while. When the new Dutian Blood Realm was completed, they could defeat He Yao and the rest. Yin Sheng thought for a while and felt that this was the only feasible plan. The few of them quietly went towards the Dutian Blood Realm. On the other side, hundreds of Kirin warriors had already arrived at the relay station. Brothers, we are the subordinates of He Yao. We are here to help the fifth priest. The team leader stepped forward. After a while, the bull bee soldiers did not answer. I almost forgot that these are the fifth priest's bee soldiers. They are all zombies. How can they answer? The team leader patted his head and mocked himself. Hence, he walked towards the relay station with the 99 Kirin warriors. The relay station's door was tightly shut. The team leader pushed the door open. In the brightly lit relay station, the moment the team leader pushed the door open, there was a sudden roar. It turned out that Blue and the others had already set up a large number of magic arrays in the rooms of the Dutian relay station. These magic arrays were all set up with restrictions. They were like ticking time bombs. As soon as someone broke in, they would explode instantly. The warriors of the Black Qilin clan were ferocious, but they were all warriors and knew little about magic arrays. Plus, they saw the corpses of the bee soldiers and naturally thought that the Dutian relay station was under the control of the fifth priest. That was why they fell for it so easily. Many violent magic arrays, such as thunderstorm, fire, and earth spikes, were instantly detonated. The Dutian relay station was suddenly set ablaze. Many of the Black Kirin warriors who were caught off guard were hit by the thunderstorm and split into two. Some of them were covered in fire and turned into flaming men. As they rolled, they were pierced by the sharp earth spikes. Oh no, we've been ambushed. The team leader was furious. Behind him, the bee soldiers' corpses under the fifth priest's control waved their heavy axes and chopped at the Kirin warriors who were not attacked by the magic arrays. The bull bee soldiers' corpses were very powerful. Their heavy axes chopped a few Kirin warriors in half, as if they were firewood. The team leader shouted angrily. His black Kirin battle aura was dense like dark clouds covering the sun. He rushed forward and grabbed a bull bee soldier's corpse with one hand. With a roar, he channeled his fighting aura into his arms. His arms were like iron bars. Asterisk poo-poo asterisk with two sounds of blunt weapons entering flesh. The arms of the Black Qilin squad leader directly pierced through the chests of the two bull corpses. The black-colored blood of the corpses instantly spilled onto the ground. Chapter 1075. This Black Qilin squad leader was the only martial emperor among all the Black Qilin warriors. After he killed the two barbaric bull bee soldier corpses, he took a closer look and discovered that the barbaric bull bee soldier corpses had a golden eye-shaped brand on their foreheads. This mark was clearly not the fifth priest's unique mark. Could it be? The fifth priest had met with an accident, and her corpses were being controlled by someone else? There was actually a corpse sacrifice more powerful than the fifth priest in the Wuji continent. The Black Qilin squad leader was shocked. Charge! Defend the Wuji continent and destroy the Bakra orcs. Many sorcerers and warriors rushed out from all directions. Lan He and Yun Songhai rushed to the front. The two of them flanked the Black Qilin squad leader from the left and right. Dozens of miles away from the Dutian relay station, Yun Sheng led a few people in the direction of the Dutian relay station. Behind them, a ball of magic light suddenly lit up and then returned to normal. Looks like Sister Lan and the others have already made their move. We have to speed up too. Yun Sheng stopped and stared for a moment. Yun Sheng looked at the sky. She was surprised. Looking up, they saw a huge hole in the blood-red sky that was originally covered by a vicious aura. It was like a murderer who had lost all his teeth, opening his mouth and laughing maliciously at everyone. That was the blood cloud hole left behind by the Black Qilin clan after breaking through the enchantment. The hole was still expanding. Looking at the size of the hole, at least hundreds to thousands of bee soldiers had poured into the Blood Realm. It's too dangerous to keep this thing. What if the other 8 Wastelands beast clans take advantage of the situation and enter? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from the Blood Cloud cave. The clouds began to churn again, as if something was about to break out of the cave. Could it be that when it rains, it pours? Is there really an invasion by other beasts? Yin Sheng grumbled in her heart. It was a matter of urgency now. If the other party came with more powerful characters. Boom! Another flash of light landed. Yun Sheng and the others retreated to the side. But this flash of light was much weaker than when He Yao and the Black Qilin clan broke through the enchantment. Chi Mu Guan of the Ba Serpent clan appeared in front of them with a few hundred Ba Serpent warriors. Young clan leader, we have arrived at the Blood Realm. But looking at the situation, someone has already entered the Blood Realm. It should be the Black Qilin clan. After Chi Mu Guan learned of his sister's death, he had been plotting to go to the Boundless Land to avenge her death. Chi Mu Guan was the first to enter the Dutian Blood Realm. He was the first to enter the Chaos to enter the Blood Realm. To enter the Chaos region, first in the Blood Realm. But there was Chi led in blood, Qilin, the Blood Qilin, the Blood Qilin blood. But there were benefits to being slow. The entrance to the Blood Realm opened by He Yao, and the others allowed Chi Mu Guan and the others to enter the Blood Realm effortlessly. The warriors of the Ba Serpent clan were different from the strong Black Qilin clan. Their warriors were mostly magicians. Most of them were tall and alluring male and female magicians. Yin Sheng had only met Chi Mu Guan once before, but she still had some impression of him. They're humans. Chi Mu Guan also noticed Yin Sheng and the others. Chi Mu Guan looked similar to his sister, Chi Bai. He looked like a girl and had a pair of narrow eyes like bamboo leaves. That old woman, Lin Yin, what's going on? Why are there humans in the Blood Realm? Chi Mu Guan looked at the young magicians arrogantly. When his gaze swept past Dong Wang Ling Er's face, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. You killed my sister, Chi Bai. After saying that, Dong Wang Ling Er's magic soul suddenly appeared. An emerald soul snake that was the size of a little finger attached itself to Dong Wang Ling Er's magic soul. Chi Mu Guan raised his hand. That emerald soul snake flew into Chi Mu Guan's hand like lightning. The soul snake hissed a few times at Chi Mu Guan. Its eyes were filled with hatred. After saying that, the little soul snake turned into a strand of magic power and disappeared. Yin Sheng and the others were shocked. Later Qin's Madame Chi Bai was killed by Ling. Only Gufeng and Dong Wang Ling knew about Madame Chi Bai's death. But the two of them didn't expect that Madame Chi Bai would leave behind a warning. It turned out that the Ba Serpent clan was very mysterious. Madame Chi Bai was killed by Dong Wang Qing's godly power. She died under Dong Wang Ling Er's super magic. She died with hatred. At the last moment of her death, she used the soul snake's power in her magic soul to hide in Dong Wang Ling Er's magic soul. As long as Dong Wang Ling encountered someone from the Ba Serpent clan, the little soul snake would tell the truth to the Ba Serpent clan and avenge Madame Chi Bai's death. Earlier, Qi Muguan had always thought that his sister, Madame Qi Bai, died under the hands of Dervishio. He didn't expect that his sister, Madame Qi Bai, died under the hands of a female mage. I was the one who killed her. Madame Qi Bai used her soul snake to kill my elder brother, turning him into an idiot. She and I have an irreconcilable enmity. It is only right for me to kill her. Dong Wang Ling had a stern expression on her face. Even if she had to face the revenge of the Boss Serpent clan, she still didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Yin Sheng, this is my matter. I won't drag everyone down with me. You all go to the Bloodstains first and save Gufeng and the others. Dong Wang Ling wasn't willing to drag everyone down with her because of her hatred. Yin Sheng's brows were tightly knitted. Yin Sheng, our opponent has a lot of people. It's better for us to use our Di Hong song to fight in a group. Bring your demonic beasts and abandon and enter the Bloodstains first. Leave this place to us and Miss Ling Er. Yuan Bupo could tell that Yun Sheng was in a difficult position. Time was of the essence. If they delayed for 15 minutes, Gufeng and the others who were in the Bloodstains of the Dutian would be in greater danger. However, even if Dong Wang Ling had Dong Wang Qing's help, it would still be very difficult for her to fight against so many Boss Serpent warriors. Then, I'll leave it to you all. Yun Sheng could only make such arrangements. She held on to Ling Er's hand and rushed towards the location of the Duqian bloodstains together with abandon. I heard from the Soul Snake that you still have the 8 Baron Divine artifact, Dong Wang Qing. Fine, today I will take revenge for Qi Bai and destroy the 8 Baron Divine artifact while I'm at it. Qi Muguan laughed loudly. Their opponent's group actually dared to split up. Right now, there were only 3 of them. On the other hand, the Boss Serpent clan had close to 500 people. Although their individual strength might not be able to defeat their opponent, it was more than enough for them to kill their opponent. Boss Serpent warriors, shapeshift. Qi Muguan gave out an order. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors simultaneously let out a hissing sound that could make one's scalp go numb. The Boss Serpent warriors who were originally in human form suddenly transformed into half-human, half-snake mages. A magic soul stone was embedded into their foreheads. Chapter 1076. The Boss Serpent tribe was different from the Black Qilin tribe. The warriors of the Boss Serpent tribe weren't as strong as the warriors of the Qilin tribe. However, they had the bloodline of the Boss Serpent tribe. Their ancestor, the Boss Serpent tribe, could summon clouds and summon rain. Looking at Qi Muguan, he had obtained the Boss Serpent King's relic after entering the Dutian Blood Realm's Boss Serpent King's tomb with 7 other descendants of the Boss Serpent tribe. In the past 3 years, he had fused with part of the Boss Serpent King's relic's power. His second inheritance had also been awakened. Collective beastification was his first inheritance. In just a moment, Qi Muguan and the 500 Boss Serpent tribe warriors had all completed their beastification. Their speed was so fast that they were even faster than the beastified warriors of the Boundless Continent. In this way, the magicians had a strong physique that was similar to that of the warriors. In terms of attack and defense, their strength had greatly increased. Looking at Qi Muguan, he was covered in red snake scales. His snake body, which was half a meter thick, was coiled into a ball as he flew in midair. His long and narrow snake eyes were filled with contempt. In his hand, he was holding a cobra magic scepter. Ant-like humans, how dare you look down on the power of the Boss Serpent tribe? Warriors, kill them. Qi Muguan waved the cobra scepter. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors roared as they unleashed all sorts of multicolored magic attacks. Seeing this, Dong Wang Ling didn't panic. She flipped her hand, and Dong Wang Qing appeared in her hand. Ancestor Dong Wang, help me defeat these evil Boss Serpents. The magic wings behind Dong Wang Ling Er's back flapped lightly. Her clothes were red like fire, and her bright face was suffused with a holy light. After experiencing many life and death battles, Dong Wang Ling had become more familiar with using Dong Wang Qing, especially last time when she was fighting with the Emperor Zhao in red Although Dong Wang Ling was severely injured, she understood how to use Dong Wang Qing even more. Dong Wang Qing let out a buzzing sound as he swallowed all the magic attacks in one gulp from his dark urn. Oomph. I'll let you see what it means to reap what you sow. Super magic hurricane dragon. Dong Wang Ling chanted. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed, and a hurricane dragon hovered in the sky. So you use this magic to kill Qi Bai. Dong Wang Qing truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing how Dong Wang Ling was able to absorb all of the magic attacks from her side and convert them into her own magic power, Dong Wang Qing's magic power. The greed in Qi Mu Wan's eyes grew even stronger. He stared at Dong Wang Qing in Dong Wang Ling's hand. If he could obtain this divine weapon, his Bashi clan would definitely be able to break away from the low-level beast clans and become a high-level beast clan like the Black Shieling clan, the Nine Phoenix clan, and the D clan. He was determined to get Dong Wang Qing. Qi Mu Wan, are you scared? Then let me send you and Madame Qi Bai to the afterlife together. Dong Wang Ling stood on the head of the storm dragon and waved her hand. The Tempest Dragon opened its maw, and a torrential downpour of gale-force winds shot towards the Boss Serpent warriors. Those who look down on my Boss Serpent clan will die. Great ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, please give your people supreme magic power. The second legacy of the Boss Serpent, ancestral Magus Boss Serpent. The 500 Boss Serpent Magi chanted in unison. The magic soul stones on their foreheads all lit up at the same time. Under the guidance of Qi Mu Wan's power of inheritance, 500 strands of Boss Serpent Mage's power of soul stones gathered together. In the sky, a huge wizard snake that was not any weaker than a giant dragon gradually took shape. The shaman snake's body was several kilometers long, and its enormous body occupied the sky within a radius of several kilometers. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, and the scales on its body emitted a thick, bloodthirsty aura. The scariest thing was that on the forehead of this ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, there was a small black horn that was shaped like a triangle. The ancestral wizard Boss Serpent was the guardian wizard beast of the Boss Serpent clan. Its formation was somewhat similar to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. However, it was not a divine beast. In terms of power, it was slightly weaker than a divine beast. However, in the boundless world, where divine beasts were rarely seen, the power of a wizard beast was enough to destroy an entire country. Needless to say, this was an illusory magical beast that Dong Wang Ling condensed using her magic power. When she saw the Boss Serpent taking shape, Dong Wang Ling was secretly shocked. She didn't know why, but when she saw the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, she felt that it was somewhat similar to Abandoned's pet snake, Little Green. When Abandoned and Little Green fused together, the Boss Serpent that Abandoned transformed and looked roughly like this. However, before Dong Wang Ling could think more about it, the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, which was filled with bloodthirsty aura, rolled its body and pounced toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The ancestral wizard Boss Serpent's huge tail that was covered with hard scales swung toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Dong Wang Ling raised her eyebrows. So what if it is powerful? It is just a snake. The difference between a snake and a dragon is like heaven and earth. As if it felt the Nightmare Dragon's disdain, the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent hissed angrily, and a stream of venom spurted out from its mouth. Beside the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, wind-type magic elements filled the air. Dong Wang Ling raised her hand, and several hurricanes instantly blew away the venom. However, right at this moment, the Boss Serpent's body swayed and suddenly disappeared within the sea of clouds. Shit, this ancestral wizard Boss Serpent has the ability to conceal itself. It is not easy to deal with. Beads of sweat appeared on Dong Wang Ling's forehead as she carefully observed the Boss Serpent's actions. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation of cloud energy behind her. The triangular-shaped Boss Serpent's head suddenly stretched out and opened its mouth. Its venomous fangs fiercely bit down on the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Ah! Dongwang Linger was alarmed. After the ancestral wizard boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's neck, the ancestral wizard boss serpent wasn't willing to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The venom quickly spread throughout the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's body. The boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, and the two of them rolled in the sky. Dongwang Linger almost fell down from the sky. After another roll, Dongwang Linger lost her strength and was thrown down from the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's head. Like a falling leaf, her body fell from the sky. Right at this moment, a loud cry of a Luan bird could be heard in the sky, and an ice-blue figure flashed past. Dongwang Linger felt that her body was soft, and she had already landed on the back of the Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan. On the Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan, Yuan Bupo nodded his head at Dongwang Linger. "Miss Dongwang, leave the rest to me." It turned out that Yuan Bupo and his sister were watching the battle from below. Seeing that Dongwang Linger was about to lose, Yuan Bupo hurriedly made his move. On the other side, Yuan Shanshan was already fighting with Chimuguan. The Ice-Fire Phoenix Luan had beautiful feathers, and its body was lithe. Its golden beak aimed at the boss serpent's eyes and fiercely pecked down. Immediately, a putrid stench of snake blood spurted out. The boss serpent was in pain, and it had no choice but to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. "Ancestral wizard, evil beast, how dare you cause trouble in the boundless land? Let my Grand Emperor family destroy your prestige." After Yuan Bupo finished speaking, a jade flute appeared in his hand. He placed his lips on the jade flute, and the sound of the flute could be heard. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Chapter 1077. Dongwang Linger was sitting on the back of the Ice-Fire Phoenix. She had used up a lot of her magic power in the previous battle. She was also falling from the sky. She was feeling dizzy. She looked at Dongwang Qing in her hand. It had become dim. The magic power in Dongwang Qing was also dispersing. "I'm still too weak. If this Shun Qing was in Yun Sheng's hands, she would be much stronger than me," Dongwang Linger thought to herself. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a flute. It was like drinking a mouthful of rain during a drought. She felt refreshed. Is this the power of the Dihong song? Dongwang Linger was astonished. Suddenly, her hand trembled. The dim Dongwang Qing suddenly let out a joyful sound. What was happening? Could it be that the Dihong song of the Grand Emperor City had the effect of recovering the 8 barren divine artifacts' divine power? Dongwang Linger was astonished. She looked at the sky again. The ancestral witch Ba, I was injured by the Ice-Fire Phoenix. One of the snake's eyes was filled with blood. Its originally ugly appearance looked even more disgusting. The ancestral witch Ba, she glared at Yuan Bupo, the Ice-Fire Phoenix, and Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's flute sound was different from before. The flute sound was clear and powerful. It was like thousands of horses galloping and hundreds of birds chirping. After the Xian family was annihilated in the Grand Emperor City, the Yuan family inherited the Grand Emperor City. Yuan Bupo officially became the young city lord. 3 years ago, after he parted ways with Yun Sheng, he worked hard and entered the Grand Emperor's tomb with the power of the Black Tortoise Totem. He cultivated wholeheartedly in the tomb. Finally, half a year ago, he saw the ancient secret of the Grand Emperor's tomb by chance. His Dihong song's power improved by leaps and bounds. It was because of this that the Grand Emperor City Lord, Yuan Buku, agreed to let Yuan Bupo go to the Duqian Blood Realm to support Yin Sheng and the others. The sound of the flute rose and fell, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a river flowing into a river, and sometimes like the east flowing into the sea. When the righteous warriors of the human race heard this, their morale was greatly boosted and their blood boiled. However, when the Boss Serpent clansmen heard this, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. The sound of the flute seemed to pierce into their minds, and they were on the verge of collapse. Obscene music, what is there to fear? Boss Serpent Ancestor, break his flute music. Chi Muguan was entangled by Yuan Shanshan. on the king cobra's scepter in his hand. The king cobra's eyes suddenly lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous gas. Yuan Shanshan hurriedly dodged, but Qi Muguan seized the opportunity. Qi Muguan seized the opportunity to leap onto the boss serpent's back. Ancestral witch ba, she let out a long hiss, and the scales on its body opened up. From its mouth, streams of venom turned into countless small snakes that shot towards the ice and fire phoenix Yuan. At this moment, the Dihong song had reached its climax. Yuan Bupo's right hand's middle finger and index finger suddenly pressed against the body of the flute. Dihong Song Chapter 9, Sound of Arrival, Sound of War. The sound of the flute suddenly stopped, and a 5 to 6 meter tall, divine soldier wearing a silver-white divine helmet appeared in the sky. That divine soldier was awe-inspiring, and his body was surrounded by boundless fighting energy. In his hand, he held a demon slayer long spear that weighed almost 1,000 pounds. The divine soldier received the instructions from the flute music. He stepped on the clouds and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was like a sharp flash of lightning. With a leap, the long spear in his hand pierced through the thick blood clouds. The sky seemed to have been torn apart. With a sharp metallic sound, the long spear turned into a silver light and directly pierced through the ancestral witch Ba-Shi's throat. In an instant, the blood of the ancestral witch Ba-Shi splattered everywhere. The snake blood splattered like rain, and it fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! When the long spear pierced through the boss serpent, the long spear suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of the long spear shot towards the 500 boss serpent mages like countless daggers. The heads of the 500 boss serpent mages and warriors were hit by the fragments of the long spear. They rolled on the ground, and all of them died. However, the one who suffered the heaviest injury was Qi Muguan, who summoned the ancestral witch Ba-Shi with his second inheritance. The king cobra magic staff in his hand exploded. Qi Muguan spat out a mouthful of blood. His magic soul was like a candle flame that was blown by the wind, and it was going to collapse at any moment. Qi Muguan was shocked. He didn't expect that Yuan Bupo would be able to summon such a terrifying divine soldier. The divine soldier that Yuan Bupo summoned possessed the might of a god. It was obviously an item from the realm of the gods. If Qi Muguan continued to delay, his magic soul might be destroyed, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Just you wait. My Boss Serpent clan will definitely not let this go. I will definitely make all of you pay with your blood. Qi Muguan's bloodshot eyes were about to split open as he stared at the 500 Boss Serpent warriors who died in a single strike. Without his subordinates, and with his injuries, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran into the Blood Cloud Cave in a sorry state and escaped from the Dutian Blood Realm. Yuan Bupo heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground with Dongwang Ling. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Dongwang Ling was grateful. She didn't expect the power of the Dihong song from the city beyond this world to be so shocking. The power of the divine soldier, just now, was actually able to defeat Qi Muguan, who had the second inheritance of the Boss Serpent. Miss Dongwang, you are too courteous. You are Yun Sheng's good friend. It is my duty to take care of you. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yun Sheng, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Yuan Bupo no longer had the hot-blooded rashness of the past. He only nodded his head calmly. Yuan Bupo wasn't just saying those words out of courtesy. If he hadn't met Yun Sheng back then, he wouldn't have painstakingly learned the Dihong song, just because he admired her. What he used just now was the legendary ninth movement of the Dihong song. Since the establishment of the Dihong city, no one had obtained the ninth movement of the Dihong song in the Emperor's tomb for thousands of years. Yuan Bupo had entered the Emperor's tomb with the intention of becoming stronger. After almost dying, he finally had the chance to get a glimpse of the ninth movement of the Dihong song. However, he didn't expect that the Dihong song wasn't an ordinary music score. Instead, it was the 9 imperial seals left behind by the Emperor Huyen before he ascended and became a god. Unfortunately, although Yuan Bupo heard the ninth movement, he didn't fully comprehend it. He only roughly comprehended 2 of the imperial seals. It was also because of this incomplete Di Hong song that Yuan Bupo was able to summon the divine soldier from the realm of the gods to defeat the ancestral witch boss serpent. Yuan Bupo felt a little regretful. If he could comprehend a little more, the divine soldier that he summoned today wouldn't be as simple as a divine soldier. Oh yeah, Brother Yuan, since your flute music is so powerful, you can help us fight against He Yao. Dong Wangling was excited. No, although the 9th movement of the Di Hong song is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy every time I use it. With my current strength, I can only use it once a month. Moreover, He Yao is different from Qi Mu Guan. He is a peak martial god. Compared to Qi Mu Guan, he is tens of times more powerful. Yuan Bupo shook his head. There's no time to lose. Let's immediately enter the Dutian Bloody Seal. Hopefully, we can catch up with Yin Sheng and the others. Yuan Shanshan reminded the two. The two nodded their heads and flew towards the Dutian Bloody Seal. Chapter 1078. Father, there's movement at the entrance of the Blood World. He Yao, He Linlin, and the others were already near the Dutian Blood Seal. He Linlin's eyelids twitched as she looked up at the sky. Although they were already far away from the entrance of the Dutian Blood World, the sky looked very unusual. The Boss Serpent clan is here, but they seem to have attracted something interesting. He Yao did not turn around, but an unreadable expression flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that there would be an existence on the Boundless Continent that could defeat the ancestral Witch Boss Serpent. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the Boundless Continent's human race. Just as He Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon had just risen. Although there was no distinction between day and night in the Dutian Blood World, the sky had become even darker. What caught He Yao's attention was that there was almost no hostility near the Dutian Blood Seal. Even if the Dutian Blood Seal had collapsed, the strongest hostility of the Beast King was sealed in the Blood Seal. Even if the Blood Seal had collapsed, the hostility here should be the heaviest. But now, there was almost no hostility to speak of in this area. On the contrary, there was an aura of light magic here. Linlin, don't meddle in other people's business. It seems that someone got here before us. He Yao smiled coldly. The mounds of the 8 wilderness beast kings, which were supposed to be in ruins, were cleaned up in just one day. He Linlin was reminded by He Yao and also noticed that there was a force in the Dutian Blood Seal that was constantly strengthening. She could vaguely see that there was a vigorous force in the ruins of the Blood Seal, and the ones who formed this force were the 3 people in the core area of the Beast King tombs. Human race? Why is the human race here? He Linlin was shocked. Ji Rumo, Gu Feng, and Elder Si Ming also noticed He Yao and the others. Ji Rumo and the others had just finished drawing the magic array and were waiting for Gu Feng to activate the ball of light and reconstruct the new Dutian Blood Seal. Linlin, they seemed to be planning to rearrange the Dutian blood print. He Yao's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut through the 3 of them. When it landed on Gu Feng's face, Gu Feng couldn't help but shiver. This man had such a strong, murderous aura. Among all the people Gu Feng had come into contact with, the one who gave him the heaviest, murderous aura was later Qin's iron-blooded Emperor Duguxiu. However, compared to this tall and wild man in front of him, Duguxiu paled in comparison. Thinking of this, Gu Feng suddenly felt that this man in front of him was very similar to Duguxiu, except for his hair color and age, which were slightly longer than his. You are the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. Gu Feng lost his voice. Lowly human magician, how dare you call my father by his name? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? He Linlin glared at Gu Feng. Miss, pay attention to your words. Shouldn't you take care of your own tongue before cutting it out? Ji Rumo said coldly. Who the hell are you? You don't dare to look at people with your true face. Cutting off his tongue is already letting him off easy. You want to redraw the Dutian blood print with just the 3 of you? That's ridiculous. He Lin Lin said disdainfully. In He Lin Lin's eyes, apart from Yi Baiming, no one else on the boundless continent was worthy of her attention. The heavenly blood seal was an ancient divine seal that even the patriarchs of the 8 Desolation Beast clans could not break through. They did not have the 8 Desolation divine artifact, nor did they have a peerless expert who could rival the 8 great experts. How could the 3 of them possibly draw a new blood seal? Ji Rumo was wearing a mask, and she didn't know what kind of ugly person he was. Lin Lin, shut up! He Yao suddenly shouted and stopped He Lin Lin. Among the 3 of them, He Yao paid the most attention not to Elder Si Ming, who was the oldest and seemed to have the highest cultivation level. Instead, it was Ji Rumo, who seemed to have the coldest temperament. Even with He Yao's eyesight, he couldn't see through the cultivation level of this young man with an unknown appearance and background. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's strength was on par with his own, then it was that he had an extremely powerful magic artifact that concealed his skills. No matter which of these 2 possibilities was true, it was rare for He Yao to see. Master, you and Goofing start chanting first. Leave this to me, Ji Rumo said in a deep voice. You alone? Father, let me deal with this arrogant magician, He Lin Lin said disdainfully. As soon as she finished speaking, the fighting aura around her body suddenly spread out. Her slim figure rushed out and punched Ji Rumo. A golden light flashed by. When He Lin Lin's fist landed, she felt as if she had hit a wall. Ji Rumo transformed into a golden man with golden light all over his body. Who said he's alone? There's still us. Yin Sheng and Abandon arrived in time. It turned out that the thing that stopped He Lin Lin was Yun Sheng's Eternal Life magic artifact. Tycoon Gold. Yin Sheng, it's you again. He Lin Lin saw Yun Sheng. It was really like meeting a love rival. Her eyes were exceptionally red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Attack! He Lin Lin shouted. Several Kirin warriors behind He Lin Lin rushed forward with heavy swords in their hands and slashed at Yun Sheng and Abandon. Chi! 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 Before the Kirin warriors could reach them, countless spears flew out from behind Yin Sheng. Black clouds floated in the sky. Taking a closer look, it was not black clouds, but hundreds of night goblin warriors with spears in their hands. Under the command of the Night Goblin Queen, they waved their spears in unison. There were many Kirin warriors. Yin Sheng had already summoned the Night Goblin Queen halfway. These lowly demons dare to fight against my Qilin warriors? Kill them all. A sinister smile appeared on He Lin Lin's face. Behind the Kirin warriors, fighting aura turned into wings. Each of them held a heavy sword and leaped into the air. With the fighting aura of the Kirin warriors, they formed a killing formation and tore apart the Night Goblin warriors' defense. The Black Kirin warriors were indeed the bravest warriors in the Bakr Orcs. They moved in unison and attacked and defended in an orderly manner. Although there were hundreds of them, they advanced and retreated as if they were one person. The Night Goblin Queen's Night Goblin warriors did not lose to them in terms of numbers, but in terms of individual strength, they were far inferior to the Kirin warriors. Soon, the Night Goblin Queen showed signs of weakness. She was no match for them at all. So powerful. Yin Sheng was shocked. They were indeed the elites of the Black Kirin tribe. Each of them was close to the martial sage realm. There were more than 900 martial sages, and they were well trained. Such a team was enough to destroy the army of any country in the Boundless Continent. It was no wonder that the Black Kirin tribe dared to invade the Boundless Continent with 1,000 men. However, if the other party thought that they could defeat her demonic beasts, they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 1079. The battle had just begun. Water Spirit Queen. Yin Sheng chanted, and the summoning magic array beneath her feet shone. Amidst the blue water magic waves, the slender Water Spirit Queen, with her blonde hair, fluttering in the wind appeared. Spirit Blessing Heal. The Water Spirit Queen landed among the Night Charm warriors, and her powerful Water Spirit magic quickly healed the wounds of the Night Charm warriors. Spirit Wings Defense Enhancement. The Water Spirit Queen's magic was continuously cast on the Night Charm warriors. The Night Charm warriors, who were originally in a state of decline, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. A general-level summoner? After seeing Yun Sheng summon the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen, He Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, could not help but be moved. He could tell at a glance that both the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen were summoned beasts under Yun Sheng's command. Especially the Water Spirit Clan's magical beast that was summoned later. Her Water Spirit magic was very pure and could provide magical healing continuously. With such a summoned beast, it was like having a cheat artifact. It would take a lot of energy to kill those low-level night charms. That young girl summoned 2 king-level magical beasts at once, and from the looks of it, she clearly still had energy left. He Yao did not expect to encounter a general-level summoner as soon as he entered the Boundless Land. Moreover, the other party was a female mage who looked younger than his daughter, He Linlin. If the other party summoned any other magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Linlin, capture the leader first. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inconvenient for him to directly attack a junior like Yun Sheng. He Linlin raised her left palm, and the Qilin combat energy had already turned into a flashing big sword. She slashed the big sword at Yun Sheng. After not seeing her for a few years, He Linlin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had also turned her combat energy into a sword, but compared to 3 years ago when she killed Yun Sheng, the black Qilin combat energy on the surface of the big sword was even more dazzling. The broadsword sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing screech. At this moment, Abandoned, who had been guarding beside Yun Sheng, didn't dare to be careless. A green light flashed on his forehead, and his body suddenly turned into a green python. The python swung its tail like a whip towards He Linlin. The snake tail and the blade made of warrior energy collided with each other. The strength of the collision was so great that He Linlin only felt her wrist tremble. The warrior energy blade in her hand was nearly shattered by the monstrous strength of the snake tail. Beast transformation. He Linlin didn't expect that the seemingly thin male magician beside Yun Sheng would also possess such a tyrannical magic beast fusion ability. However, the other party was clearly a magician, so how could he transform into a beast like a warrior? He Linlin's expression couldn't help but change as she looked at the 2-story-tall colossus that resembled both a python and a WYRM. That's not a transformation of magical beast, but a fusion of magical beasts. Obsidian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obsidian's expression turned a little strange when he saw the fusion between Little Qing and Abandoned. So what if it's a fusion? Let me beat you back to your original form, you stinking snake. The warrior energy blade in He Linlin's hand disappeared. Her eyes flashed with confidence. She raised her head proudly like a peacock. Yun Sheng looked clearly. I, He Linlin, am the woman most suitable for Yi Baiming. My strength will forever be in the dust. Black Qilin's second inheritance, Qilin Mirage. Behind He Linlin, the shadow that was originally the size of an ordinary person expanded rapidly, as if it was filled with air. A black mirage of a Qilin appeared behind her. He Linlin had been in seclusion for the past 3 years in the Qilin tribe. Although she hadn't been able to fuse with the black Qilin king Saraira, she had received a portion of her father's internal strength. She had finally succeeded in comprehending the second inheritance of the Black Qilin. It was also because of this comprehension that she had broken through to the Martial God Realm. The Martial God Realm was the same as the Magician Realm. With each breakthrough, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Qilin Mirage didn't require the user to transform into a Qilin. It allowed the host to possess the strength of a Qilin. The size of the Qilin Mirage could change. The Mirage it formed had the same attack and defense as the host. In other words, under the effect of the second inheritance, the person facing He Linlin would have to fight 2 He Linlins at once. Die, you reckless magician. He Linlin's eyes flashed with crazed bloodlust. She and the Qilin Mirage attacked from the left and right. The warrior energy blade heavily struck the side of the green python's body and head. The green python's head was instantly broken and blood flowed out. It let out a shrill hiss. Not good. Give up. Don't force yourself. Yinsheng thought to herself. Just as she was about to step forward to help, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Even her voice disappeared in her throat. Yinsheng had never experienced this feeling before. It was as if someone had cast a petrification spell on her, and she couldn't move. Yinsheng's beautiful eyes flickered. She realized that the person who had immobilized her was the leader of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. You're that bastard of the Celestial Fox. You have some skills. He Yao didn't even make a move. He just stared at Yunsheng with a terrifying gaze. Was this the strength of a peak martial god? Even though he didn't move a finger, the terrifying aura coming from him made Yunsheng feel as if every inch of her muscles and nerves had been frozen. He Yao's gaze was like a knife, slicing Yunsheng's face inch by inch. Yunsheng felt that He Yao was more like Duguxiu. He had a cold aura, like a dagger that could be unsheathed at any time. Was he Yi Baiming's father? The last time Yunsheng was in Ladder Qin, she had only seen one of He Yao's hands. But now, she could clearly see He Yao himself. He Yao didn't look old at all. When he stood next to the short-haired, dark-haired Lin Lin, he looked more like her older brother than her father. A few strands of hair fell in front of his forehead. His black eyes glowed with a blue light, revealing a wild aura. He was tall and handsome, with an aura that was somewhere between wild and disdainful. This aura was the aura of a superior person. It was also the aura of a strong-willed powerhouse who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On his right ear, he wore an obsidian black earring made of polished obsidian. A man like this could only have won the favor of Duguxiu's mother, Madame Qing. At the same time, Yunsheng couldn't help but admire Night Fox's mother, Empress Li. That woman could actually reject the pursuit of such a man. Speaking of which, it was strange. Like mother, like son, Duguxiu, like Empress Qing, submitted to He Yao's power. Yi Baiming, like Empress Li, rejected He Yao several times. However, compared to Empress Li, who was a weak woman, Yi Baiming was much more powerful. He was like a cunning king of beasts. When his wings were not fully grown, he would hide his sharp claws. When the time was right, he would reveal his sharp claws and fangs. And when the enemy was caught off guard, he would cut their throats with a blow. Yunsheng was sizing up He Yao, and He Yao was also sizing up Yunsheng. Chapter 1080. From He Lin Lin, He Yao already knew that Yunsheng was the woman who had bewitched Duguxiu and Yi Baiming and caused the brothers to kill each other. Although he was a Bakra Orcs, because of his deep love for Empress Li, He Yao did not reject humans too much. In his opinion, if Yi Baiming was willing to return to the Bakra Orcs, marry He Lin Lin, and inherit the position of the tribe leader, it would not be a big deal even if he had to marry 8 or 10 human women. Which one of the powerful beastmen didn't have hundreds or even thousands of women? However, why did he fancy a celestial fox bastard who had mixed human and celestial fox blood? Celestial fox, that dirty foxy race. Even He Yao, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, had to admit that this woman had a flawless face. In terms of appearance, his daughter He Lin Lin was probably not as beautiful as Yunsheng. Her skin and face were like the 1,000-year-old snow at the top of a snow mountain. Her pair of pure and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart at a glance. Her lips were like roses blooming in spring. She did not have a seductive and wanton temperament like ordinary celestial fox women. This woman gave people a sense of holiness that could not be profaned. But so what if she was beautiful? Beauty only lasted for a moment. In the world of Bakra Orcs, strength was everything. You're that dirty celestial fox bastard. He Yao's voice was weak and arrogant. It seems that the arrow last time was still too light. Yunsheng's gaze landed on He Yao's hand with extreme sarcasm. Yunsheng's words made He Yao's brows twitch heavily. The wound on his right hand that was injured by Yun Sheng's elf arrow twitched for some reason. Damn it! No one had ever dared to speak to He Yao in such a tone. He Yao sized up Yun Sheng coldly. A pressure that could not be ignored suddenly surrounded Yun Sheng. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inappropriate for him to directly make a move against Yun Sheng. However, it was more than enough to crush Yun Sheng with his pressure. Yun Sheng wanted to use magic to resist this pressure, but she suddenly realized that her Dharma soul seemed to have lost connection with her. She couldn't summon any magic power. Absolute suppression. This was the absolute suppression of He Yao, who was a peak martial god. Yun Sheng felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of pressure on her spine and knees. There was a powerful force that kept tormenting her knees. It was as if there were thousands of insects biting his knees. His tendons and bones were all in intense pain. Even so, Yun Sheng remained silent. She stubbornly stared at He Yao, forcing herself not to yield to him. He Yao raised his brows. She was a stubborn woman. It seemed that other than her face, this woman's mind was also more tenacious than the average person. He Yao was a peak martial god. Even if he didn't make a move, his pressure as a martial artist was enough to crush Yun Sheng, who was a magician, into meat paste. He Yao's eyes went blank. He vaguely remembered that there was once such a person. He Yao, if you force me again, I will die in front of you. The woman's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with hatred and despair. Humph, stupid woman. Her stubbornness had caused her own death in her flesh and blood. He Yao had never been rejected by anyone. Empress Li was the first woman to reject him. Now, this celestial fox people woman called Yun Sheng dared to look down on him in public. That celestial fox bastard could actually withstand her father's pressure. He Lin and the group of dark Qilin warriors were shocked. Patriarch He Yao was now a peak martial god. His pressure was enough to crush people into meat paste in an instant. He Yao increased the pressure even more. Crack. Yun Sheng could feel that her body was about to explode from the pressure. At this moment, a fierce fighting aura rushed out of Yun Sheng's beast language ring. I can do it! Yun Sheng suddenly shouted. Her shout shocked Gold Coin, who was in the beast language ring. Yves Biming, the golden Qilin, could no longer hold back when he saw his beloved being tortured. However, Yun Sheng's tone did not allow for any doubt. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death. He Yao flipped his hand under his sleeve. He Yao increased his pressure. Crack! Yun Sheng could feel a popping sound coming from a certain part of her body. One of her ribs had been broken by He Yao's pressure. So what if he was a martial artist? So what if he was a martial god? It was just that he had started cultivating a few decades earlier than her. Yun Sheng held back her breath. She clenched her fingers one by one. The soul stone and the magic god bracelet on her wrist slowly poured magic energy into her body. Roar! An equally biting cold magic energy collided with her. Two powerful magic energy and fighting aura collided. It was like a sudden storm on the surface of the sea. The wind and waves collided. At that moment, the air was distorted. He Yao didn't expect that Yun Sheng, who looked like a Saint Law overlord, would have this kind of magic energy in her body. This celestial fox people woman had a strong will. Not only was she a summoner, but she also had this kind of mysterious magic energy. She had yet to undergo the true awakening of the beast god. If she were to one day obtain the inheritance of celestial fox, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, He Yao was filled with killing intent. To think that you still have energy left. What a pity. This is as far as you can go. He Yao grunted. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Qilin fighting aura gathered in his hand once more. His palm was filled with fighting aura as it struck toward Yun Sheng's head. When Yun Sheng used the power of the magic god bracelet to shake off He Yao's pressure, she had already used all the strength in her body. At this moment, she only felt her body go limp, as if it had fallen apart. She could no longer block He Yao's attack. At this moment, two beastly lights, one gold and one pink, burst out from the beast's speech ring. Yin Sheng's body slid down and was now lying on Jin Coin. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming would not allow He Yao to oppress Yin Sheng. Even if the other party was his father by blood, he would not allow it. You don't want to be the future chief of the Black Qilin tribe and end up like this for a woman. How shameful. Only then did He Yao see that the one who had suddenly appeared was Yi Baiming, who had transformed into a golden Qilin. Ba ba ba. And you call yourself the chief of the 8 Barons Divine Beast tribe. A man bullying a woman, a senior bullying a junior. You're the shameless one. Seeing that its master was being bullied, Baby Sheep was fuming. It was thinking about how to exile this scoundrel old man. No, this old monster would be back soon after being exiled once. It had to think of a way to make this old monster and that disgusting father and daughter pair forever. Long. Flow. Release. Chapter 1081. Bo, take good care of Yin Sheng. It's time to settle the matter between us. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming's voice floated over. Yeah, the Qilin kid is serious? Bobo Sheep blinked. However, the Qilin kid shouldn't be a match for that old monster. Although Bobo Sheep disdained He Yao, he had to admit that He Yao was the strongest he had ever seen. Even if he summoned all the demon beasts in his little master's exquisite beast pagoda, it still wouldn't be enough to fight that old monster. However, Bobo Sheep also knew that he couldn't persuade the Qilin kid on his own. Bobo Sheep could see that Yi Baiming's anger was unbearable after He Yao injured Yin Sheng. You want to defeat me? Unfortunately, you're not strong enough. He Yao also saw through Yi Baiming's intentions. Unless you fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic. Do you want to truly feel the power of the Qilin King's relic? He Yao opened his palm, revealing the Qilin King's relic that was shaped like a black diamond, exuding a mysterious and powerful energy. As if sensing Yi Baiming's existence, the Qilin King's relic, which was originally pitch black, emitted a light. As expected, He Yao's eyes suddenly changed. Only he could awaken the power of the Qilin King's relic. Previously, He Linlin and countless other young Black Qilin clan martial artists were unable to awaken the Qilin King's relic. Yi Baiming hesitated. Don't resist the power of the Qilin King's relic. As long as you fuse with it, you can regain your human form and obtain great power. He Linlin saw the chaotic energy fluctuations released by the Black Qilin King's relic and was both envious and anxious. Defeat He Yao and regain his human form. These two thoughts, coupled with the powerful energy fluctuations from the Black Qilin King's relic, made Golden Qilin Yi Baiming involuntarily take a few steps forward. Regain his human form? Fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic? Yin Sheng was in a daze. She only heard these few words before her consciousness suddenly cleared up. Yi Baiming, if you dare to abandon me again, I will cut all ties with you and divorce you. Yin Sheng's words were like a stone shattering the sky. Everyone was stunned. Even Ji Rumo and the others who were reactivating the Dutian blood seal were shocked. Ji Rumo looked at the Golden Qilin. He was Yi Baiming, the region of Great Zhou. Yi Baiming? How did Yi Baiming become a magical beast? Moreover, from He Yao's tone, he seemed to have a close relationship with Yi Baiming. Could it be that the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a descendant of the Bahuang tribe? This news was undoubtedly very shocking. Yin Sheng gnashed her teeth as she spoke, causing Golden Qilin Yi Baiming to feel his spine stiffen. Xiao, divorce him? No, this little wildcat already knew his identity. What a two-faced sheep. When this king returns to his human form, the first thing this king will do is pluck out all your wool. Bobo Sheep. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming shot daggers over, causing Bobo Sheep's wool to stand on end. Divorce him? Haha, this is the biggest mistake in the world. Yin Sheng, do you really think that after marrying Yi Baiming, he is yours alone? What a joke. In this world, only men divorce their wives. Where did women divorce their husbands come from? He Linlin ridiculed. In the Black Qilin tribe, where men were respected, even He Linlin, the daughter of the chief, did not dare to say that her husband could only have one woman in the future. This kind of woman, not to mention Yi Biming, no man in the world could tolerate her. He Linlin thought so. He Yao naturally also thought so, and all the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe also thought so. Yun Sheng, this woman, was narrow-minded and bossy. Yi Biming would never choose this kind of woman. Roar, Golden Qilin Yi Biming, who had already walked into the Qilin King's relic, suddenly shook his head, completely ignoring He Yao and the Black Qilin relic in his hand, and quickly rushed back to Yun Sheng's side. He tilted his head, and under everyone's gaze, he actually licked Yun Sheng's hand with his tongue in an almost fawning manner. Yi Biming would never do such an action on a normal day. But he was now in his beast form, so acting cute to curry favor with his wife was no big deal. What a joke! If he had to choose between his wife and the Qilin King's relic, of course he would choose his wife. It was just a Qilin King's relic that had been dead for nearly 10,000 years. What was so rare about it? At worst, he would cultivate it himself in the future. The corner of He Yao's mouth twitched as he watched the ferocious golden Qilin transform into an obedient kitty-like pet in the next second. His son, He Yao, was actually trying to curry favor with a woman like a dog. Moreover, it was a bastard from the celestial fox tribe. Yi Biming, you're crazy? You actually chose that woman, He Linlin exclaimed. Bastard, you have abandoned yourself. You have to return even if you don't want to. This time, no one can save you. He Yao was completely enraged. Do Qi shot out from his body like 10,000 swords. Strands of Do Qi surged out from his body. The Do Qi was like a spider web that bound Yun Sheng and Yi Biming in layers. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the two of them seemed to be sucked in by a powerful force, flying towards He Yao. Moi, I'll leave the rest of the trash to you and the other magical beasts. Yi Biming also knew that today's battle concerned his and Yun Sheng's life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. The golden Qilin, Yi Biming roared and spat out a golden flame of fighting aura from its mouth. The flame touched the web of fighting aura. It exploded with a bang. Yi Biming leaped forward, and his figure was like a shuttle, instantly arriving in front of He Yao. Yun Sheng, I will definitely kill you today. He Linlin vented her anger on Yun Sheng. It was all because of this woman that Yi Biming had refused the temptation of the Black Qilin King's relic. He Linlin's fighting aura blade once again condensed in her hand. The blade wind turned into a blade, and like countless chilly winds, it enveloped Yun Sheng. He Linlin, you're not the only one who has changed in these 3 years. Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed. He Linlin wasn't He Yao. She couldn't do whatever she wanted in front of her. Yun Sheng's hair was like a daughter, suddenly entangling He Linlin's fighting aura blade. She held the 1,000-year-old ice zither horizontally in her hand. With a wave of her white fingers, the zither music turned into all kinds of magic attacks, and each of them was incomparably sharp, shooting towards He Linlin. He Linlin slashed down with her fighting aura blade. The biting cold fighting aura blade collided with the seemingly invisible zither music, and the blade actually vibrated from the collision. This zither music actually had such a great effect. The zither music came one after another, and actually forced He Linlin to be unable to get close. On He Yao's side, he was also fighting fiercely with Yi Biming. Yi Biming, who had transformed into a golden Qilin, attacked with biting cold attacks. He Yao and Yi Biming exchanged close to 100 moves, but Yi Biming didn't reveal any openings. Chapter 1082. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the Black Qilin warriors and Yun Sheng's beastly soldiers were also fighting fiercely. Master, the new Heavenly Blood Seal is only left with the final step. You only need to assist Gu Feng in completing this step. Due to the appearance of Yun Sheng and the magical beasts, the Black Qilin tribe's beastly soldiers were delayed. Ji Rumo and the rest were able to use the limited time to complete the blood print. The rest only needed Gu Feng to activate the power of the light sphere. Elder Ming had also noticed that even though Ji Rumo was trying his best to control himself, his mind was already in a mess during the final drawing process. His thoughts had already landed on Yin Sheng. Rumo, why are you doing this? You've already used up most of your qi to draw the blood seal. You're not He Yao's match. If you insist on fighting, you'll only end up dying together with him, Elder Ming advised. Ji Rumo's magical talent was unparalleled in the world. However, in order to stabilize the new Dutian bloodprint, he had used half of his magical power to fuse into the magic array. His strength had been greatly reduced. The current him could not even protect himself. Master, do you remember that I once said that in this world, there are 3 people whose fates I cannot see through? Ji Rumo suddenly asked. Elder Ming naturally remembered that Ji Rumo had the eye of the sky. He once said that he could not see through the fates of 3 people. One was Yun Sheng of Zhou State. The other was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. The last person was, those who believe in fate have fates. Those who do not believe in fate do not have fates. Although I am the Elder Ming of the Dharma Temple, I have never believed in fate. The 3 of us do not believe in fate. We are people who fight against the heavens. This time, I will fight for it. Ji Rumo raised his head and looked at the figures in the sky. Boom! The 2 figures collided in midair like 2 meteorites, one black and one gold. In the sky, a whirlpool of battle qi was stirred up. Violent fighting auras from Yi Baiming and He Yao spread out like a tide. Yi Baiming, don't think that you could defeat me just because you're also a martial god. I'm still your father. There's no way you can defeat me. He Yao's face was as cold as ice. From He Yao's point of view, Yi Baiming's strength should be worlds apart from his own. Even though Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing, he had not experienced the baptism of the beast god Altar. He had not even awakened the most basic Qilin inheritance. Such a Yi Baiming could actually exchange close to 100 moves with him. This didn't mean that Yi Baiming's strength was on par with Obsidian's. Instead, it was because their mental states were completely different. He Yao's goal this time was to capture Yi Baiming and bring him back to the 8 Desolate Tribe. He wanted to capture him, but did not kill him. However, Yi Baiming was the exact opposite. He hated He Yao for causing him and Empress so much pain for so many years. He also hated the Black Qilin tribe for harming Yun Sheng time and time again. Every move he made was vicious, like a fugitive. As a result, He Yao and Yi Baiming were tangled in a fight. It was difficult to determine the victor. The more He Yao was entangled, the more anxious he became, especially when he noticed that the priests from the Dharma Temple had secretly completed the new Dutian blood seal while they were fighting. The cunning humans were stalling for time. If this dragged on and the new Dutian blood seal was completed, He Yao's invasion would be considered a complete failure. When that happened, the Black Qilin tribe would become the laughingstock of the other Bakra orcs. As the chief, he would lose all face. He Yao bent his right hand, and it turned into a Qilin spiritual claw. A ball of fierce dough, qi lit up, and a black light burst out from his body like the dawn. The skies seemed to darken in an instant. The 3rd inheritance of the Qilin tribe, heaven-devouring abyss. Behind He Yao, a huge shadow swallowed all the light like a hungry beast. He Yao's Qilin inheritance was similar to Xiao Hei's heaven-devouring abyss. However, compared to the heaven-devouring abyss, He Yao's inheritance was more domineering. As the shadow continued to expand, it almost covered the entire Dutian blood seal. The Dutian blood seal seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. Everyone was trapped in the abyss and couldn't even see their own fingers. Under the shroud of that black shadow, everyone felt that their magic power and Do Qi were draining away. The 3rd inheritance of the Black Qilin tribe, heaven-devouring abyss, was like a huge beast that didn't know how to quench its hunger. It swallowed all the energy around it. This feeling? The power of He Yao's 3rd inheritance had the terrifying ability to devour all energy. All of a sudden, Yi Baiming felt that all the fighting aura in his body had been sucked away. There was nothing left of his magic power and fighting aura. Was this the true power of the awakened Black Cheelan tribe? This kind of energy seemed to be beyond the realm of magicians and warriors. An ominous premonition arose in Yi Baiming's heart. Is it all because of that woman? Today, I will kill her with my own hands in front of you. He Yao's gaze was cruel as he waved his hand. Whoosh! Unable to move, Yi Baiming watched as the fighting energy shot towards the defenseless Yin Sheng. Fear crept into his heart. He Yao, how dare you? Yi Baiming's voice was filled with anger and fear. Even if He Yao wanted to kill him, Yi Baiming wouldn't even bat an eyelid. The only thing he was afraid of was that He Yao would hurt Yin Sheng. He Yao also knew this. The only thing Yi Baiming cared about was that celestial fox bastard. He wanted to kill that celestial fox bastard in front of Yi Baiming so that he would completely give up on the boundless continent. The Black Cheelan fighting energy had already arrived in front of Yin Sheng. Like numerous sharp arrows, Yin Sheng couldn't dodge. At this moment, a person appeared in front of Yin Sheng. Ji Rumo waved his sleeves. His tall figure was like a towering mountain that blocked the Fudo Qi from He Yao. What? He Yao, He Lin Lin, and everyone from the Black Cheelan tribe were shocked. He Yao's abyss erosion was He Yao's third inheritance. Under the effects of the inheritance, no one could use mana or fighting energy. No one was an exception except for that person on the beast god altar. But why did this magician from the temple still have energy left? Who are you? How can you ignore my abyss erosion? He Yao's gaze darkened. You're wrong. I'm only using your power. Ji Rumo flicked his wrist, and several streams of fighting energy shot towards He Yao. Chapter 1083. He Yao couldn't be more familiar with that fighting aura. It was his own fighting aura. However, the fighting aura that Ji Rumo shot out was different from He Yao's fighting aura. It also contained the power of light. Insignificant skill. I don't believe that you can dodge it this time. He Yao grabbed at the void. With a crack, black heaven eroding chi rolled out from under Yin Sheng and Ji Rumo's feet. The two of them seemed to have sunk into mud. Their bodies kept sinking, and they could be swallowed by the Cheelan's devouring chi at any time. Ji Rumo, don't worry about me. Yin Sheng couldn't activate any magic power in her body. She didn't want to be a burden to Ji Rumo. Yin Sheng knew Ji Rumo's strength. He should be able to get rid of the devouring chi. Yin Sheng's hand was held. Ji Rumo's hand was slender and cold like a piece of jade. There was no warmth in it at all. Ji Rumo's amber-colored eyes flashed with a strange emotion as he stared blankly at her. If there was no Yi Baiming, would you have fallen in love with me? Ji Rumo took off his mask, revealing a face that could turn the world upside down. There's no if when it comes to love. Yin Sheng shook her head. In her previous life, her heart was broken by that scumbag Lu Mingling. She once thought that she couldn't love anyone anymore. However, the heavens gave her a second chance. She came to the boundless land and met Yi Baiming. Her heart was very small. Since she could accept Yi Baiming, she couldn't accept other people's feelings. Ji Rumo was relieved. He already knew the answer, but he still didn't give up. However, it was fine. Since that was the case, his decision was not wrong. Let go of my hand. Why did you save me? Yin Sheng was anxious. Why was he so good to her? She had only met this man a few times, but she had only met him a few times. But he had silently endured many calamities for her. Yin Sheng was a person who didn't like to owe people favors, but unintentionally, she owed Ji Rumo a life-saving grace twice. Cheelan, Yi Baiming, and Abandon were watching from the side. They were both men who loved Yin Sheng deeply. No one knew better than them what the way Ji Rumo looked at Yin Sheng meant. Yi Baiming's heart was filled with jealousy, but this time he did not stop her. If not for Ji Rumo, Obsidian's scheme would have succeeded this time. All of them owed Ji Rumo their lives. Yin Sheng only saw that Ji Rumo's amber eyes seemed to be filled with rosy clouds. His voice, in the face of the violent winds of the Dutian blood beast world, seemed so ethereal. Because you made me have a heart. If I could choose again, I would rather be a mirror. That way, I can look at you forever. Ji Rumo's lips curled into a gentle smile. He whispered into Yun Sheng's ear. A mirror was the loneliest. Although it could illuminate others, it could never see its own heart. Mirror. Yun Sheng did not understand. Ji Rumo lifted his finger. His fingertip injected a warm light into Yun Sheng's glabella. Yun Sheng only saw a white light flash before her eyes. The next moment, she was enveloped by a ray of light. In that ray of light, Yun Sheng felt that the magic in her body, which had disappeared, was rapidly recovering. This was? Meanwhile, Ji Rumo was still locked in a stalemate with He Yao. You really don't know what's good for you. You actually want to use your own strength to block my attack? Obsidian snorted. Then he was stunned. He Yao, I'll return what you've given her tenfold. Ji Rumo's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Ji Rumo's body emitted a dazzling light. That light tore apart Obsidian's devouring power. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. That light was like the scorching sun in the clear summer sky. All the foul power would be burned away when it came into contact with the scorching sun. Not only that, there was a terrifying power in the light that could destroy everything. Obsidian felt that this power was enough to destroy his power of inheritance. Him. Who was it? Why did he have the terrifying power to destroy the Qilin's power of inheritance? Obsidian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ji Rumo had disappeared. There was only one mirror in the sky. That mirror was only the size of an ordinary heart-protecting mirror. It was shaped like an ancient bronze mirror. However, countless rays of light suddenly shot out from the mirror. The rays of light immediately devoured Obsidian's devouring power and reflected his power of inheritance back. The rays of light were like thousands of arrows, shooting towards Obsidian and the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe. At this moment, Yin Sheng and everyone else were staring at the mirror with dumbfounded expressions. Heavenly Fate Mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Damn it! Even Obsidian couldn't block the strong light emitted by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Under the strong light, the Black Qilin warriors were all killed by the reflected power of inheritance. Ji Rumo was actually the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yin Sheng looked at the mirror in the sky. She didn't expect Xiao Wenxiu to be the Heavenly Fate Mirror. No wonder he could learn any magic. Mirrors were able to reflect everything. Father, save me! He Linlin screamed. She could feel the battle chi in her body being devoured by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian's situation wasn't much better than He Linlin's. His third power of inheritance was especially strong when used on himself. Under the refraction of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, most of his battle chi was devoured. Go! Leave this place immediately! Blacklight had no choice but to tear a magic scroll and teleport away with his daughter, He Linlin. The Black Qilin tribe disappeared. Hundreds of Black Qilin tribe's corpses were still on the ground. Obsidian and his daughter had escaped. No one had expected that such a shocking turn of events would occur in the blink of an eye. And this reversal was because everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The mirror in the sky fell to the ground. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound. Obsidian's third power of Qilin inheritance was extremely terrifying. It contained the devouring power of darkness, which brought irreparable side effects to the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian was gone, and the Heavenly Fate Mirror was destroyed. Yun Sheng hesitated. She walked forward and picked up the Heavenly Fate Mirror. It was an exquisite mirror. The frame was exquisitely carved. The surface of the mirror was damaged. There were many deep cracks on the surface of the mirror. Drops of blood-like, red, liquid flowed out from the cracks. This chapter is a godly turn of events. Yes, many people will probably curse me for being tricked. Turning on the complaining mode. The so-called Chinese New Year is an endless amount of food to eat, an endless amount of parties to run, and an endless amount of troublesome questions to ask. Old girl expressed that her heart was stuffed, and she had very little time to sit down and write. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 1084. No one would have thought that Jirumo was actually the Heaven's Mandate mirror that they had been searching for. No one would have guessed that at the last moment, Jirumo would actually choose to use his true body to block He Yao's attack. The crowd was completely silent. Only Yunsheng lowered her head and looked at the mirror. The red liquid that gushed out of the mirror was not only tears, but also blood. Yunsheng's eyes were a little moist. At this moment, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts, but for a moment, she did not know how to express them. The golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also stood in the distance. At this moment, he knew that he should not disturb Yunsheng. The cracked mirror could no longer reflect a person's appearance clearly, but it could reflect an amber light. That light was very similar to Jirumo's eyes. It was as gentle and as heart-palpitating. Yunsheng used her fingers to rub the irreparable crack on the mirror. When it brushed across her skin, there was still a faint pain. Jirumo's last words were still echoing in his ears. She slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, the ray of light that Jirumo had shot into her glabella flashed past. Inside, there was also a piece of Jirumo's memory, a piece of Jirumo's innermost secret that no one knew. Jirumo's memory, like the rising tide of the sea, spread out bit by bit. There were many kinds of love in the world. Some were bold and unrestrained like the scorching sun, and some were reserved like gurgling water. There was also one kind called waiting silently. Whether it was Xiao Wenshu or Jirumo, his love was very reserved. That love was so reserved that Yunsheng did not know it until the moment of his death. Jirumo was the Heaven's Mandate mirror, and had always been. The 8 Wastelands' divine weapons were all spiritual objects. After the experts of the 8 Wastelands died and retired, the 8 Wastelands' divine weapons had different fates. Among the 8 great regalia, the Heavenly Mandate mirror wasn't as famous as the other regalia. Its use had always been misunderstood by the outside world. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had always been regarded as a divine artifact used to predict the future. However, the true Heavenly Fate mirror's use wasn't limited to that. The Heavenly Fate mirror could see into a person's heart and soul. It could also predict a person's future. However, its greatest use was that it could reflect everything, regardless of whether it was magic or battle techniques. However, that was only the case during battle. Most of the time, the Heaven's Mandate mirror was like an ordinary mirror, only reflecting other people's things. After the fall of the 8 powerhouses, the Heavenly Mandate mirror fell into the hands of the commoners. Because no one had discovered the true use of the Heaven's Mandate mirror, it had always been mistaken for an ordinary mirror due to its exquisite appearance. It was like an ordinary commodity, going around in circles and falling into the hands of different people. Because it had experienced many generations of hosts and seen countless human emotions and desires, it started to form its own consciousness. This continued until it fell into the hands of the wife of a Penglai merchant. After the merchant's wife obtained the Heavenly Mandate mirror, she couldn't bear to part with it. However, as she aged, her appearance gradually deteriorated. Coupled with the fact that her husband had a change of heart, the merchant's wife couldn't face the fact that she was aging. In a fit of anger, she threw the Heavenly Mandate mirror into the Penglai Sea. The Heavenly Mandate mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, sank to the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years, untouched by anyone. Under the cleansing of the Penglai Sea, the Heavenly Mandate mirror absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the heaven, earth, and sea. The consciousness of the people in the Heavenly Mandate mirror became clearer and clearer. Finally, using his own divine power and his curiosity towards the human race's 7 emotions and 6 desires, he transformed into a baby boy. Coincidentally, when it was washed up on the beach of Penglai, Yixiao Wenshu, who was just a baby boy, was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. After transforming into a human, Jirumo had been working hard to learn how to be a human. However, he still couldn't learn the human emotions and desires. He treated people gently because he didn't care about anyone. He didn't hate or feel joy because in his eyes, all living things were equal. Until one day, he met Yun Sheng as Xiaowanshu. At first, Jirumo was just curious because Yun Sheng was the first person that Jirumo couldn't see clearly with his Heaven's Mandate mirror. But Jirumo didn't know that his curiosity would one day evolve into a special emotion that he couldn't control. The second time Jirumo met Yun Sheng was in Yujing. At that time, he had witnessed her magical talent and astonishing medical skills. He tried to collect all kinds of information about Yun Sheng. Slowly, his interest in her became stronger and stronger. He sneaked into the little Xiantong. The first time, he disguised his identity just to observe Yun Sheng at a close distance. The more he observed, the more he couldn't extricate himself from Yun Sheng. Later, when he realized that something was wrong with him, it was already too late. He went against heaven's will, saved Yun Sheng, and used a part of his divine power to help Yun Sheng escape a life and death situation. All of this was just because he didn't want Yun Sheng to be hurt. If you have the heart, you're a human. If you don't have the heart, you're a divine tool. A divine tool was a divine tool. Even if he'd been a human for many years, he still couldn't escape the fate of turning back into a divine tool. Jirumo probably already knew the result, but he still chose to sacrifice himself. Jirumo's feelings, she probably didn't even have the chance to repay him in this life. Everything is fate. Rumo, why are you so foolish? Elder Si-Ming had lost his senior brother Jirumo, and at the same time, his beloved disciple Jirumo. He was so sad that tears flowed down his old face. Bobo, now is not the time to be sad. Master, look at the entrance to the blood world. Bobo's sheep was restless. The entrance to the blood world was forcefully opened by He Yao using his own power. He Yao was driven away, but the entrance to the blood world didn't disappear. Instead, because of the fierce battle between Jirumo and the Black Qilin King, the crack in the sky above the Dutian blood world became bigger. Even though He Yao and Ba Shipan were driven away, if they couldn't completely seal the entrance to the blood world, the beast god Alter and the other beast clans of the Eight Desolate tribe would still have a chance to invade again. Perhaps influenced by Jirumo, Gufeng seemed to have made up his mind and said loudly, Chong, Elder Si-Ming, let us complete the last step and let the blood seal return to the boundless land. Let's chase those damn Bakra orcs out forever. At this moment, Gufeng's voice was resolute, and there was a hint of a manly spirit in it. Jirumo was a light magician. He used his life to drive He Yao away. He, Gufeng, was also a light magician. He could also give his all to protect the boundless land. That's right. We can't let Rumo die in vain. Everyone, please leave the Dutian blood seal. Gufeng and I will use the power of light to reconstruct the Dutian blood seal. Elder Si-Ming regained his rationality after being sad. Chapter 1085. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had fallen, but the crisis of the Blood Realm was still not over. At this time, sadness was no longer of any use. As one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the Heaven's Mandate mirror still guarded the will of the 8 great elites at the last moment. At the last moment, it sacrificed itself to block He Yao's attack. At this time, they couldn't let Jirumo's sacrifice go to waste. They had to complete the last step of the new Dutian blood seal. The basic drawing of the blood seal had been completed. The rest was up to Gufeng to merge the luminous sun ball and the magic formation into one. Yun Sheng, tell Ling Er that I will always be here to pray for her. Gufeng's eyes were unusually determined. Gufeng, what's going on? After experiencing Jirumo's sudden death, Yun Sheng was still a little sad. However, from Elder Si-Ming's and Gufeng's tone, she could still hear something unusual. Could it be that drawing the new Dutian blood seal wasn't as simple as she and Ling Er thought? Don't you know that because of the lack of the 8 barren divine artifacts and the blood of the Bakra orcs, in order to reactivate the new Dutian blood seal, Goofing must be the eye of the formation and uses light magic to form the new Dutian blood seal. Once the blood seal is formed, Goofing must be sealed in the Dutian blood seal forever. Elder Si-Ming looked at Yun Sheng and the others' reactions. It seemed that they didn't know what Goofing was going to do next. Elder Si-Ming was suspicious, but Goofing lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yun Sheng and Qi were both stunned. With Goofing as the eye of the formation, he was going to be sealed in the new Dutian blood seal forever. Didn't that mean that Goofing had to stay here? He was like a candle, supporting the Dutian blood seal with his life. Why had Gu Feng, this silly boy, never mentioned it before? How could he sacrifice himself? Just when Yun Sheng and Qi were about to dissuade Qi Muguan, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from behind them. Dong Wangling, and the Yuan family siblings, who had gone to stop Qi Muguan and the others earlier, had also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the corpses of the Dark Qilin warriors on the ground, but when they heard Elder Si-Ming's words, they were even more shocked. No! Dong Wangling, face was filled with tears. Just now, when Dong Wangling rushed over and saw the terrifying battle chi fluctuation coming from the Dutian blood seal, she knew that the powerful He Yao must be at the Dutian blood seal. She was afraid that something would happen to Goofing, so she ran all the way. At that time, Dong Wangling knew that in her heart, she had never been able to let go of Goofing. Dong Wangling regretted. What high hopes of her mother, the heavy responsibility of being the queen of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. At that moment, none of them were as important as Goofing's life and death. After all, she was not the Empress of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She would rather be a little girl. When she arrived at the Dutian blood seal and saw Goofing's familiar figure, Dong Wangling let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, she heard that Goofing was going to sacrifice himself and use the light sphere to restart the Dutian blood seal. She only felt that her head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything. She couldn't see anything. There was only one voice in her heart. No matter what, she must stop Goofing. She couldn't live without Goofing. Goofing, did you forget that you promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, no matter what I become? Dong Wangling cried out. Hearing Dong Wangling's words, Goofing's heart ached. When Dong Wangling was harmed by the soul snake and almost became an idiot, Goofing had whispered those words to her countless times. He said that no matter if she became a princess or a commoner in the future, no matter if she grew old or ugly, he would never leave her and treat her the same. At that time, Dong Wangling didn't give Goofing any response. It was just that he didn't expect that she would reply to Goofing at this moment. She remembered. She actually remembered those words of his. Linger, I'm very sorry. I promised that I would always take care of you. But this time, I'm afraid that there's no other way. Seeing Ling tear-filled face, Goofing's heart ached. He wanted to go forward, hug Dong Wangling and comfort her. However, he didn't even have the courage to go forward. Goofing resolutely turned around, no longer looking at Ling's sorrowful eyes. Goofing was never a brave person. He was worried that if he were to go forward, he would be moved by Ling's tears and change his original intention. No, Ling pounced forward and hugged Goofing from behind, ignoring everyone's gaze. She hugged his waist tightly, unwilling to let go. Compared to death, the pain of separation was more painful. Dong Wangling couldn't bear to be separated from Goofing in the future. Miss Dong Wang, please reconsider. The relationship between you and Goofing is very touching. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, whether it's the Boundless Continent or the Eastern Capital, the peace of the Boundless Continent for nearly 10,000 years will be destroyed. Countless people will be hurt under the iron hooves of the Bakra orcs, and the continent will never be peaceful again. Elder Si-Ming sighed. In order to protect Yun Sheng, in order to protect the Boundless Continent, Ji Rumo was willing to give up the divine power that he had gathered for thousands of years to form his physical body. Goofing could only give up his personal feelings. Dong Wangling was also very clear that what Elder Si-Ming said was right. However, her hands seemed to have lost control. No matter what, she refused to let go of Goofing. She knew that once she let go, she would never have the chance to see Goofing again. Feeling the girl's soft body and her hot tears wet his clothes, Goofing bit his lips until he tasted blood. He choked with sobs in his throat. He resisted, not allowing himself to be shaken, and not letting Ling discover his sadness. Ling, I am a coward. In this life, I will only be brave this time. I can't bear to leave you. However, for the safety of the continent, and also for you in the Dongwang dynasty, for Yin Sheng and the others, and for everyone, I have to do this. Goofing struggled to break free from Ling Er's hands, leaving her with an empty back. Sob, Dongwang Ling couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Yin Sheng walked up to her and hugged her shoulders tightly. Dongwang Ling cried as she looked at Goofing and Elder Siming. Yin Sheng, he doesn't want me anymore. When her father died, Dongwang Ling didn't cry. When her brother became a fool, Dongwang Ling didn't cry. Even when she cut off her feelings for Goofing, Dongwang Ling also held back her tears. However, this time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried like a helpless child. Linger, it's not that he doesn't want you anymore. He wants to protect you, to protect us. Yin Sheng's eyes were red. She also couldn't bear to part with Goofing. However, Goofing's decision was right. If she was Goofing, she would also do the same. Goofing had always been regarded as the weakest among them. However, this time, he was stronger than anyone else. Chapter 1086. Seeing that Dongwang Ling was still crying, Yin Sheng could only harden her heart and secretly activate the power of the Dark Needle. A dark needle shot into Dongwang Ling sleeping acupoint. Dongwang Ling felt her body go numb and sleepy. She leaned on Yin Sheng's body and fell asleep. Seeing this, Goofing nodded at Yin Sheng gratefully. Yin Sheng had always been the one who understood him the most. Unexpectedly, Yin Sheng glared at Goofing fiercely. Goofing, you bastard. How dare you hide such an important thing from us? Remember, you must succeed and wait for us in the Dutian Blood Seal. I will definitely find a way to get you out. Yin Sheng secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely not let Goofing be sealed in the Blood Seal. She would definitely think of a way. That's right, Goofing. Not only is Ling waiting for you, we are also waiting for you. You must hold on until Yin Sheng and I find a way to save you, Qi said in unison. Seeing the sincere eyes of his friends and their determined voices, Goofing's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He nodded solemnly. No matter when, he, Yin Sheng, Qi, and Ling would always be together. Goofing and Elder Siming stood in the middle of the newly drawn heavenly blood seal. Goofing, Rumo is right. You are the one who can see the most clearly among all of us. You are also very lucky to have a group of companions who are willing to go through life and death for you. Elder Siming looked at Goofing with a new gaze. Just now, the words of Yin Sheng and Goofing's group of companions had deeply touched Elder Siming. All along, the Temple of Dharma had been protecting Wuji and its people. However, when faced with real danger, they were not as resolute as a normal magician like Goofing. This group of young magicians might not be able to compete with the powerful Bakra orcs with their current strength. However, they had unshakable faith and the most sincere friendship. One day, this group of people would grow and become the backbone of the boundless world. However, don't worry. Before Rumo died, he injected half of his mana into this magic array. This way, your consumption will be greatly reduced. After you use the light sun ball, I will put you into a state of suspended animation for a while. This way, you will consume less life mana. If there is a day, you will be able to replace you and become the eye of the array. Perhaps there will be a day when you will meet again. Elder's words stunned Goofing's words. But, Elder Siming, if you do that, won't you? If he did that, Elder Siming's mana would be greatly depleted. Just like Ji Rumo, Elder Siming had also used a large amount of mana to draw the magic array. If he helped Goofing, his mana would be almost completely depleted. In that case, wouldn't he? The Emperor Zao in red was dead, and so was Jiromo. Elder Si Ming was suddenly enlightened. All the grudges and hatred were no longer important. The most important thing now was to help Gufeng reactivate the Dutian blood seal. As long as he could do that, Elder Si Ming would not hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his cultivation. Before He Yao escaped, he tore open another crack in space. This crack undoubtedly caused the Dutian blood seal to be damaged even more. Only when Gufeng obtained more power could the Dutian blood seal be successfully reconstructed. Having lived to this age, this old man is already nearing the end of his life. I have no regrets even if I die. There is already a successor on the continent. Elder Si Ming looked at the young men and women outside the Dutian blood seal with relief. This battle was exceptionally cruel, but it also gave Elder Si Ming hope. Even if the Law Temple was no longer around, there would still be many outstanding magicians on the continent. Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, the magician elite camp of the continent. He could go without worry. Gufeng still wanted to say something. However, Elder Si Ming shook his head and suddenly chanted. His lost spirit appeared in his body. The power of his lost spirit was like warm sunlight. Strands of mana flowed into Gufeng's body without reservation. Gufeng's lost spirit, which was originally not very strong, was nourished by Elder Si Ming's lost spirit. It was like a sprout that was nourished by the spring rain, rapidly growing stronger and stronger. Peak Sky Magician, Saint Level Law, Overlord, Gufeng's light law spirit was rapidly expanding. Witnessing this scene, apart from being shocked, the crowd could not help but feel deeply moved by Elder Si Ming's actions. He was sacrificing his life in exchange for the future of the continent. If Gufeng's power increased, the new Dutian blood seal would be stronger, and the chances of stopping the invasion of the Bakra orcs would increase greatly. Just as Gufeng was absorbing Elder Si Ming's mana, the air above the Dutian blood realm was churning. At that moment, at the entrance of the blood realm that was dozens of meters wide, about 100 miles away from the entrance of the blood realm, in the chaos zone, several groups of people were rushing toward the boundless continent. This time, there were two groups of people from different Bahuang tribes. Among them, there were handsome D clan warriors. Most of them were about 189 meters tall, wearing purple battle helmets and holding sharp spears. On the other side, there were golden rock warriors from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Each of them was like the wind, and their footsteps were neat. However, unlike the Black Shilin tribe who took the lead earlier, the pace of these troops was not hurried, especially the golden rock warriors of the 9 Phoenix tribe. One must know that the 9 Phoenix tribe had always been known as the tribe with the best movement techniques and the fastest speed among the 8 Wastelands beasts. However, this time, after the beast god Alter gave the order to invade the boundless continent, Green, as the young leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe, was lazy. From the time he gathered his troops to the time he sent them out, everything was done slowly. It did not look like he was going to war at all. Instead, he looked like he was going on a sightseeing tour. Green, according to your speed, by the time you reach the boundless land, I'm afraid that the Black Shilin tribe and the other tribes will have already seized the opportunity. Seeing his good friend like this, Purple could not bear to continue watching, and he glanced at his good friend with some resentment. After all, the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D clan were the superior beast tribes among the Bakra orcs. If the two of them did not get any military merits after sending out their troops, they would not be able to report back to their superiors. I heard that He Yao is going out personally. The result is the same even if we arrive early or late. The group of men from the Black Shilin tribe are typical battle maniacs. A man in a green robe stood beside Purple. If it wasn't for Purple directly calling out Green's name, it would be very hard for anyone to believe that the little Shota Green of the 9 Wan clan, who was still as beautiful as a young girl 3 years ago, would actually undergo such a huge change in just a few short years. New Year's Eve. Remember to throw away your monthly ticket. Chapter 1087. Green no longer looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His figure was a little thinner than Z, the strong young patriarch of the D clan. However, both of them were about the same height, about 1.9 meters. Long was a kind of Bakra orcs with the bloodline of the phoenix. The men and women of Bakra orcs mostly had outstanding looks, but they also had the powerful strength of the phoenix. As the young master of the Nine Wan tribe, Green was very beautiful since birth. But compared to the youthful beauty of a few years ago, Green was becoming more and more beautiful after fusing with the Nine Wan King's relic. His eyes were like stars, his lips were like cherry blossoms, his skin was as white as porcelain, and his figure was as elegant as a jade tree. But if anyone thought that Green's strength was as harmless as his appearance, they would be wrong, because his eyes would inadvertently flash with a trace of sharpness. The effect of the Nine Wan King's relic was gradually revealed on his body. Green, did you really slow down on purpose just to avoid He Yao's attack? Disbelief was written all over Z Cuckoo's face. It was undeniable that the Black Chelan tribe was very strong, but the Nine Wan tribe and the D clan were not soft persimmons. Would Green really be afraid of He Yao and his daughter? Perhaps not. Green pursed his lips, his eyes glimmered like a wrinkled lake in the spring breeze. Unconsciously, a face appeared in his mind. It was a face with various expressions, angry, emotionless, and cold. But no matter what kind of expression fell on that woman, it was exceptionally beautiful. Yin Sheng, this time, I will meet you again. Green's heart unconsciously became nervous. Z was right. He was not afraid of He Yao, although He Yao was strong. But with the Beast God altar and with the D clan, even He Yao could not do anything to them. But if he met Yin Sheng, what should he do? Once the Dutian blood seal was destroyed, the relationship between the human race and the Bakra orcs would be like fire and water. A war between the two races would break out at any moment. As the young clan leader of the Nine Phoenix tribe, he would definitely take the lead and kill the human race. However, if the person standing in front of him was Yin Sheng, what would he do? Green hesitated. Suddenly, there was a magical fluctuation in front of them. A figure staggered into their line of sight. It's Chimuguan. Why is he alone? I heard that the Boss Serpent tribe sent out several hundred elites this time, saying that they want to take first place. Her purple eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing green and purple, Chimuguan's face inevitably turned a little ugly. He pretended not to see them and turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a flash appeared in front of his eyes. Purple had already stopped him. Chimuguan's expression became even more awkward. He had been hoping to be the first to occupy the Boundless Continent, but he had ended up worse off. Not only had he failed to gain any benefits, but he had also been annihilated. Furthermore, his dermic soul had been damaged. This matter definitely could not be discovered by Purple and Green. Chimuguan is a member of the 8 Wastelands Beast clans. You're leaving without even saying goodbye. What is the meaning of this? Z didn't have a good impression of the Boss Serpent tribe. However, seeing them acting suspiciously, she couldn't help being a bit suspicious. Purple glanced at Chimuguan a few times. When her gaze landed on Chimuguan's eyes, it was as if there were needles on his back. It was as embarrassing as it could be. I found the entrance to the Blood Realm and was about to inform everyone. Coincidentally, I met you guys. Chimuguan was unlucky, but he did not want others to have it easy either. When he saw that Purple and Green were strong, a vicious plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Chimuguan thought to himself, I'll send you two to your deaths. When the time comes, you will end up like me. Let's see if you still dare to laugh at me. Oh, where's the entrance to the Blood Realm? Green raised his eyebrows and asked casually. It's not far ahead. Hurry up and go. If you are late and other beasts get there first, it will be too late for regrets. Chimuguan was secretly happy that Green and Purple had fallen for his trick. There's no time to lose. Let's go there right away. Z.E. gave the order, and the D-Clan's warriors rushed forward without stopping. Wait. Green pressed down on Chimuguan's shoulder and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Chimuguan screamed in pain. His right shoulder had been dislocated. "Green, you lunatic, what are you doing?" Chi Muguan was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. He almost fainted. "Chi Muguan, what kind of person are you? Why are you so kind? Tell me, what happened in the Duqian blood realm?" Green's handsome face came closer. In Chi Muguan's eyes, he only felt that it was incomparably ferocious. "I'm telling the truth." Chi Muguan would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. "Since you are not willing to tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless." 9 Phoenix Inheritance, Soul Search. Green snorted coldly. In between his hands, a 5-colored soul energy was injected into Chi Muguan's body. The 5-colored soul energy was different from normal magic power and Duqi. It seeped into the skin and rushed toward Chi Muguan's Dharma spirit in an instant. The 9 Phoenix clan, D clan, and Black Qilin clan were called superior beast clans. They did not have the tyrannical warrior physique of the Black Qilin clan, nor did they have the D clan's talent in healing. However, the 9 Phoenix clan had a talent that other beast clans could not compare to. That was the ability to cultivate soul energy. Green's first inheritance was Soul Search. It could forcefully search a person's real memory. However, if the control of Soul Search was not controlled properly, it could easily damage the Dharma spirit. If the Dharma spirit was damaged, it would affect the later cultivation. A few years ago, Green did not like to use Soul Search. However, ever since he returned from the Duqian blood realm, his temperament had changed. His attacks were also much more vicious. Purple saw this and was very happy. This made Green even more suitable to lead the 9 Phoenix clan and fight against the Black Qilin clan. Purple had long realized that although Green looked sloppy, in reality, Green was much more talented than him and Hei Linlin. It was just that this kid was too lazy and kept a low profile in the early years. Chi Muguan, this kid, had hit the nail on the head. In order to deceive Green and Purple, Chi Muguan pretended that he was fine. However, Green felt that his breathing was rapid. Furthermore, the magic waves around his body were much weaker than usual. After searching for a while, Green's face darkened. "Chi Muguan, you actually dare to deceive us." Chi Muguan's memory was completely restored. He had been attacked by one of the 8 barren divine weapons, Dong Wang Qing, and an unknown divine weapon. Furthermore, not long after Chi Muguan escaped from the Bloody Sky Metropolis world, he felt the power of another 8 barren divine implement. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the 8 barren divine implement had clashed directly with the Black Qilin clan. The power of that divine implement was much stronger than Dong Wang Qing's. Not long after that divine weapon appeared, the aura of the Black Qilin warriors in the Blood Realm disappeared. Everyone, Happy New Year. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Chapter 1088. What? The aura of the Black Qilin clan disappeared? How is that possible? The Black Qilin clan sent out 1,000 warriors, led by Hei Yao and Hei Linlin. Z couldn't believe it. Even the warriors of the D clan and the 9 Phoenix clan didn't believe it, let alone Z. The 1,000 elites of the Black Qilin clan weren't easy to deal with. Hei Yao alone was more powerful than tens of thousands of people. Hei Yao was known as the most powerful leader of the Bakra orcs in recent years. Even the leaders of the 9 Phoenix clan and the D clan might not be able to defeat him. The soul searching can't be wrong. The humans have probably found other 8 barren artifacts. If I'm not wrong, the artifact that defeated Hei Yao is the legendary Heavenly Fate Mirror, which can reflect all magic and combat skills. Green had studied the 8 barren artifacts. Among the 8 barren artifacts, most of them were controlled by humans. Only the Heavenly Mandate Mirror was stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Rather than saying that Hei Yao was defeated by the Heavenly Mandate Mirror, it was more accurate to say that he was defeated by himself. In that case, doesn't the human clan have 2 8 barren divine artifacts? Purple was also frightened. No, the humans are cunning. I'm afraid they have more than 2 divine weapons. Green thought that the humans must have other 8 Baron Divine weapons. Chi Mugwan, how dare you lie to us? Do you believe that I'll kill you? Zichi's face was frosty. He almost fell for it. He lifted Chi Mugwan up and was about to flare up. I'm a young leader of the Bash tribe. If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you go, Chi Mugwan shouted. Z, let him go. Green gave Z a look. Z had no choice but to let go. Chi Mugwan hurriedly crawled up and fled in a sorry state. Why didn't you let me kill him? Z hated people like Chi Mugwan who backstabbed others. It's not time to kill him yet. I left a soul seed in his Dharma soul. Green's eyes were deep. Z's eyes narrowed. Green had planted a soul seed in Chi Mugwan's Dharma soul in an instant just now. As Green's best friend since childhood, Purple was one of the few people who knew about Green's inheritance. Green's first inheritance was the soul search that he had used on Chi Mugwan earlier. The second inheritance was the soul devouring. It was to absorb the opponent's magic soul for his own use. Green's third inheritance was obtained after he obtained the 9 Luan Kings, Saraira. It was also Green's most powerful inheritance, the soul seed. The soul seed was a special kind of magic power. It could absorb the power of a person's mana soul without anyone noticing. Once the soul seed matured, the person who was planted with the soul seed would become a puppet, completely under Green's control. Speaking of which, Green Soul Seed was similar to the Heart Distress Lantern, one of the 8 Baron's divine artifacts, and the corpse puppet technique of the Celestial Fox people. However, it was different from the Heart's Lantern corpse puppet technique. There was no way to get rid of the Green Soul Seed. The only way to get rid of the Soul Seed was to detonate the Soul Seed. However, if that were to happen, the person who was implanted with the Soul Seed would definitely die. Chi Mugwan had been struck by Green's Soul Seed. His future outcome would undoubtedly be 100 times more miserable than death. Why would Green use such a despicable method? He was really different from before. What exactly caused such a huge change in him? Z thought to herself. Green's eyes were also flickering. In fact, he did not tell Z all of Chi Mugwan's memories truthfully. According to Chi Mugwan's memories, the group of people who used the 8 Barons' divine artifacts in the Blood World were the people from the mainland's magic elite camp that they had encountered earlier. After Green returned to the 8 Barons continent, he had already investigated. Yun Sheng was from the mainland's magic elite camp. Moreover, she was one of the most outstanding students in the camp. Green sighed in his heart. There was an indescribable sense of melancholy. Green, what should we do next? If even He Yaot did not gain any benefits, even if we go to the Duqian Blood World, we will only be asking for trouble. Z muttered. As they spoke, a beastly roar that sounded like a cheetah's roar came from the Chaos Zone. Hearing the roar, Green's eyes changed. He and Z looked at each other. It's the beast god Altar's call signal. Green and Z recognized it. It was the beast god Altar's call signal. This time, the beast god Altar sent the 3rd and 5th priests. The call signal was sent by the 5th priest. Z did not like the 3rd priest. The 3rd priest was lustful. In his early years, he had robbed some outstanding young men and women from the D clan. As the young master of the 9 Phoenix tribe, Green did not want to wallow in the mire with those people. If that's the case, why don't we hide in the Duqian Blood World first and wait for an opportunity to act? Z and Green ignored the call signal and rushed towards the entrance of the Blood World that Chi Mugwan had mentioned earlier. They planned to enter the Blood World before the 3rd priest. The one who sent the call signal was indeed the 3rd priest of the beast god Altar. The 3rd priest was in a part of the Chaos Zone where the magic barrier was relatively weak. He was waiting for the arrival of the other Bakra orcs. The 3rd priest was a middle-aged man about 30 or 40 years old. His face was ashen, and he looked like he had overindulged. At this time, the 3rd priest's face was gloomy. After hearing the call signal, the first to arrive was the Bimung tribe of the Bakra orcs. After that, the Blue Hell Wolf tribe and the Celestial Fox people arrived one after another. What's the matter with the other tribes? How dare they defy the beast god Altar's order? When we return, I must report this to the 1st priest. The 3rd priest was originally going to travel with the fifth priest. However, the fifth priest was greedy and rushed into the Dutian blood world first. Thus, the third priest was left alone. Once she left, there was no news of her. The third priest tried to contact her several times, but he could not reach her. The third priest did not expect that the fifth priest had met with misfortune. After all, in the third priest's opinion, the fifth priest's ability to control corpses was unmatched by the human race. He thought that the fifth priest had colluded with the Black Chelan tribe to steal the credit. Thus, the third priest was anxious to enter the blood world. However, when he forcefully broke through the seal of the blood world, he discovered that the human race's magic barrier seemed to have changed. Originally, after the Dutian blood seal collapsed, the magic barrier between the 8 desolates and the boundless continent was constantly weakening. In the end, the magic barrier would completely disappear. However, after searching for a while, the third priest discovered that the magic barrier, which was originally weak, was constantly strengthening. This trend shocked the third priest. There was only one possibility for the magic barrier to keep strengthening. That was the human race had found a way to redraw the Dutian blood seal. Happy Year of the Goat. Happy New Year to everyone. May everything go well and be healthy. Chapter 1089. The humans are repairing the Dutian blood seal. We have to kill them before they repair it. Otherwise, once the blood seal is reconstructed, it will be difficult to invade again. The other clans have not arrived yet, so let's not wait for them. All of you, listen to my orders. Split up. I want to force my way through and stop the humans from reconstructing the heavenly blood seal. What the third shaman meant was that he wanted the other tribes to cooperate with him. Although the other Bakura Orcs warriors were unwilling, they could not disobey the third shaman because he was from the beast god altar. Therefore, the third shaman and the Bakura Orcs led their respective forces and started to attack. At this time, Goofing had obtained most of Elder Si Ming's Dharma soul power and was on the verge of breaking through to transcendence. However, right at this moment, several powerful energy ripples appeared in the sky above the Metropolis blood seal. Not good. There are at least 4 Bakura Orcs forces trying to break into the blood world. Everyone outside the Dutian blood seal looked up at the sky. Everyone, stop the beast for now. After 15 minutes, we can reconstruct the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, bang, in the sky, many black shadows rushed out. Those black shadows rushed towards the core area of the Dutian blood seal, where Gufeng and Elder Si Ming were at. Obviously, the other party already knew that Gufeng and the others were the key to reconstructing the blood seal this time. At this moment, Senior Sister Lan and the others also rushed over with their people. The situation is urgent. Everyone, spread out immediately. We only need 15 more minutes. Yun Sheng and the others had finished their discussion in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they split into 4 different forces and flew toward the forces of the 8 Wasteland Beast clans. Sister Lan led the continent's magic elite camp. Yin Sanlong and Yuan Buku led the Hunter Corps. Yun Sheng and Ling led a group of magical beasts, and Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin formed an army. On the Boundless Continent's side, 4 teams were swiftly formed, and they headed towards the 4 directions of the Dutian bloodstains. Tisk, ignorant humans, you actually dare to obstruct my Blue Abyss Wolf clan. The people who bumped into Sister Lan and the others were the Blue Abyss Wolves of the 8 Desolation tribe. The wolf warriors of the Dark Green Wolf tribe howled at the Sky Wolf and turned into werewolf warriors. The snow domain is frozen. A trace of coldness flashed across Senior Sister Lan's face. Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. Earlier, she'd once suffered a loss at the hands of the young patriarch of the Green Nether Wolves, Chinya. This time, she wanted to take revenge. Ice Blue water element surged out from Blue's body. In an instant, several wolf warriors of the Blue Nether Wolf tribe were sealed in ice. Kill. The mages of the elite mage camp from the continent all displayed their abilities. They charged forward like fleas and killed the werewolves. Humans, I am Rita from the Behemoth tribe. If you have the guts, fight me. The leader of the Behemoth tribe this time was the ugly female, giant Rita. She had successfully merged with a portion of the Behemoth King Sarira. She charged forward and swung her arms like two sticks. In an instant, many of the hunters from the Heaven Extermination hunting troop were flung away. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a javelin. The person swept his right arm and swept away a few hunters who were about to land on the ground. He actually managed to defuse Rita's energy. Yin Sanglong from a Zhou state is here to challenge you. Yin Sanglong's figure was tall and sturdy. He could tell that Rita was very powerful. Normal hunters were definitely not her match. You are quite a man. You are qualified to fight me. Rita laughed loudly. The two of them jumped up at the same time. Like two ferocious tigers, their intense chi rubbed against the air, giving off a burning smell. On the other side, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger also bumped into the people from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, the Celestial Fox tribe also sent out a few hundred fox warriors. This person was one of the generals under the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinxiu. You are not the saint. Just when he was about to unleash his power, he suddenly saw Yun Sheng, who was leading the group. Needless to say, this person mistook Yun Sheng for the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. If you back off quickly, I can spare your lives. When Yun Sheng saw the people from the Celestial Fox people, she thought of Hu Sheng, who died an unjust death. In fact, Yun Sheng didn't have any grudges with the Celestial Fox people. She also had half of the bloodline of the Celestial Fox people, who knew that not only did Yun Sheng's words not receive the gratitude of the Celestial Fox people, but the Celestial Fox magician who was leading the group sneered. Warriors of the Celestial Fox people, listen to my orders. The chief has given the order. Hu Sheng is not a woman and is colluding with humans. Everyone has the right to kill him. Whoever kills Hu Sheng will be rewarded 10,000 gold coins. Ever since Hu Sheng fell to the boundless world, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinxiu, saw her as a great humiliation. Therefore, he gave the order to kill both inside and outside the clan. When Yun Sheng heard that, the last bit of pity in her heart disappeared. She sneered, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." Yun Sheng's heart moved. She didn't even bother to use her magic. Behind her, the ground started to rumble. The expressions of the Celestial Fox warriors, who were previously proud, changed drastically. Countless black ants crawled out from the ground. In the sky, a large number of Night Charm warriors pounced over like dark clouds. 100-legged ant generals, Night Charm Queen, capture their leader alive. As for the rest, kill them all. Yin Sheng raised her eyebrows coldly. In an instant, miserable cries sounded. Those Celestial Fox warriors fell down layer by layer under the attack of the astonishing number of ant soldiers and Night Charm warriors. Very quickly, that Celestial Fox magician who was still arrogant earlier was dragged in front of Yun Sheng. Looking at Yun Sheng's murderous face, that Celestial Fox magician suddenly realized that this female magician, who looked almost identical to the Celestial Fox people's saintess Hu Sheng, was not their saintess. The Fox clan was cunning. He quickly bent his knees and kowtowed to Yun Sheng. "Honorable female magician, I was blind. I beg you to let me go. Let me ask you, why did you want to kill Hu Sheng?" Yun Sheng grabbed the Celestial Fox magician. I'll tell you everything. There were rumors that the saintess Hu Sheng was sold to the auction house of the human race and became a promiscuous female slave. The clan leader was furious and imprisoned the saintess's mother. He ordered that if anyone saw the saintess, they were to kill her. The Celestial Fox magician was frightened by Yun Sheng and spilled everything. Who was the one who spread the news? Did anyone verify it? When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger heard that, they both felt that Hu Sheng had surrendered. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, the saintess's reputation has been damaged. Even if she were to return to the Celestial Fox tribe, only death awaits her. That celestial fox magician who was sandwiched between the two women had a terrified look on his face. Chapter 1090. Yin Sheng's eyes turned cold bit by bit. Her lips curled up into a smile. When that celestial fox magus saw Yin Sheng smile, he only felt a chill in his heart. Bang! An extremely violent magic power shot down from the sky and hit the head of that celestial fox magus. The magus didn't even have the chance to scream before he was struck by the dark heavenly thorn and turned into a pile of charcoal. Poor Hu Sheng. Before she died, her only wish was for Yun Sheng to bring her ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. However, her people had never planned to welcome her back. Yin Sheng, Hu Sheng's ashes? Dong Wang Linger's face was filled with sadness. She felt that Hu Sheng's death wasn't worth it. Like Yin Sheng, Dong Wang Linger also vaguely guessed that Hu Sheng didn't want to be a burden to others. Another reason was that she hoped that Yun Sheng could go to the 8 Wastelands continent on her behalf and save the declining Celestial Fox tribe. However, the Celestial Fox people's actions had already made Yun Sheng completely disappointed in them. I will bring Hu Sheng's ashes back and save her mother. As for the Celestial Fox tribe, it has nothing to do with me whether they are strong or weak. Yun Sheng looked around and realized that the situation of the battle was better than she had expected. Sister Lan, second uncle, and the others had basically controlled the other party. However, the third priest's expression didn't look too good. Damn it, these humans do have some skills. They actually blocked all the attacks from the surroundings. The third priest roared. His eyes were filled with anger. However, when he saw that the ones who were blocking him were only 2 humans, the third priest felt a sense of hope. The ones in charge of protecting Gufeng and Chang Si-ming were the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, and Tycoon Jin. Seeing that the other party was just a beast and a human, the third priest and the people of the beast god altar behind him all revealed victorious smiles. I advise the 2 of you to quickly retreat. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The third priest gave an order, and behind him, nearly 100 beast god altar martial artists pulled off their robes in unison. The third priest was a martial artist. His subordinates were all martial artists. These people were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. Their muscles were strong, as if they were carved from marble. These martial artists of the beast god altar had all been baptized by the holy water of the beast god altar. Their bodies were much tougher than humans. Their bodies could penetrate the toughest shields, and their iron fists could directly penetrate the toughest armor. However, the third priest's words did not receive the response he deserved. The eyes of the person on the left under his robes suddenly brightened. His figure took a ghostly step forward, and with 2 booms, he threw out 2 heavy punches. The wind from his fists was like a flood. The third priest and the martial artists of the beast god altar only felt the air around them tremble. The fierce fists were like spring thunder, sweeping over like raindrops. The astonishing power of the fists actually landed on the martial artist of the beast god altar at the front. Pung! That martial artist's body flew backwards, rolling on the ground. His sternum shattered, and his heart was directly shattered. With just 1 punch, the martial artists of the beast god altar were completely unable to resist. Ignorant fool! Kill him! The third priest's expression changed slightly. The martial artists of the beast god altar did not care about their numbers. They swarmed forward, trying to use numbers to suppress the human. However, the most terrifying thing was yet to come. After that person was surrounded, not only did he not show any signs of defeat, on the contrary, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the attacks of the martial artists of the beast god altar. Punching left and right, he consecutively sent several martial artists flying. That momentum was unstoppable. What the hell was that thing? The third priest rushed forward, wanting to kill Tyrant Jean. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed, blocking the third priest's path. The third priest did not see who it was. He only saw his palm reach out, grabbing at the person blocking his path. But at this moment, a ball of flame exploded in front of him. The opponent's mouth spat out many magic attacks. Magician. The third priest's expression changed, and he floated back a few steps. Just as he dodged several magic attacks, he suddenly heard a biting cold claw wind, weaving into a sky full of claw shadows, like a heavenly net, enveloping the third priest. What kind of magic beast was this? It knew magic, and it also knew battle techniques. The sudden change in battle techniques, in addition to the magic attacks from before, caused the third priest to panic. For a moment, he also lost his mind. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, one could hear a figure shooting out from within the prime heaven blood seal, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yin Sheng. Quickly look, it's Gufeng. Dong Wang Ling was extremely excited as she raised her head. It turned out that 15 minutes had already passed. In the sky, the person standing there was none other than Gufeng. On Gufeng's body, his magic soul emitted a boundless golden light. Gufeng had broken through to become a magic god. Gufeng seemed to have grown several years older in an instant. On his originally round face, there was an additional layer of holy light. On his back, a pair of magic wings flapped, and he was already hovering in midair, just like a rising sun. For close to 10,000 years, the Duqian blood realm had been shrouded in evil aura and had never seen light. At this moment, light magic penetrated through the evil aura, illuminating every corner. Ancient magic incantations flowed out from the mouth of the ancient mountain like flowing water. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked at the sky together. But at this moment, Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly saw two figures flying toward the sky. When Green and Purple, who had been watching in the dark, saw Gufeng flying into the sky, they also flew into the sky at the same time. They already knew that Gufeng was the key to this Duqian blood seal. Almost at the same time, Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Ling also flew into the sky without hesitation. Yun Sheng, it's you. When Green saw Yun Sheng, he was absent-minded for a moment. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yun Sheng had become even more attractive to him. Her temperament was as cold as ice, yet as beautiful as fire. In the cold wind, Yun Sheng's long hair danced in the wind. In Green's eyes, there was only her. Green recognized Yun Sheng, but Yun Sheng did not immediately recognize Green. You know me? Whether you know me or not, get out of here. Yun Sheng was not polite at all. Her figure flashed, and a 1,000-year-old ice zither appeared in her hand. Green hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He stopped Purple. Purple wanted to say something, but stopped. At this moment, the magic power emitted by the ball of light quickly spread out. A ball of light as bright as the rising sun rose from Gufeng's body and spread towards the direction of the Duqian blood seal. The range of the ball of light was constantly expanding. It's a success. Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Ling were nervous and excited. The powerful light magic power emitted by the ball of light made the Bakra orcs feel as if they had seen the light in the darkness. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled like the ebbing tide. Fisk, it's a failure. Let's go. Violet tugged at Green, ignoring the fact that he was still staring at Yun Sheng. She tossed out a magic scroll and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1091. The light magic power of the ball of light continued to expand. It was as if light had returned to the continent. On the horizon of the Duqian blood realm, a semicircular ball of light slowly spread out. To the invading Bakra orcs, the new blood seal that contained the purest light magic was like a scourge. The third priest and the others saw that they couldn't stop it and didn't dare to stay any longer. They could only immediately leave the blood realm. In the blood realm, the evil chi that had been fleeing in all directions was shrouded. Those blood cloud beasts that had been restless for the past few days because of the evil aura also calmed down. Look, the entrance to the blood realm has also disappeared. Sister Lan and the others looked at the sky. The entrance to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia that had been forcefully torn apart by He Yao was like snow meeting the sun of March, quickly shrinking until it completely disappeared. In the sky above the Dutian realm of blood, the evil aura gradually disappeared. The boundary between the 8 Desolates continent and the boundless continent stabilized once again. Goofing. After Dongwang Linger rejoiced, she suddenly realized that once the new Dutian blood imprint was formed, it meant that from today onwards she and Goofing would be separated forever. Dongwang Ling struggled free from Yun Sheng's grasp. She wanted to rush into the new Dutian blood seal. However, the moment she came into contact with the wall of the Dutian blood seal, she was immediately bounced back. The new Dutian blood seal, which had fused with the power of Goofing's luminous sun sphere, was indestructible. Linger didn't give up. She charged at the Dutian blood seal again and again, but she was bounced back. She looked at Goofing with a smile on his face. His body was glowing brightly. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Goofing, let me in too. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you to guard the Dutian blood seal. Linger, promise me that you won't be sad anymore." Goofing looked at Dongwang Linger tenderly. She was the first woman he liked in his life, and the only woman he had ever liked. "I've only become the eye of the formation. Remember, I will always be here to protect you. You must become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." His body eventually turned into a ray of light and was branded into the Dutian blood seal, becoming the eye of the formation that maintained the new Dutian blood seal. Dong Huang Ling knelt in front of the Dutian blood print and looked at the place where Goofing had disappeared. "Linger, don't be sad. Goofing hasn't disappeared. We will definitely find a way to bring Goofing back to your side." Yun Sheng comforted her softly. Yun Sheng could sense that Goofing was not dead. He was like the guardian of the Dutian blood realm. He was just using his own methods to protect the continent, protect them, and protect Linger. "I won't be sad. I promised him that I will become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." Dongwang Ling stopped crying. She slowly stood up. The tears on her beautiful face had yet to dry, but Dongwang Ling's gaze was different. To Dongwang Ling, being separated from Goofing was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the long years that followed, she kept her promise to Goofing and brought the originally weak Eastern Imperial Dynasty back to prosperity. Dongwang Ling also became the greatest empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. These were all stories for later. After the blood seal was formed and it was confirmed that there were no more Bakr orcs in the blood realm, Yin Sheng, Elder Si Ming, Sister Lan, and the others also returned to the Dutian relay station. In order to commemorate the sacrifices made by Goofing and Ji Rumo in the reconstruction of the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming and the people of the Dutian relay station erected a magician's sacred monument at the entrance of the Dutian blood realm. On it, the names of Ji Rumo and Goofing were engraved. Yin Shanglinger, don't be sad. Although the new Dutian blood seal has been formed, the effects of the blood seal's collapse are still very bad. The Great Elder and Elder Si Ming have discussed it. The Magician's Temple will work with the continent's magicians' elite camp. After Sister Lan comforted Yin Sheng and Dongwang Ling, she also brought some new decisions made by the continent's magicians' elite camp. The Emperor Zhao in red had fallen, and the Zhao state had fallen into a state without a ruler. Elder Si Ming decided to return to Penglai and disband the Zhao state. As for Sister Lan, she would lead the continent's magicians' elite camp to work with the Hunters Guild to clean up the blood cloud beasts that escaped from the blood realm and the civilians that were injured by the blood chi. Dongwang Ling decided to return to the eastern capital alone. Yin Sheng, you don't have to worry about me. Just as you said, Goofing is still by my side. I will come to the blood realm to visit him from time to time. I heard that after He Yao escaped, Dugu Xiu also disappeared. With that, the power that suppressed the Dongwang dynasty in the past has also completely disappeared. This is a great opportunity for me to reorganize the dynasty. Dongwang Ling, and Yun Sheng reluctantly bid farewell. Although Yun Sheng also wanted to accompany Dong Wang Ling back to the eastern capital, Dong Wang Ling rejected her. Dong Wang Ling knew that Yun Sheng had many more important things to do. After Ji Rumo's death, the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key was still a mystery. Yun Sheng still needed to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and find a way to save her mother. This was also the most urgent thing for Yun Sheng to do right now. The Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also needed to find a way to restore his human body as soon as possible. Hu Sheng's ashes also needed to be sent back to the 8 Desolate continent as soon as possible. Yun Sheng also had too many responsibilities. Be careful. If there are any problems, immediately contact me through the Hunters Guild. Yun Sheng looked at Ling Er's haggard face and sighed. She, Gufeng, Ling and abandoned thought that they would be together forever. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the 4 of them would be separated from each other. She didn't know when they would meet again. Yun Sheng, before I leave, I have something to tell you. Cherish the people in front of you. Don't be like me, only regretting it when I lose them. Dong Wang Ling looked behind Yun Sheng. Not far away, the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, was following behind Yun Sheng. When Dong Wang Ling found out that Dollar was Yi Baiming, she was extremely shocked. However, when she saw Yi Baiming giving up the chance to restore his human body and staying behind to look after Yun Sheng, Dong Wang Ling was moved by his infatuation. Yi Baiming wasn't goofing. Dong Wang Ling believed that Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming wouldn't follow in the footsteps of her and goofing. She hoped that her good friend would become the happiest woman in the world. With a smile on her face, Dong Wang Ling boarded the flying demonic beast that was heading towards the eastern capital. The flying demonic beast disappeared into the horizon. Only when Yun Sheng couldn't see Dong Wang Ling anymore did she turn around. Behind her, Dollar was lying on the ground. His golden eyes were staring at Yun Sheng without blinking. Yun Sheng walked forward. Dollar stood up unhurriedly and wagged his tail at Yun Sheng in a fawning manner. Yun Sheng saw his conflicted look of wanting to go forward, but was afraid that Yun Sheng would explode. Yun Sheng saw this and was both angry and amused. She could not help but laugh out loud. She walked forward and sat on Dollar's back. Night Fox, let's go and find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.